Welcome to Better You Audio, where powerful books meet personal transformation. Today, we begin one of the most fascinating journeys in the world of self-development and consciousness, Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland. This is no ordinary book. It's a deep dive into a metaphysical yet practical model of how reality works and how you can shape it, not by force, but by shifting your awareness. In this audiobook, we'll explore the early core principles of transurfing, including the alternative space, the nature of energy pendulums, balance, intention, and the mysterious yet real wave of fortune. So, sit back, open your mind, and get ready to reimagine how reality works. Don't forget to subscribe and revisit the channel. We'll continue to bring you more transformative books that unlock your hidden potential. Chapter 1: The Alternatives Model. This chapter introduces the core idea of transurfing. All possibilities already exist in the space of variations. Life unfolds like a film reel, and you can consciously switch to different lifelines by aligning your thoughts and energy. Reality, it turns out, is more like a mirror than a machine. Chapter 2: Pendulums. Here we meet one of the biggest obstacles to conscious living: pendulums. These are energetic structures formed by collective thought, feeding off your emotional energy. This chapter teaches how to recognize pendulums and break free from their control, so you can reclaim your personal power. Chapter 3: The Wave of Fortune. This chapter explores how states of inner harmony and positive alignment can attract a wave of fortune. When you stop resisting and start flowing, life brings you unexpected success, not by struggle, but by synchronicity. Learn how to catch and ride this wave. Chapter 5: The Induced Transition. Here, Zeland explains how negativity can spiral into darker lifelines. When you engage deeply with negative emotions, you literally shift into worse versions of reality. But with awareness and choice, you can reverse the slide and shift toward more favorable outcomes. Chapter 6: The Alternatives Flow. This final chapter in Part 1 reveals how life offers countless paths, and the key is to follow the alternatives flow. By releasing control and trusting your intuition, you align with paths of least resistance, where success comes naturally.
Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland. Steps 1 to 5, Chapter 1 to 6. Forward. Dear listener, everyone wants their life to be comfortable, abundant, free of illness and chaos. And yet, we often find that life has its own plans, and can leave us feeling like a little paper boat spinning round on life's turbulent waters. You may have tried all sorts of popular methods aimed at achieving happiness, but I wonder how effective you found them, if they conformed to the traditional worldview. This book introduces many strange and wonderful things. It is all so mind-blowing you might not want to believe it, but you will not have to believe. The methods introduced here invite you to test everything out for yourself, and when you do, your current worldview will crumble. Transurfing is a powerful technique aimed at giving you the power to create aspects of your life in a way that would ordinarily seem impossible. In particular, transurfing will give you the power to control your own destiny as you see fit. I promise no miracles, and yet something greater than a miracle awaits you. You will discover that the hidden quality of reality is more extraordinary than any mystic tradition. There are many books available now on how to become successful, rich, and happy. It is a tempting prospect, for who would not want these things? The problem is that when you start reading these self-help books, you discover that in order for the technique to work, you have to do certain exercises, embark on some serious soul-searching, meditate, and straight away, your enthusiasm wanes. For most people, life is busy and stressful enough without having to add to the workload by giving yourself any more to do. The books will tell you that you are imperfect and that change will have to start with yourself, otherwise there is no point in hoping for anything more. You might not be entirely satisfied with yourself, but deep down, you know that you do not really want to change, and neither should you have to. Be careful of anyone who tells you that you are less than perfect. For how could anyone else possibly know how you are meant to be? If you are told that you must change yourself in order to achieve the things you want in life, the solution is not where you were looking for it. The main idea of transurfing is based on the existence of the alternatives space, which stores the scripts of all possible events. The number of alternatives is infinite, just like the number of possible points on a coordinate graph is infinite. In the alternative space is written everything that was, is, or ever will be. Under certain conditions, a person's thought energy can materialize a given sector of the alternatives space. A potential alternative is embodied in physical reality, like a reflection in the mirror of alternatives. The individual is capable of shaping their own reality as long as they observe certain rules. The mind tries unsuccessfully to influence the reflection. Instead, you have to change the image that is being reflected. In this book, we are not going to do exercises, meditate, or obsess with the self. Transurfing is not so much a new method of self-improvement as a fundamentally different way of thinking and behaving in order to get what you desire out of life. It implies exactly this: to get what you desire from life rather than having to fight for it. The method of transurfing is not aimed at changing the self. It offers a way of returning to self. We all make mistakes in life and then think how wonderful it would be if we could turn back the clock and put everything right. I am not promising you a train ticket back to your childhood, but mistakes can be put right, and doing so is a bit like returning to the past, or even stepping forward into the past. The meaning of these words will become clearer towards the end of the book. You will not have heard or read anywhere else the things I am going to tell you here, so be prepared for the unexpected, as enjoyable as it is surprising. Chapter 1. The Alternatives Model. Dreams don't come true. The rustle of the morning stars. I was woken by the neighbor's dog barking. The nasty animal was always waking me up. How I hated it. Why should I have to be woken up by the noise of someone else's pet? I decided to go out for a walk, calm down, and distract myself from the intense desire to set fire to my neighbor's house. They say dogs are like their owners. This one was. There always seemed to be some idiot in my life trying to get me down. Feeling stressed, I started to get dressed. My slippers had disappeared again. Where are you, you sneaky little buggers? When I find you, I will chuck you out. It was foggy and damp outside. I walked along the slippery path through the gloomy forest. Almost all the leaves had fallen, exposing the gray trunks of half-dead trees. Why do I live in the middle of this depressing bog? I reached for a cigarette. I didn't really want one, but old habits told me I needed one. Need? At what point had I become addicted to cigarettes? It's not very pleasant smoking in the morning on an empty stomach. I used to be a social smoker. It had been fashionable, a symbol of freedom and style. But the party ends and the gray drizzle of everyday life sets in, bringing with it problems in patches like slimy puddles. You smoke each problem away several times, as if saying to yourself, I'll just have this quick smoke, catch my breath, and then launch myself back into the dreaded routine. The smoke got in my eyes, making them sting, so I placed my hands over them for a minute, like an upset child. I was so fed up of everything. As if reading my thoughts, a birch branch bent spitefully and hit me hard on the forehead. Bastard. In my outrage, I broke the branch in half and threw it to one side. The branch caught in a tree and bounced from side to side and sprang up and down like a jack-in-a-box, as if mocking my inability to change any aspect of my world. Feeling very low, I pushed on. Every time I tried to battle with the world, it would at first yield, giving me false hope, only then to come back at me with a hard slap. It's only in films that the hero sets off towards his goal, casting aside anything and everything that stands in the way. In reality, things are a bit different. Life is like a game of roulette. You win once, twice, even 3 times. You imagine yourself the prize winner with the world at your feet, but always end up with less than you started. You are just the turkey fattened up to be roasted and devoured to the sounds of happy music and laughter. You were fooling yourself. It's not your lucky day. You made a mistake. Wallowing in dark thoughts, I arrived at the beach. Sharp waves were biting viciously at the sandy shore. The cold, damp sea breeze blew at me bitterly. Fat seagulls wandered the shoreline, lazily pecking at rotten waste. Their eyes carried a cold, black, empty look, as if reflecting the cold and antagonism of the world around me. A tramp was collecting empty bottles on the beach. I wished he would disappear. I wanted to be alone, but he was walking towards me, probably wanting to scrounge something. I decided to go home. Was there no peace anywhere? I was so tired. I realized that the feeling of tiredness never left me, even when I was relaxing. At some point, I had started killing time as if sitting out a prison sentence. I was always waiting for things to change, for a new stage in my life to begin, where I would be different and able to enjoy life. But that stage was always somewhere in the future. In the meantime, it was the same old drudgery. I kept waiting, but the better future remained as elusive as ever. I would return home and do the same thing I always did. Eat a boring breakfast, and then leave for my dull job. Forcing myself to produce results which mattered to someone else, but not to me. It would be just another day of the same tiresome, meaningless life. I was woken by the rustle of the morning stars. What a sad dream. It was as if I had returned to a period in my past. Thank goodness it was only a dream. I stretched with relief just like my cat does. There he was, lying lazily sprawled out, only his ears giving any sign that he was aware of my presence. Get up, you whiskered thing. Are you coming for a walk with me? I had placed an order for a sunny day, and so set off towards the sea. The path led through the forest, and the rustle of the morning stars gradually faded, giving way to the multi-voiced choir of the bird nation. Someone in the bushes was trying especially hard. Food! Food! There he was, the little wretch. However can such a little ball of fluff squawk so loudly? Only now did it occur to me that, although every bird had a different voice, none were ever out of tune with the rest of the choir. They always managed to produce such a graceful symphony. No orchestra, however sophisticated, could be favorably compared. The sun stretched its rays between the trees, creating a magical backlighting that highlighted the voluminous depths and richness of the colors of the forest, and transforming it into one miraculous hologram. The path led me diligently toward the sea. The emerald waves exchanged whisperings with the warm sea breeze. The shore seemed endless and empty, but I felt comfortable and at peace, as if the overpopulated world had created a secluded corner just for me. Some people believe the world is an illusion created by the mind, but I could not imagine having such a high opinion of myself that I could think all this beauty was the product of my own consciousness. Still feeling the effect of my oppressive dream, I began to reminisce about my former life, which had actually been as dull and gloomy as my dream. Like a lot of people, I had often demanded that the world give me all I felt it owed me, but in response, it had turned its back on me in indifference. I was advised by others, wiser and more experienced than myself, not to give up, because the world doesn't give up that easily either. You have to fight for what you want. So I tried battling with the world, but I didn't get anywhere and ended up exhausted. My advisors had read the answers for this too. You are the problem. Change yourself before you start demanding things of life. So I battled with myself, but this turned out to be even harder than battling with the world. Then, one day, I dreamed that I was in a nature reserve. In the dream, I was surrounded by indescribable beauty. I was walking through the reserve and admiring the full wonder of it all, when I came across an angry old man with a gray beard who, as far as I could make out, was a guard of the reserve. He watched me in silence. I walked up to him, but as soon as I opened my mouth to speak, he cut across me. In a cold tone, he said that he didn't want to hear a word. He was tired of noisy and capricious visitors who were constantly displeased, always making demands, and left mountains of rubbish after themselves. I nodded in sympathy and walked on. I was amazed by the unique beauty of the reserve and wondered why I hadn't visited it before. Enchanted, I continued to wander around, taking in the magnificence on all sides. No words could fully describe the perfection of the landscape. My mind went blank in stunned admiration. Soon, the guardian appeared before me again. The austere look on his face had softened, and he beckoned for me to follow. We climbed to the top of a green hill, and from there, the spectacular view of a picturesque valley opened before us. I could make out some kind of village with toy houses decorated with plants and flowers, like an illustration in a book of fairy tales. Had the scene before me appeared more real, I could have stood regarding it with delight for some time. As it was, I started to suspect that such fabulous beauty was the stuff of dreams and not real life. I turned to the guardian with a questioning look, but he just sneered into his beard as if to say, "We're only just getting started." As we descended into the valley below, it began to dawn on me that I could not remember how I had arrived at the reserve. I was hoping the old man could give me an explanation. Then I must have made some clumsy remark about how it must feel pretty damn good to be one of the lucky ones who could afford to live in such a beautiful place. To which, openly displaying his irritation, the guardian replied, "Who is stopping you from joining them?" I started to go on about how not everyone was born rich, and we don't choose our fate. The guardian ignored my words and said, "That's the point. Everyone is free to choose any destiny they wish. The only freedom we truly have is the freedom of choice. You can choose anything you want." His statement did not at all fit with my philosophy of life, and I made to argue with him, but the guardian would not listen. "Fool," he said, "you have the right to choose, but you don't exercise it. You do not even understand what to choose really means." This is ridiculous, I thought. What does he mean by, "I can choose whatever I want"? Anyone would think that you could just conjure up anything you wanted. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I was dreaming. The situation threw me, and I did not know how to behave. As far as I can recollect, I hinted to the old man that he could choose to speak rubbish whether in a dream or in waking, but there ended the extent of his freedom. My comment did not seem to bother the guardian at all. In fact, he laughed in response. Aware of how ridiculous the situation was, what was the point of getting into a debate with a figure from my own dream? I was considering whether it would be better to wake myself up. As if reading my mind, the old man said, "That's enough. We don't have much time. I hadn't expected them to send me a moron like you, but I must carry on with my mission nonetheless." I was going to ask him what his mission was and who they were, but he ignored me, instead giving me a riddle, which, at the time, seemed quite absurd. Everyone can have the freedom to choose whatever they want, but here's a riddle for you. How do you acquire that freedom? When you guess the answer correctly, your apples will fall to the sky. What apples? I was beginning to lose patience and said that I had no intention of solving any riddles. Miracles only happened in dreams and fairy tales. In reality, apples generally fall to the ground, to which he replied, "That's enough. Let's go. There is something I must show you." Regrettably, when I woke up, I could not remember the end of the dream. However, I did have the distinct feeling that, although I was unable to express it consciously, the guardian had imparted some kind of information to me. Just one word seeped through into my mind, but I had no idea what it meant. Transurfing. The thought I found going around my mind was that I did not have to totally furnish my world myself. That everything that was to be mine had been created long ago without my participation, but for my own well-being. There was absolutely no point in battling with the world for a place under the sun, and no one was stopping me from simply choosing the life I wanted to have. At first, the idea seemed absurd. I would probably have forgotten all about it if I had not, to my amazement soon afterwards, started having very clear recollections of what the Guardian meant by the word choose, and how to actually make a choice. The answer to the Guardian's riddle came to me of its own accord, as knowledge does sometimes seem to come from nowhere. Every day, I learned something new, and each time I felt huge surprise, sometimes bordering on fear. I can give no rational explanation of how this knowledge came to me, but of one thing I am certain: I could never have made it up myself. Ever since I discovered transurfing, or rather, since I was given it to discover, my life has been filled with joyful meaning. Anyone who has ever been involved in some kind of creative work will know the happiness and fulfillment that comes with creating something with your own hands. Imagine then the feeling of creating your own destiny. Even the expression, to create your own destiny, as it is interpreted in its usual sense, fails to describe what I mean here. Transurfing is a method that frees you to choose your own destiny, literally like you would choose something in a supermarket. I want to share this with you so that you can understand why apples fall to the sky, why the morning stars rustle, and many other curious things. The Guardian's Riddle. There are different interpretations of the nature of fate. One interpretation is that fate is your lot in life, something predetermined, and which, however hard you try, you can never escape. This definition is rather limiting, as it suggests that if a rough lot has befallen you in life, there is no hope of anything ever getting any better. Despite this, there will always be those who willingly accept this definition of fate because it is convenient. They would rather life be reliable and the future more or less predictable than live with the fear of uncertainty. Nonetheless, the total inevitability implied by this interpretation of fate leaves one feeling dissatisfied and even a little resentful. People who are deprived of good luck lament their fate and, naturally, question why life is so unfair. Why is it that some people have more than they could ever desire, while others never seem to have enough? Why is it that things come easily to some, while others never achieve results, however hard they try? Some people are endowed with natural beauty, intellect, and strength, while others seem to have an inferior goods label stuck to their forehead for their entire life, as if paying for some kind of previously committed sin. Why does such inequality exist? Why does life, in its endless diversity, place limits on certain groups of people, and where exactly did those less lucky go wrong? People often feel hurt and indignant when they realize they are less fortunate than others, and they search for an explanation for their circumstances. This is when many people turn to teachings that support ideas such as karma and retribution for sins committed in previous lives. One would think that all the Lord our God had to do with his time was discipline his naughty children, and that, despite his omnipotence, he evidently struggles with the parenting side of things, putting off the punishment of retribution until a later date. One wonders what the point could be of punishing a person for something they do not actually remember doing. Another popular explanation for inequality spreads the false hope that those who suffer and live their lives in need will later receive generous compensation, although it is not clear whether good fortune awaits them in heaven or in a future life. Whatever the arrangement, explanations like these can never leave one fully satisfied. Whether past and future lives exist or not is also of little significance. You can only be aware of the life you are living now, and so, in this sense, it is the only one you have. If you believe that your fate is predetermined, then the best remedy for the despondence you may feel is acceptance. There will always be people around to give you good advice, like, if you want to be happy, just be happy. Be optimistic. Be satisfied with what you have. There will always be someone to tell you that the cause of your unhappiness is your own constant complaining and unrealistic expectations of life, and that you could be happy, by definition, if you would simply reconnect with your inner joie de vivre. You might half-heartedly agree, whilst, at the same time, awkwardly acknowledging how uninspired you really feel about greeting your dull life with newfound joy. Surely, we have the right to expect more. Why should we have to force ourselves to be happy when it is as futile as trying to force yourself to love someone? Then there are the enlightened individuals, preaching universal love and forgiveness. Their world is like a blanket of illusion that you can pull up over your head to protect yourself from encountering the severity of life head-on. And everything does get a little easier as a result. Deep down, however, it is still difficult to comprehend why you should forgive those you hate and love those you have no genuine feeling for. What good is happiness if it is faked? Surely happiness should come naturally, rather than being squeezed from the soul like the last drop of toothpaste from a tube. There are others who refuse to believe that life is boring and primitive enough to be reduced to predetermined fate. This type of person would rather be satisfied with what they have managed to achieve by their own abilities than accept the lot they have been dealt. This is a different perception of fate, whereby you make your own luck, and good luck has to be fought for. That is just how it is. Wise people will tell you that life is not given to anyone on a plate, and that if you are not satisfied with what you have, you must dig in your heels and work hard to attain the happiness you want. The history books describe brave heroes who fought and labored day and night, overcoming unimaginable obstacles. The victors were rewarded with the laurels of success, but only after suffering all the burdens and privations of battle. This take on fate is not very logical either. Millions of people battle and labor, but true success comes to but a few. You can spend your entire life struggling desperately for a place under the sun and yet get nowhere. Why would life be so cruel and unyielding? What a heavy burden it is to have to battle with the world to get what you want, and, if the world does not respond, to have to battle with yourself. How hard it is to believe that if you are poor, ill, ugly, or unlucky, it is your own fault, that you are flawed and so must change. These ideas suggest that you are an accumulation of various shortcomings and defects which must be worked on. Unless you are lucky enough to be born rich and happy, your lot in life is either to humbly bear your own cross or dedicate your entire life to fighting against it. It is somehow not a view of life that readily fills the heart with joy. Surely there is a glimmer of hope amongst these dismal beliefs. Fortunately, there is a glimmer of hope that comes from a totally different view of things. The solution is as simple as it is enjoyable, in contrast to the other views described above. In Transurfing, the concept of fate is based on an alternative model of the universe. Before you wave your hand in disappointment and decide that you are being fed yet another chimera, remember that every known concept of fate originates from a specific worldview, which, in turn, is based on a number of unproven principles. For example, materialism is founded on the proposition that matter is primary and consciousness is secondary. Idealism claims the opposite. Neither of these philosophies has been proven, And yet, models of the universe are constructed around both. Each model is convincing enough and has its loyal defenders. Both materialism and idealism explain the phenomenon of the world via philosophy, science, and religion, and both are right and both are wrong in their own ways. Man will never be able to describe absolute truth with total accuracy, because the notions used in our attempts to describe the truth are of themselves relative. There is a well-known parable about 3 blind men who describe an elephant by studying it with their hands. The first blind man touches the elephant's trunk. The second touches the leg, and the third touches ear. Each draws conclusions about what kind of animal the elephant represents based on their own findings. It would be pointless to try and prove that only one description of the 3 is correct. What is important is that the description be relevant and applicable. You have no doubt heard the idea expressed that reality is an illusion created by the mind, but no one has explained in detail where the illusion comes from. Does it mean that we are all, in a sense, watching a film? Of course, it is highly unlikely that a concrete, rational substantiation of this idea will ever be upheld. Others hold the opposite opinion, that the material world is simply a mechanism which functions according to its own immutable laws and cannot be governed by human consciousness. There is surely an irrefutable grain of truth in this idea. The human mind likes to have its feet on solid ground, free of ambiguity, and so, for centuries, scholars have been tearing one theory to pieces in favor of another, which is then placed high on a pedestal. After every fight on the intellectual battlefield for truth, just one fact remains undefeated. Every theory represents a separate aspect of the phenomenon of a multifaceted reality. Each theory that stands the test of time has its place, for they all represent one aspect of reality. If you decide that fate is something predestined that you cannot personally change, then this is how it will be. In effect, you are voluntarily giving yourself to the will of others, becoming like a small boat floating at the mercy of the waves. If, however, you decide that you can create your own destiny, then you will consciously take responsibility for everything that happens in your life, battling against the waves in an attempt to sail your little boat. You may have noticed that whatever you choose is always manifested. What you choose is what you get. Whatever worldview you choose to believe in, the truth of that worldview will always be on your side, and others will argue with you because they, too, are right. Any aspect of reality can be taken as a starting point and subsequently developed into a whole field of knowledge, and it will have logical consistency and successfully reflect one manifestation of reality. An entire field of knowledge can be substantiated by just one fact which, although not fully understood, has its place. For example, quantum physics is based on a number of unproven truths and postulates which cannot be proven because they serve as the basic starting point for a given field of knowledge. In quantum physics, a microcosm sometimes acts as a particle and sometimes as a wave. Unable to provide an unambiguous explanation for such dualism, scientists took the phenomenon to be an axiom. The postulates of quantum physics bring together different aspects of reality in all its diversity of form, just like the blind men in the parable in one case proclaimed that the elephant functions like a stump, and in another, like a snake. If, in describing the microcosm, one chooses to start with its particle quality as fundamental, then one arrives at the model of the atom created by the famous physicist Niels Bohr. In the Bohr model, the electrons rotate around the nucleus like the planets in the solar system. If, on the other hand, one takes the main quality to be the wave, then the model of the atom will look like a blurry dot. Both models work reflecting different manifestations of reality. In this case, too, one could say that the scientists get what they choose. Any manifestation of reality can serve as a postulate, or the basis for an argument which will undoubtedly make sense and have its place. In search of truth, people have always striven to understand the nature of the world, studying its individual parts. Bodies of scientific knowledge were created to describe and explain the various phenomena of nature, and, often, they contradict each other. The nature of the world is one, but it reveals itself to us in many guises. As soon as one face has been studied and explained, another appears that does not fully correspond to the first. Scientists have attempted to overcome these contradictions by encompassing the diverse manifestations of reality in a single model of the universe. But this is no easy task. There is one irrefutable fact that unites and reconciles all branches of knowledge, and that is the diverse and multifaceted nature of reality. Variability is the world's most fundamental quality. For some reason, the defenders of different fields of knowledge disregard this fact in their attempts to describe individual phenomenon, despite the fact that there is so much that could be learned from it. Variability is a key reference point, just like zero is the main reference point on a coordinate grid. Any starting point for a particular area of knowledge is secondary in relation to this key reference point of variability, and yet it is bypassed as if it held no information. Nonetheless, it does carry information, and information of quite an extraordinary nature. To solve the Guardian's riddle, we will have to take the quality of variability as a starting point. In other words, we will take as a postulate the fact that reality manifests itself in an infinite variety of forms. Despite the very general nature of this postulate, it reveals quite fascinating knowledge. We start with the idea that all diverse manifestations of reality originate in a common source. The world manifests itself as movement of matter through time and space, and this movement is subject to certain laws. As you know, points are plotted on a graph in accordance with mathematical formula. You could say that the function which determines how points are plotted on a graph is also a law. So, where are the laws of the universe written? Formulae, like laws, are but an abstract product of the human mind, created for the convenience of expressing concepts. It is highly unlikely that the laws of nature are recorded anywhere. Could a graph be created that marked the positions of all points of matter? Of course, one could theoretically mark the coordinates of the infinite number of all existing points in the universe, but the capacity of the human memory is too limited to cope with such a massive volume of data. Nature, on the other hand, has no difficulty with eternity. Nature has no need of a formula to generalize the position and movement of points on a graph. If the graph line were to be broken up into infinitely small points, then every point could be seen as a cause, and the next point as the consequent effect, whereby any movement of a point of matter through time and space could be perceived as an infinite chain of infinitesimal examples of cause and effect. In science, we describe the movement of matter in terms of laws, but in nature, this movement exists in its natural form as the infinite flow of cause and effect. Generally speaking, information concerning all possible points along the path of moving matter is stored in an information field, which we refer to here as the alternatives space. The field contains information about everything that has ever been, is, and ever will be. The alternatives space is a material information structure. It is an infinite field containing information on all possible scenarios of any event that could ever possibly take place. One could say that the alternatives space contains absolutely everything. We can hardly guess the form this information takes, and yet our purpose here does not require us to know this. The important thing is to establish that the alternative space serves as a template or coordinate grid for the movement of all matter in time and space. Every point in space contains its own version of a given event. For the ease of understanding, let us say that each variation or version has a script and scenery. The scenery is the external form of a phenomenon, whereas the script is the path that matter moves along. For the sake of convenience, the alternative space can be said to have different sectors. The greater the distance between the sectors, the more the script and scenery will differ. A person's destiny also has numerous alternatives. Theoretically speaking, there are no limits to the scripts and sceneries of human existence because the alternatives space is infinite. Any seemingly insignificant event can affect a twist of fate. A person's life, just like any other movement of matter, represents a chain of cause and effect events. In the alternative space, the effect is always located in close proximity to its cause. One follows the other, and so the sectors of a person's destiny create a lifeline. The scripts and settings of the sectors on one line are more or less uniform. A person's life flows evenly in one direction until such time as an event occurs that changes the scripts and sceneries. When this happens, destiny takes a turn and shifts to another lifeline. Experiencing lifelines placed very close together is like watching a play and then, the next day, going to the theater again to see the same play, but this time the stage scenery is different. If, during the next theater season, you saw the play with the same actors, but there had been significant changes to the script, this would be like experiencing a lifeline situated slightly further away in the alternatives space. Finally, if you watched the same production in a different theater, you would see a totally different interpretation of the play. And this would be like experiencing a lifeline that exists a significant distance from the first. Reality has such diversity of form because the number of alternatives for its manifestation is limitless. Any starting point for one or another form of manifestation results in a chain of cause and effect relationships. One could say that reality unfolds through life depending on the selection of the original reference point, and so, ultimately, everyone gets what they choose. You have the right to choose precisely because an eternal number of alternatives already exist. No one is preventing you from choosing the destiny you would feel comfortable having. Managing your own destiny comes down to one single thing: making the choice. Transurfing shows you how to make that choice. So, an information structure exists that contains an infinite number of potential alternatives, each with its own unique script and scenery. The process of transformation into physical reality corresponds to that laid down in the information structure. How matter moves through these alternatives space can be demonstrated by the following metaphor. Imagine a water pipe with a cooling ring that moves slowly along the pipe, causing the water inside it to freeze. The effect of the cooling ring makes it look as if a crystal of ice is moving through the water. Water molecules tend to remain in roughly the same place in a relatively free state. At the moment that the cooling ring passes through a given section of water, the molecules inside the ring are solidified into a frozen crystal. As the ring moves further down the pipe, the frozen water in the area behind the ring melts again, and the molecules are freed up. It is not the crystal itself that moves. In other words, it is not a single chunk of ice that floats through the water, but the potential to create the structure of ice, i.e., the frozen state. The water in the pipe serves as an analogy for the alternatives space, and the crystal of ice as an analogy for the material manifestation of a particular alternative. The water molecules are like people, and their position in the crystal structure is like the manifestation in physical reality of one possible fate. There is no single answer to the question of what the cooling ring symbolizes. In other words, how and why the information structure transforms into physical matter, no one can say. In a microcosm, matter can behave as a bundle of energy. We know that in a vacuum, for example, microparticles undergo a continual process of birth and annihilation, suggesting that matter is present and yet does not present a physical substance. The one thing that is clear is that the things we can touch have an intangible, energetic foundation to them. I hope I have not overwhelmed the reader with too much physics, particularly as we are just at the very beginning of Transurfing. The things you learn in this book may come as a bit of a surprise, so naturally, I offer some theoretical substantiation just to help the mind keep a firm footing. Do be patient. The wave is another analogy for the process of physical manifestation in which the sea is the alternative space and the wave the material manifestation of a given alternative. Take a wave that forms in the sea after an earthquake. It looks like the wave moves across the surface of the sea in a hump, but, in fact, the water remains in the same place. It is not a mass of water that is moving across the sea so much as the energetic potential for transformation into physical reality. It is only when the accumulation of water finally reaches the shore that it breaks on the ground. Any other wave behaves in the same manner. Does this mean that material manifestation moves through time and space, while the potential alternatives remain in one place for eternity, in the space of everything that was, is, and will be? Why not? Time of itself is as static as space. The passing of time is only felt when it turns, like film footage, one shot following another. If you unroll the film and look at all the frames put together, there is no time because all the frames exist simultaneously. Time is static until we start looking at each frame in sequence. It is the same in life, which is why the idea that everything comes and goes is so deeply rooted in our minds. Everything that is recorded in the field of information has always been there and will always be there. Lifelines exist like a reel of film. Things that have happened in the past do not just disappear, and what has yet to be in the future is already present here in the now. The correct section of a person's life is a material manifestation of the alternatives space in this section of their lifeline. This idea might be slightly perturbing, and you might be asking yourself how it is possible for countless alternatives of your own fate to exist simultaneously in stasis. Who is responsible for this? God or the laws of nature, perhaps? Imagine a point on a coordinate grid. In school, we are taught that any point on the grid can have an x and y coordinate, from minus to plus infinity. And yet, it does not occur to anyone to ask why a point can have absolutely any coordinate. Imagine if the point that moves along the function line were surprised and asked, how can this be that the path I have traveled so far has always existed and always will, and how can it be that the path I am about to travel has already been outlined in advance? It would seem strange to the point, but not to you, because you are observing its path from above, able to see things from a different perspective. The alternatives space serves as a template that determines how physical reality can show itself. Imagine a person walking through a dark forest with a torch. In the dark, the person holding the torch lights up a small area around themselves. The entire forest is like the alternative space, while the area which is lit up is like the physical manifestation of the alternative in that area. The question remains as to what provides the light. In other words, what ignites, i.e. materializes a particular alternative within the template. To answer this question, we need to take a different starting point. Nowadays, most people agree that thoughts are material. There is also evidence that reality takes two forms. On the one hand, material existence defines consciousness, and, on the other hand, there is clear evidence to the contrary, indicating that consciousness also defines physical existence. Therefore, thoughts not only provide the motivation for human action, they also have a direct influence on our reality. For example, our worst expectations generally tend to come true. Of course, one could argue that this is not because our thoughts were materialized, but rather that our thoughts were a premonition of impending misfortune that would have occurred anyway. There is undoubtedly much that is unclear and ambiguous about paranormal phenomena. However, that does not mean that one should ignore or negate the relationship between thought and the process of material realization. Much evidence exists to indicate the direct impact of thought on reality. One way or another, individual consciousness shapes a person's destiny. This book focuses specifically on how this is possible. Thought energy transforms possible alternatives into physical reality. This statement is correct because reality can be manifested in any form defined by consciousness. Evidence of this hypothesis can be found not only in everyday life, but also in the experiments of quantum physics. For our purposes, the specific mechanism by which thought energy interacts with the alternative space is of no great consequence. It is not yet clear by what means the transfer of information takes place, whether on an energetic level or by some other means. For convenience sake, we will simply work with the idea that thought energy lights up a certain sector of the alternative space, as a result of which one alternative is transformed into physical reality. Waves of thought energy find the sector in the alternative space that corresponds in quality. The alternative of that sector is then made manifest on the physical level, marking the process of how consciousness creates reality. You should bear in mind that this is only one way of manifesting reality. Generally speaking, it is not possible to create the reality you desire simply by sitting in one place and contemplating it. Although people do exist who are capable of materializing objects literally out of air, they are very few in number and, as a rule, do not advertise their abilities. Nonetheless, thoughts have as much impact on a person's destiny as concrete actions do. People are used to the idea that there is a visible and clearly comprehensible connection between their actions and the consequences of them. By contrast, the impact of one's thoughts manifests imperceptibly and, so, appears inexplicable and unpredictable. It might seem difficult to determine a causal relationship between one's thoughts and subsequent events, but soon you will see that the connection is quite direct. A person gets what they choose. Some may conclude that I seem to be saying that the seas, mountains, planets, and the galaxy are all just a product of their personal thought energy. This is because people have a tendency to consider themselves the center of the universe, whereas, in actual fact, they are just a tiny dot in infinite space. The world is inhabited by millions of living organisms, and every single one of them contributes to the creation of reality. Every living being has its own characteristic thought energy. If you are not comfortable viewing plants as capable of thought, then you can refer to the process differently. It does not change the nature of the phenomenon. Nobody can say, with certainty, that inert objects do not have a quality similar to the thought energy emanated by living beings, to say nothing of the one spirit permeating all things, which we call God. Every being has consciousness and forms the layer which makes up its own world. One could say that everything in this world carries a particle of God, and this is how he governs the whole world. We all live in the same world, and yet every individual moves along their own lifeline. The qualities of the material world are the same for everybody. It is just that its concrete realization is unique within the context of a person's life. For example, imagine that you are a tourist walking around a beautiful city. You admire the sights and the architecture. You take in the flower beds, the fountains, the park avenues, and the smiling faces of the city's prosperous inhabitants. Then, as you pass by a rubbish bin, you see a homeless person. He is in the same city as you and the same dimension, but he does not see what you see. He sees an empty bottle in the bin, a dirty wall, his competitor who wanted the bottle too, and a policeman eyeing him with suspicion. You live on one lifeline and the homeless man on another. Your lifelines intersected at a point in the alternative space, bringing you together into the same world in the dimension of physical reality. All manifestation of a material nature has an energetic foundation. The energy field is primary, and all physical manifestation is secondary. Scientists attempt to unite different manifestations of energy within the context of a single theory, and soon they will achieve good results. However, they will find that they have to keep adding many more things to the theory, because reality takes an infinite number of forms. Without going into too much detail, we will take energy to be an abstract force which is invisible but nonetheless exists. For our purposes, it is enough to accept the fact that the energy of human thought is material. Thought energy does not just spin around inside a person's head. It flows out into the space beyond the head and interacts with the wider energy field around us. Few would dispute this fact now. For convenience sake, we can talk about the parameter of thought energy, that is, frequency, just as radio waves have a frequency. Whenever you think about something in particular, the frequency of your thoughts becomes attuned to a certain area within the alternatives space. When the thought energy reaches the relevant sector in the alternative space, the potential reality held within that sector begins to materialize. Energy has a highly complex structure and permeates everything that exists in the world. When energy passes through the human body, it is modified by that person's thoughts. By the time it exits the body, it has acquired the same parameters as the thoughts. A radio transmitter works in the same way. Energy absorbs the characteristics of the thoughts of one's mind. When energy exits the human body, it radiates outwards in a thought wave that, in turn, transforms the sector of the alternative space into physical reality. Whenever you think about something, be it negative or positive, you are radiating thought energy in the alternatives space. Modified energy accumulates in a specific sector of the field, and this has the effect of introducing corresponding changes in your life. Circumstances of a person's life are not only created by their actions, but also by the nature of their thoughts. If a person has a hostile attitude towards the world, they will find the world responds to them with the same. If a person constantly expresses dissatisfaction, they will find more and more reasons to be dissatisfied. If a person's attitude to life is predominantly negative, the world will show them the worst side of its nature. Conversely, having a positive attitude is the most natural way to change your life for the better. People get what they choose. Like it or not, that is how life works. Whilst your thoughts are pretty much homogeneous, you will stay on the same lifeline. As soon as your relationship to reality changes in any way, the parameters of thought energy take on new characteristics, and the material manifestation of the layer of your world shifts to another line. On this new line, events unfold according to a different script in accordance with the parameters of thought. If, for some reason, you dislike the new script, you will struggle to change the situation. People tend to react negatively when they come up against obstacles, expressing their dissatisfaction, or falling into despair. As a result, the thought energy they radiate refocuses to a line on which the number of obstacles is even greater, making it seem as if their life is a slippery slope. It might seem as if this process cannot be controlled, but, in fact, the individual is in control, and it is their own thoughts that are directing the path of material realization into problematic areas of the alternatives space. People think that obstacles can be overcome by action, but, in actual fact, they ultimately experience whatever their dominant thoughts are. So, if you choose to battle against the obstacles on your path, you will experience an abundance of obstacles. If you are absorbed by thoughts about your own problems, you will find that there are always problems in your life. Even if you take action to change the situation on your current lifeline, on the material level, it will not change the original script in the alternatives space. All you can effectively do is choose a different script. By trying to change parts of the script you do not like, you inevitably get caught up thinking about what you do not like. Your thoughts are then successfully realized, and you end up getting what you do not want. You cannot change anything about your current lifeline, just as in an art gallery you cannot take away or reconstruct exhibitions that are not to your taste, or you are not the owner. However, no one is to stop you from turning around and walking into the next room to look at something you can appreciate more. Of course, the shift to a lifeline in which everyone gets what they want on demand does not happen simply by wishing for it. Not all thoughts can be realized, and not all desires are fulfilled. The reason for this is not the content of a person's thoughts so much as their quality. A dream or a wish does not qualify as a choice. Dreams do not come true. To create the reality you want, you have to observe certain conditions which you will listen to later in this book. The alternative space contains an infinite number of possible lifelines for every individual. No one should feel hard done by if they do not like their fate, because everyone has the right to choose. The problem is that we do not know how to choose. The world has such diversity of form, one would think it was created to satisfy any need. Everyone can find whatever their heart desires. Even in the academic world, life manifests the side of it we wish to see. For example, idealism holds that the world is an illusion, and life agrees. Materialism says the opposite, and again, the world has nothing against that. People argue with each other, trying to force others to accept their relationship to the world, and yet the world shows that they are all right. Is that not wonderful? The alternative space is the so-called illusion, and material realization is what is meant by physical reality. We always get what we choose. Those who are familiar with the principles of Islam will understand what is meant by a person's fate is written in the book. This means that fate is preordained and, therefore, cannot be changed or avoided. Similar statements can be found in other religions. In a sense, a person's destiny is indeed already preordained. The error of religion is in teaching that there is just one version of a person's fate, when, in fact, there are endless alternatives. They say you cannot avoid your own fate, and, to some extent, this is true, because it is impossible to change the script within any given alternative of it. To battle with the world around you in the hope of changing your fate is a difficult and thankless task. It is not worth trying to change the script. It is far more effective to choose a different alternative more to your liking. Of course, this is all quite strange, and you may, quite reasonably, have your doubts. I do not expect anyone to accept the alternatives model just like that. I did not believe in it myself until I became convinced that it actually works, and flawlessly at that. It makes no sense to give preference to one model of the universe over another just for the sake of some absolute truth. It is not the model itself that has meaning, so much as what it can help you achieve. Different mathematical models can illustrate the same physical phenomenon in different ways. It would be hilarious if specialists in analytical geometry suddenly took up arms against mathematical analysis and tried to prove that geometry is the only true mathematical discipline. Mathematicians have been able to agree among themselves, but philosophers and religious leaders have not. It is difficult to say where the alternative space actually is. From the point of view of our three-dimensional reality, one could say that it is everywhere and nowhere. Imagine an endless surface without beginning and without end, inhabited by two-dimensional people. These people would not suspect that a third dimension exists. They would believe that the surface they live on is the only world that exists, and could not imagine that anything else existed beyond it. We know, though, that a third dimension should be added to this model, and that an infinite number of similar surfaces could be created. So, there is no need to be concerned if you cannot visualize an infinite number of parallel worlds aside from our own. It is just a matter of perspective. It is hard to believe in the existence of parallel worlds. Having said that, how easy it is to believe in the theory of relativity, which claims that an accelerating body increases its mass, reduces its size, and slows down the time through which it moves. It is impossible to test the theory firsthand, but that does not matter. It does not matter whether we understand a theory. What matters is the practical benefit that can be derived from it. In the context of infinite space, it is ridiculous and even petty to argue about the advantages of one model over another. Try to imagine the infinite terms of increasing distance that never reaches a horizon. Oddly enough, infinity, in terms of decreasing distance, has no limit either. We can observe only a limited portion of the visible universe, for telescopes and microscopes have their limits too. Nonetheless, infinity, in the context of the microcosm, is no different from infinity in terms of the macrocosm. There is a theory that the visible universe emerged as a result of the Big Bang. According to the theory, the universe has been constantly expanding ever since. Celestial bodies move through the cosmos with phenomenal speed, but when we take into account the huge distances involved, it seems as if the expansion of the universe is taking place incredibly slowly. It is also a well-established fact that, in a vacuum, at any given moment in time, elementary particles are born out of nowhere and then immediately disappear. We do not yet know the exact structure of elementary particles, but given the relativity of time and space, there is nothing to stop us perceiving each particle as if it were a separate universe like our own. Physicists claim that they can appear either in the form of waves or in the form of particles. The further one goes into the microcosm, the more relative distances appear huge, and, for the internal observer, time slows down. To an external observer, our universe might appear to last for just one brief moment, like a particle birthed and extinguished in a vacuum, whereas we, its internal observers, perceive the universe to have been in existence for billions of years. The next time you take a mouthful of coffee, ask yourself, how many universes have you just swallowed? Infinity cannot be divided into parts, and so, if you think about it, every time you swallow a mouthful of coffee, you are swallowing an infinite number of universes. Flying through a microcosm takes as long and seems as far as it does flying through the boundless expanse of outer space. Time, like space, goes on for infinity, whether you look backwards or forwards. Intervals of time can be as infinitely large as they can be infinitely small. Any point within a time interval can be seen as a reference point, both sides of which extend into the infinity of time. Changing the reference point to another place within the time interval does not change the extent of infinity in either direction. The infinity of worlds within worlds exists simultaneously. The center of the universe is, at the same time, to be found in every point of matter, because every point is surrounded by infinity on all sides. All events exist concurrently for the same reason that the center of the universe is located in every point at the same time. This is difficult to imagine, but so is it impossible to grasp infinity in one moment of contemplation? Even more convoluted theories have been designed which claim that the visible universe becomes a finite sphere in fourth-dimensional space. But that does not help particularly because, theoretically speaking, an infinite number of dimensions could exist. Unable to clearly imagine all of this, we have to content ourselves with a narrower perspective and, at least pretend, that we understand something of these theories. There are many things about contemporary science that are impossible to explain or comprehend. However, this should not prevent us from benefiting from the fruits of scientific thinking. Applying the principles of transurfing can lead to stunning results. The important thing is to decide from the very beginning not to torture yourself with questions of why and how exactly it all works, which would be as productive as a child asking a physicist why different bodies attract. The scientist would reply, because of the law of gravity. The child then follows with the question, how does the law of gravity work? Why do bodies attract? There is no answer to this question, so we will leave the thankless task of trying to explain these things, for it is not ours to know and understand everything. We will simply enjoy the results of the alternatives model. From the alternatives model, it follows that man can create his own destiny. In Transurfing, the concept of fate differs from other more widely accepted interpretations. The difference is that in the context of Transurfing, a person can choose their happiness. They do not have to fight for it. There is no need to accept or reject the alternatives model straight away. First, ask yourself this question. Have you achieved much by battling with the world to find happiness? Each person will decide for themselves whether they wish to carry on in the same vein or whether they would prefer to try using a different method. A person can spend their entire life battling without achieving anything at all. Would it not be simpler to act in a way that encouraged life to meet you halfway? For all life does is help manifest your personal choice. Whatever you order, your choice is always granted unconditionally. Choice, however, is different to desire. Wishes are only granted in fairy tales, and most people just keep on wishing. It is no wonder that the belief is so ingrained in our minds that wishes are very difficult, if not impossible, to fulfill. We have already taken the first small step towards solving the Guardian's riddle. Soon, you will find out why wishes are not granted and dreams do not come true. Summary. Reality is manifest in an infinite variety of forms. Variability is the world's most fundamental quality. Any model of the universe represents just one manifestation of reality. Any branch of knowledge bases itself on one chosen aspect of the manifestation of reality. Your choice is always realized. You always receive what you choose. The alternatives space is an information field recording all that was, is, and ever will be. The information field contains potential alternative scenarios to any event. Each alternative has a script and scenery. Space can be divided into sectors, and each sector contains an alternative scenario of an event. The greater the distance between sectors, the more the alternatives will differ. Sectors with roughly uniform parameters are arranged in a lifeline. Material realization moves through space like a bundle of density. The radiation of thought energy materializes an alternative. Every organism contributes to the creation of material realization. When the parameters of thought energy change, a shift occurs to a different lifeline. You cannot change the fact that scenery exists, but you can choose a different type of scenery. You do not have to fight for happiness. You simply have to choose an alternative reality that is more to your liking. Chapter 2. Pendulums. Rent yourself out. Destructive pendulums. We are taught from childhood to obey the will of others, to perform our duties, serve our country, our family, the company we work for, a political party, the state, or even an idea, to serve anyone except ourselves. To varying degrees, everyone has a sense of duty, responsibility, necessity, and guilt. Everyone is ready to serve a group or organization in one way or another, be it family, a club, school, company, political party, the state, and so on. All these structures emerge and develop when a separate group of people begin to think and act in the same way. Then, they are joined by others, and the structure grows, gaining strength, forcing its members to follow the rules, and eventually amassing the potential to gain control over large groups of society. On the material level, the structure consists of a group of people united by common goals and material objects, such as buildings, furniture, equipment, machinery, technology, and so on. On an energetic level, however, a structure appears when a group of people think in the same way, as a result of which the parameters of their thought energy are identical. Their thought energy finally unites into a single current. When this happens, as if in the middle of an entire ocean of energy, a separate, independent energy information structure is created, which is referred to as an energy pendulum. Eventually, this structure begins to live its own life and subjugate to its laws the very people who created it. The structure is referred to as a pendulum because the more people, adherents, that feed it with their energy, the more powerfully it sways. Every pendulum has its own characteristic beat frequency. For example, if you want to get a swing moving, you have to push it to a certain rhythm or frequency. This is called the resonant frequency. If the number of adherents decreases, the force of its swing is weakened. If it loses all its adherents, the pendulum will stop moving completely, and thereby cease to exist as a separate entity. Examples of defunct pendulums are ancient pagan religions, stone tools, ancient weapons, outdated trends of fashion, and vinyl records. In other words, all that once existed but now no longer functions. You might be surprised that all things in this list qualify as pendulums. Any structure whose particular features were created by collective thought energy represents a pendulum. Generally speaking, all living beings capable of radiating energy at a particular vibration will, sooner or later, form an energy pendulum. Examples of pendulums in nature are bacterial colonies, populations of living creatures, schools of fish, herds of animals, forests, prairies, anthills, etc. Essentially, any organized, homogeneous structure made up of living organisms can be a pendulum. Every living organism represents a single unit of energy, and so can also be considered an elementary pendulum. When a group of individual pendulums begins to sway in unison, a group pendulum is created which looms over its followers like a superstructure. The group pendulum exists as an independent entity and sets rules for its adherents to follow, partly to keep them together, but also to attract new ones. This type of entity is independent in the sense that it develops according to its own laws. Its adherents are unaware of the fact that they are acting in accordance with the laws of the pendulum and not their own will. For example, a bureaucratic apparatus develops as an independent structure, irrespective of the will of its individual officials. Of course, an influential official is free to make their own decisions, but only to the extent that they do not contradict the laws of the system. Otherwise, that particular adherent will be rejected. Even people who represent individual pendulums are not always aware of their true motivations, energy vampires being one such example. Any pendulum is, by its nature, inherently destructive because it consumes the energy of its adherents and establishes power over them. The pendulum's destructive quality is clearly demonstrated by the fact that it attributes no meaning to the fate of each individual adherent. The purpose of the pendulum is only to get energy from its adherents, whether it is to their personal benefit or not. When a person comes under the influence of a system, they are forced to build their lives in accordance with its laws. Otherwise, the system will chew them up and spit them out. Under the influence of a destructive pendulum, you can easily end up ruining your entire life, and, as a rule, it is difficult to break free without suffering losses. If a person is lucky, they find their place within the system and feel at home there. The adherent gives their energy to the pendulum, which, in return, provides the individual with an environment. If a follower rebels against the laws of the structure, the frequency of their thought energy ceases to be in harmony with the resonance frequency of the pendulum. Being deprived of essential energy, the pendulum either drives the maverick adherent out of the system or destroys them. If, however, a person has ended up a long way away from a lifeline favorable to their growth, life inside the structure of an alien pendulum can be as soulless as hard labor, or just turn into a very sad existence. In this case, the pendulum is purely destructive to the adherent. Whether they like it or not, a person who falls under a pendulum's influence loses their freedom, being forced to live by imposed laws and becoming a small cog in a big machine. That said, an individual can find themselves under the protectorship of a pendulum and achieve outstanding results. Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin, and other similar figures were all favorites of destructive pendulums. This does not mean that the pendulum was actually concerned for their personal well-being, for it exploited them to its own end. When Napoleon was asked whether he had ever been truly happy, he could count just a few days over his entire life. The pendulum uses sophisticated methods to lure new adherents, who fly to it like moths to a flame. How often people are deceived by the pendulum's advertising tricks and move far away from a potential happiness that was so close. Young men leave for the army and lose their lives. Students go to university, learning in vain to master a profession that is not really for them. They find work that feels alien, but is supposedly prestigious, and end up drowning in a swamp of problems, or they join their lives with a stranger, only to regret it later. The pendulum can hide its motives behind various well-meaning masks, and yet its activities can ruin the lives of its adherents. The greatest threat the pendulum poses to the individual is that it leads its victims away from other lifelines where they would be able to find happiness. These are the characteristic features of a destructive pendulum. A pendulum feeds on the energy of its adherents, which increases the power of its sway. A pendulum strives to attract as many followers as possible to source as much energy as possible. A pendulum makes a contradistinction between its group of adherents and all other groups. We are good and they are bad. We are better than they are, etc. A pendulum acts aggressively towards anyone who refuses to follow it, attempting to win them over, neutralize their position, or get rid of them. A pendulum hides behind masks and lofty ideas. It plays on people's feelings to justify its actions and attract as many adherents as possible. Essentially, the pendulum is an egregore, and yet the concept of egregore does not fully reflect the entire range of possible interactions between an individual and an energy-based information structure. Pendulums play a much greater role in people's lives than one might like to think. The following example illustrates how a pendulum consumes the energy of its adherents. Imagine a packed stadium at an intense football match. Passions are running high, and the fans are raging with excitement. One player makes an unforgivable mistake, which results in his team losing the game. The fans in the crowd focus a storm of anger at the culprit player, ready to tear him to pieces. Imagine what a huge mass of negative energy is focused on the unfortunate player. You would think that from such an attack of negative emotion, the player would die on the spot, but he remains alive and well, if not a little crushed by feelings of guilt. This is because the negative energy directed towards the player is absorbed by the pendulum. If this were not the case, then any individual becoming the object of a crowd's hate would lose their life, and any idol would simply float above the ground. I am no judge of whether a pendulum is an animate entity or simply an energy form. Either way, the distinction does not affect the transurfing method. The most important thing is to be able to recognize a pendulum and avoid being drawn into its game unless you stand to benefit from the interaction. There is one identifying factor by which a destructive pendulum can always be recognized. It always competes with others similar to it in the battle for adherence. The pendulum has one goal, which is to attract as many supporters as possible, to source as much energy as possible. The more aggressive a pendulum behaves in the battle for devotees, the more destructive it is, i.e., the more dangerous it is to the life of the individual. Some may object that charitable organizations exist for the protection of the environment and animals, etc., and question why this type of group should be considered destructive. These groups are destructive to the individual because, whichever way you look at it, they still feed on a person's energy with no concern for that individual's happiness or well-being. Organizations like these call for compassion to others and yet remain indifferent to their own followers. If a person feels comfortable and genuinely happy working for such an organization, that they have probably found their vocation and, consequently, the pendulum is the place for them. However, it is also important to be honest with yourself and ask yourself whether you are not perhaps wearing the mask of the benefactor. Are you donating your energy and money for the good of others with true sincerity, or is being involved in charity just an attempt to feel a better person or look good? Destructive pendulums have trained people out of choosing their own destiny because, if individuals retain enough independence to have the freedom to choose, it will be much harder for the pendulum to attract so many followers. Our mind is so used to the idea that our fate is our lot in life that we find it really difficult to believe that we can simply choose a destiny that is more to our liking. It is advantageous for pendulums to keep their adherents under control, so they invent all sorts of ways of manipulating them. The following examples show how this is done. Transurfing could also become a pendulum if someone turned it into a pseudo-religion, movement, or school. Different pendulums are, of course, destructive to varying degrees. At worst, transurfing would be minimally destructive because it focuses exclusively on the well-being of the individual rather than a shared goal. Transurfing would be a very unusual pendulum with a community of individuals concerned solely with their own destiny. If you were to do some homework, what other types of pendulum would you consider constructive? I am telling you all this in order to describe what it really means to choose your fate. So have patience, dear listener. Not all these ideas are easy to grasp, but as we go on, a clearer picture will emerge. The battle of the pendulums. The main feature of a destructive pendulum is its aggressive impulse to destroy other pendulums in order to win over potential adherents. With this purpose, the pendulum works to turn its followers against the followers of other pendulums in the sense of, we are good and they are bad. People who get involved in this type of argument end up losing their way and striving towards spurious goals which they mistakenly consider their own. This is the destructive nature of the pendulum. Fighting against the followers of other pendulums is totally futile and can destroy lives, one's own and the lives of others. War is the most extreme manifestation of the battle between pendulums. Each pendulum uses various arguments to persuade its adherents to take up arms, and the nature of the argument is specific to the historical epoch. The earliest, most primitive argument used was simply to order the followers to take something from the hands of others by force. As society became more civilized, the arguments became slightly more refined. One nation declares itself supreme, progressive, and the most developed, with all the others less developed, somehow flawed. The lofty objective is to raise the underdeveloped nations to a higher level, using force if they resist. Metaphorically speaking, the contemporary conception of war is like a beehive hanging from a tree in the forest. The wild bees in the nest are busy making honey and raising their offspring, but then a pendulum comes up to the nest and announces to its followers, "Look, wild bees!" They are very dangerous and must be destroyed, or at least their hive must be destroyed. If you do not believe me, look! And then the pendulum stirs up the nest by beating it with a stick. The bees fly out of the hive and start stinging the adherents. The pendulum then cries out triumphantly, "See how aggressive they are! They must be annihilated!" Whatever exculpatory slogans are used to justify war and revolution, in essence, the motivation is the same: the battle for adherence. The form the battle takes may differ, but its one goal is to win over as many adherents as possible. New force is a vital necessity for the pendulum, for without it, the pendulum's sway would stop entirely. The battle of the pendulums is an inevitable struggle for survival. Once wars and revolutions are over, other, less aggressive, but nonetheless tough forms of battle continue, such as the battle for market control, competition between political parties, all kinds of marketing, advertising campaigns, ideological propaganda, and so on. Human society is totally based on pendulums, so all fields of activity are gripped with competition. The rivalry goes on at all levels, from public debate to competition between club teams and individuals. Things that are new, unusual, or strange always have a hard time carving out their niche, and not only because of inertia in people's thinking. The main reason for this is that it is not profitable for the old pendulums to support the appearance of a novice who would distract its devotees. For example, internal combustion engines, which so contaminate the atmosphere of our cities, could have been relegated to the past a long time ago. After all, a number of alternative, ecologically friendly engine models have long been developed. The problem is that they threaten the downfall of the oil corporation pendulums, and, for the time being, these hold too strong a position to allow some inventor to wipe them from the stage. These monsters literally buy up the patents for new engine models and keep them secret, at the same time declaring them to have low levels of efficiency. Implementing its structure on a material level, Pendulum strengthens its position via financial means, facilities, equipment, and, of course, human resources. The pendulum places its favorites at the top of the human pyramid. The favorites are made leaders at all levels, starting with low-level managers and continuing up to the heads of state, and they are generally not required to have any particularly outstanding qualities. As a rule, those adherents become leaders whose qualities best fit with the structure of the pendulum. To the favorite, it might appear that he has achieved impressive results in his life solely on individual merit. To some extent, this may be true, but most of the work in promoting favorites is performed by the self-organizing structure of the pendulum. If a favorite's parameters fail to meet the requirements of the system, they will be ruthlessly eliminated. The pendulum battle is destructive to its followers because they think they are acting on personal conviction when, in fact, they are following the will of another entity. In the majority of cases, the personal conviction of the devotees is taken over by the pendulum. As soon as a person attunes to the pendulum's frequency, an interaction begins to take place between them on an energetic level. The frequency of the devotee's thought energy is stabilized and supported by the energy of the pendulum. A kind of lock-on takes place, and the adherent is trapped in a feedback loop. The adherent radiates energy to the resonance frequency of the pendulum, which, in turn, feeds a little energy to the devotee, thereby maintaining its influence over them. On the material level, this is an everyday standard scenario. For example, the pendulum of a political party conducts an election campaign, attracts a new devotee, and gives them a little energy in the form of positive feelings like righteousness, satisfaction, dignity, and importance. The adherent thinks they are in control of the situation and still able to choose their affiliation, whereas, in truth, the devotee was chosen and control established over them, not the other way around. The adherent only appears to be acting according to their own will when, in fact, it is the pendulum that is artificially and unnoticeably manipulating the will of the adherent. The adherent enters the pendulum's information field, socializes with like-minded others on important topics, and establishes an energetic connection with them, and, in this way, becomes consistently attuned to a certain vibration. Later, the adherent may begin to feel that the pendulum has not lived up to their expectations, and they begin to have doubts about their former idol. When this happens, the frequency of the adherent's thought energy falls out of the pendulum's loop. The tightness of the pendulum's grip varies depending on its power. In some cases, the devotee is simply allowed to leave. In other cases, the heretic may pay with his freedom or even his life. A pendulum gets a firm grip on the frequency of an adherent's thought energy by dominating it. It is like when you are humming a little tune to yourself, but become aware of some other loud music being played nearby. The loud music dominates your senses, making it extremely difficult to stay focused on your own tune. For the purposes of transurfing, it does not actually matter too much how interaction occurs on an energetic level between the pendulum and the devotee. We will examine the nature of the interaction using a simplified model. No one can explain precisely how something really happens because, at that level of questioning, one has to ask what is meant by really, and the questions and speculation continue with the infinite process of learning. This is not what we are interested in here, so we'll make do with simplified models and metaphors that serve our purpose, satisfied with the fact that we are at least capable of understanding some things. Now we will look at how pendulums manipulate their adherents. Puppet strings. Pendulums are very good at coercing their adherents to give up energy voluntarily. A large, powerful pendulum, for example, can force its adherents to act according to a certain set of rules. Weaker pendulums go about things slightly differently. When an individual lacks the power to force another to do something, they turn to other methods, such as reasonable argument, persuasion, and promises. These are feebler methods unique to a human society that has divorced itself from the forces of nature. Sometimes pendulums will use these techniques as well, but they also have a much more powerful weapon at their disposal. Pendulums are energy beings, so they function in accordance with the immutable laws of the universe. The individual gives their energy to the pendulum when their thought energy is radiating at the same resonance frequency. A person does not have to be consciously sending thoughts to benefit the pendulum. As you know, most human thought and action originates in the realm of the unconscious. Pendulums make use of this feature of the human psyche. They manage to get energy not only from their adherents, but also from their ardent opponents. You have probably already guessed how. Imagine a group of old ladies sitting on a bench criticizing the government. They are obviously not adherents of the government pendulum. They hate it for a number of reasons. However, what happens is that the old ladies criticize the government for being so inept, corrupt, cynical, and stupid, and, in so doing, they emit intense thought energy at the frequency of the pendulum. It does not matter to the pendulum which side you rock it from. It can use both positive and negative energy, just as long as that energy is resonant with its own. The pendulum's main task is to engage people in any way possible in order to occupy their thoughts. With the advent of mass media, the pendulum's techniques have become more sophisticated, and a person can become highly dependent. You have probably noticed that news programs are usually dominated by bad news evoking strong emotions: anxiety, fear, resentment, anger, and hatred. The task of journalists and correspondents is to attract attention. The media being pendulums themselves, stand in service to yet more powerful pendulums. Their declared aim is free access to all information, but their true, singular goal is to attune people's thoughts in all ways possible to the desired frequency. One of the pendulum's favorite ways of gaining access to your energy is to throw you off balance. Once you have lost a sense of your own equilibrium, you start to wobble at the same frequency of the pendulum, thereby enabling it to sway more strongly. Let us say, for example, that prices have risen. You react negatively, become resentful, complain, and exchange information with your friends. This is a natural and even proper response, but it is also exactly what the pendulum is expecting. You radiate negative energy into the world at the frequency of the pendulum. It receives the energy, swings harder, and the situation is aggravated. The strongest string the pendulum can pull you with is fear, the most ancient and powerful of human emotions. It does not matter what exactly you are afraid of. If the fear is associated with any aspect of the pendulum, it will receive your energy. Anxiety and worry are weaker emotions, but still relatively effective puppet strings. These feelings are excellent at attuning thought energy to the frequency of a pendulum. If you are concerned about something, you find it hard to focus on anything else. The feeling of guilt is also one of the most extensive of channels through which the pendulum can pump your energy. Guilt is imposed on us from childhood, and it is a convenient method of manipulation. If you are guilty, you must do what I say. Guilt is hard to live with, and so people try to get rid of it, either via punishment or righting the wrong they have done. Both imply submission, obedience, and a certain thought pattern. A sense of duty is a special type of guilt. To owe something means that you are, in some way, guilty, and therefore obliged to do something. As a result, the guilty, both the truly guilty and the falsely accused, wander around with their heads hung low, paying tribute to the pendulum in the form of energy. An induced, conditioned sense of guilt is the favorite weapon of any manipulator, and we will return to this theme later. It is also worth mentioning the various psychological complexes people have. In the case of an inferiority complex, the thoughts people have are, I'm not good looking, I have no skills or talents, I'm not intelligent or sharp enough, I don't know how to communicate with people, I'm not worthy. In the case of a guilt complex, the thoughts are, I have done something wrong. Everyone is judging me. I must carry my cross. In the warrior complex, the thoughts go along the line of, I have to be cool. I declare war on myself and all around me. I will fight for my place under the sun. I claim my power. The thoughts of someone with the truth lover complex go along the lines of, I'll prove at any cost that I am right and prove to others that they are wrong. These and other complexes are the personal keys to the energy of different individuals. The pendulum strikes a chord and begins intensely draining that person's energy. The list of strings the pendulum uses to control its puppets goes on. Justice, pride, ambition, honor, love, hate, greed, generosity, curiosity, interest, hunger, and other feelings and needs. Feelings and interests allow a person's thoughts to be directed in a certain way. If a theme evokes neither interest nor emotion, then it is very difficult to focus on. Pendulums wound a person's feelings or play on their needs in order to capture a flow of thought energy. As a rule, people react in uniform ways to external negative stimulus. Bad news evokes discontent. Worrying news evokes anxiety and fear. Insult evokes animosity, etc. Habits also serve as a trigger for the clamping mechanism, such as the habit of getting irritated or anxious over nothing, responding to provocation, and responding negatively to negative stimulus in general. a person can be aware of the fact that negative thoughts and actions lead to no good, but continue to make the same old mistakes out of habit. Habits often create problems and cause a person to act ineffectively, and yet it is difficult to get rid of them. Old habits are an illusion of comfort. People have more trust in things that are long familiar. Everything that is new causes some concern. The old is familiar and has already been tested through experience. It is like the old chair in which you sit down to relax after work. Maybe a new one would be more convenient, but the old one is still more comfortable. Comfort is characterized by notions such as convenience, trust, positive experience, and predictability. The new possesses these qualities to a much lesser degree, so it takes time for a new habit to become an old habit. So, we have looked at the methods pendulums use to influence people. The question arises as to whether a person can escape the influence of a pendulum, and we will talk about the ways of freeing oneself from the association with a pendulum later on. Sometimes a person will openly take a stand against a pendulum that has been controlling them, but the individual is always defeated because their position is so isolated. No one individual can change anything. If a person has escaped the grip of obligation and entered into battle with the pendulum, they will only waste their energy, at best being thrown out of the system, and, at worst, being more aggressively squashed. An adherent that takes it upon themselves to break the rules established by a pendulum may find themselves beyond the law. On the surface of things, it looks as if the former adherent is being punished for their protest, but, in actual fact, punishment is delivered because the adherent is no longer submissive enough to continue being a source of energy. We say that a fault confessed is half redressed, because a person who has acknowledged their guilt is willing to subjugate themselves to the power of the pendulum. The pendulum is not interested in the adherent's remorse for their actions. It is only interested in restoring lost control. A pendulum will instantly become kinder if you allow it to manipulate you. If the accused refuses to repent, they can be got rid of because nothing more can be gained from them. If they do repent, the pendulum's true motives are usually veiled behind moral principles, saying that a person who has shown remorse cannot be such a villain after all. You can easily differentiate between true moral principles and the hidden interest of the system if you keep in mind what the pendulum really represents and what its true goals are. You get what you do not want. As illustrated above, a pendulum can be powered both by its supporters and its opponents. Loss of energy on behalf of an adherent is just half the story. If a pendulum is sufficiently destructive, it can damage a person's welfare and future. Everyone is confronted with negative information or a challenging event at some time or another. Bad news and unfortunate events are provocation on the part of the pendulum. People obviously do not want to have this negativity in their lives, but, generally speaking, they always respond in one of two ways. If the information they receive is not too hurtful, they let it go, and it is quickly forgotten. If the provocative information is annoying or frightening, i.e., touches a chord in a person's soul, then their mental energy is captured in the pendulum's loop, and the person is attuned to the resonance frequency. Events then unfold fairly predictably. The person gets angry, worried, and afraid, expresses their upset in an agitated fashion, and, in general, actively radiates energy at the frequency of the destructive pendulum. Not all the negative energy is harvested by the pendulum. Some of it radiates out to sectors in the alternative space that correspond to the quality of the person's thought energy, which facilitates a shift to a lifeline where what the person would rather avoid is to be found in excess. If you remember, when a person's thought energy is attuned to a certain frequency, they shift to a corresponding lifeline. A pendulum ensnares a person's thought energy, holding it at a certain frequency. This is what is so destructive about the role of a pendulum. For example, Generally, we let information about accidents and disasters pass us by. If we are not directly affected, why upset ourselves unnecessarily? As a rule, when you hear the news, a disaster is taking place somewhere in the world, but you are on a lifeline where you play the role of witness rather than victim. The line on which you are the victim is somewhere further away. Conversely, if you allow yourself to take on board information about disaster and misfortune and discuss it with friends, it is quite possible that you will soon shift to a lifeline where you may well end up in the role of the victim. The stronger your desire to avoid something, the more likely it is that you will encounter it. To actively fight against what you do not want in your life is to make every effort to ensure that it is present in your life. You do not have to take any specific action to shift onto undesired lifelines. It is enough to think negative thoughts and then fertilize them with emotion. When you do not want there to be bad weather, you think about how much you dislike rain. Noisy neighbors wear you down, and you end up arguing with them all the time or silently hating them. You are afraid of something, and the fact greatly concerns you. Or you have had enough of your present job and savor your dislike for it. Everywhere you are pursued by exactly the very thing you do not want, that you fear, hate, or despise. There may be other things that you would also like to avoid, but because you are not investing any negative emotion into them, they do not appear in your life. Once you let the thing you do not want into your life, associate feelings of hostility with it, and indulge in those feelings, it will instantly become a physical reality within your life layer. The only way to eliminate the things you do not want from your life is to break free from the influence of the pendulum that has seized your thought energy and, from then on, avoid responding to its provocation or getting pulled into its game. You can free yourself from a pendulum's influence in two ways: by defeating it or by stopping its sway. We will look more closely at how this can be done below. Defeating the pendulum. Trying to battle with the pendulum is futile. As was explained above, when you battle with a pendulum, you just end up supplying it with energy. The first and most important condition for successfully defeating a pendulum is to refuse to get into conflict with it. Firstly, the more actively you try to fight off pendulums that get you down, the more they will pressure you. You can repeat endlessly, "Leave me alone, get away from me," and you think you are fighting them off, but actually, you are just providing them with energy, making them cling to you even more. Secondly, you do not have the right to judge or change anything. Everything you see and experience should be accepted as if they were paintings on display, whether you like them or not. There may be many paintings in an exhibition that are not to your taste, but it would never occur to you to demand that they be removed from the exhibition room. Once you have recognized the pendulum's right to exist, you also have the right to leave it behind, remaining free of its influence. The main thing is not fight it, judge it, get angry, or lose your self-control, because by doing so, you agree to play the game. The pendulum should be calmly taken for granted as a necessary evil and left at that. Any position of opposition supplies the pendulum with energy. Before you can fully understand what it means to choose, you have to know how to decline. Most people have a vague idea of what they do want, but know exactly what they do not want. In an effort to get rid of things or events they do not want in their life, people act in a manner that has the opposite effect. To decline something, you have to first accept its existence. The word accept in this context does not mean to embrace something and let it into your personal space. It means simply to recognize its right to exist and then pass by indifferently. To accept and let go of something means to consider the meaning of something and let it pass, waving goodbye as it leaves. This is much more effective than letting something into your personal space, becoming attached to something, and then trying to oppose it. When you think about the things you do not want, you attract them further into your life. Imagine a person who detests apples. Rather than simply paying them no attention, it irritates the person that apples exist at all. On a material level, they get annoyed every time they see an apple and openly express their disgust. On an energetic level, the person may as well be hungrily pouncing on apples, stuffing their mouth and chomping loudly, screaming about how much they hate apples, stuffing their pockets, only to be sick, and once again complain about how they just cannot stomach apples. What the person does not realize is that they could simply delete apples from their experience of life. It does not matter whether you love or hate. If your thoughts are latched onto the object of your emotions, your thought energy will be attuned to a certain frequency, and you will end up caught by a pendulum and transferred to a corresponding lifeline where the object of your fixation is present in abundance. If you want to eradicate something from your life, all you have to do is stop thinking about it, pass it by with indifference, and it will disappear. To eliminate something from your life, ignore it. Do not avoid it. There is a difference. When you avoid something, it means you have let it into your personal space, but are now actively trying to get rid of it. To ignore something means not to react to it, and, consequently, not to experience its presence in your space. Imagine that you are a radio. If your day-to-day life is like waking up every day, listening to a radio program that you hate, all you have to do is tune it to a different frequency. You might think that you can protect yourself from unwanted pendulums by putting up iron boundaries between yourself and the world, but this is an illusion. Putting on protective armor is like saying, I am a blank wall. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I do not know anything. I won't talk to anyone. I am unavailable. It requires a huge amount of energy to support this kind of protective field. A person who deliberately isolates themselves from the world will find themselves in a constant state of tension. Aside from that, the energy of their protective field will be vibrating at the same frequency as the pendulum against which their defense is directed. This is exactly what the pendulum wants. The pendulum does not care whether you provide it with your energy willingly or not. True protection from a pendulum is to be found in emptiness. If I am empty, there is nothing for the pendulum to hook onto. There is no point in playing a game with a pendulum or trying to protect yourself from it if it can simply be ignored. When you can ignore the pendulum, its energy will pass by you, dissipating into space without causing you any harm. Your pendulum cannot push your buttons or upset you if you are empty in relationship to it. The pendulum's principal objective is to attract as many adherents as possible and reap their energy. If you ignore the pendulum, it will leave you alone and switch its focus to others who can be drawn into the game and attuned to the necessary resonance frequency. A basic example of this would be a dog that starts following you, barking loudly. If you turn around to face the dog, it will bark even louder. And yet, if you take it seriously and start trying to dodge it or fight it, the dog will follow you for a long time just because it wants someone to lock horns with. If you ignore the dog from the outset, it will simply switch its attention to someone else and will not be at all offended that you paid it no attention. The dog is too absorbed in its goal of sourcing energy to think about anything else. The dog is a metaphor. It could be a person or a troublemaker of some kind. The principle is the same. If someone is getting to you, see whether the model of the destructive pendulum fits that person. It will probably be a perfect match. If you cannot deal with the situation, choose not to react to provocation. Ignore the person totally, because, whilst they are getting your energy, they will not leave you alone. When you get into a conflict with someone, or hate them in passive silence, you are directly giving them your energy. To stop giving away your energy means to stop thinking about them altogether, to erase them from your mind. When you can say to yourself, "They're not worth it," and really mean it, that person will disappear from your life. We often come across situations, however, where it is not that easy to ignore the pendulum. For example, if your boss demands something from you, an outright refusal or open defense of yourself would entail a loss of energy, because both approaches amount to fighting the pendulum. You can, however, act as if you are willing to play the pendulum's game, as long as you remain aware of the fact that you are just pretending. Imagine a heavily built, burly man was to come at you with a sledgehammer and take a blow at you. If you react as if you are totally unperturbed, neither going to defend yourself nor attack him, you could calmly step aside and observe the man take his sledgehammer and hack down into an empty space beside you. When you behave in this calm and unperturbed manner, the pendulum cannot hook into you and instead falls past you into empty space. The same principle is central to certain martial arts like Aikido. In Aikido, when one player makes an attack, the opponent defends by taking the other player by the arm and moving in the direction of the attack, as if casually seeing them on their way. Without having to exert any force, the defending player sends their opponent flying in the direction of the original attack. The secret lies in not trying to block the attack. The players learn to accept the momentum of the attack and to move with the other player in this direction for a while before letting go. The energy of the attack is spent in empty space because there is nothing to catch hold of. The technique of the gentle dodge lies in responding with acceptance when the pendulum makes its first blow, and then diplomatically stepping back, or subtly directing the movement in the direction that suits you. For example, imagine your boss is stressed and heaps a pile of work on you, demanding it be done exactly in the way he thinks best. You know that the work would be better done differently, or maybe the work does not ordinarily come within your responsibilities. If you object, argue, or defend yourself, your boss will simply demand that you accept his authority and do what he says. After all, he has made a decision, and you are defying him. Do the opposite. Listen carefully and agree with everything he says. This allows the pendulum to discharge its first impulsive surge of energy. Then, start carefully discussing the details of the job. By now, you will have accepted your boss's energy and be radiating at his frequency. Because it has not met with any opposition, the energy of your boss's initial approach will gradually subside. It is not advisable to tell your boss that you know better how the job should be done. Neither is it advisable to refuse to do the job or get into an argument. It is much more diplomatic to ask for his advice on how he thinks the job could be done most efficiently, or how, perhaps, another employee could do it more effectively. By doing this, you are swinging along with the pendulum, but you are doing it consciously, from the position of the observer, without being caught up in the game. The pendulum, on the other hand, continues to swing completely absorbed by its own game. In the game, the pendulum is the one who makes the decisions. The others agree with it or consult it for advice. If you try out this approach, you will see that energy, which was previously directed at you, will be redirected towards a colleague or other potential solution to a problem. For you, personally, the pendulum will have been defeated. Stopping a pendulum. There are some situations where the pendulum cannot be defeated, which means it cannot be ignored or escaped. I had a friend once who was a really nice, kind-hearted guy, as well as being gifted with incredible physical strength. Late one evening, we were traveling in a tram and spotted a group of bullies looking for trouble. In other words, a really destructive pendulum. There were quite a few of them, and they were feeding each other with negative energy, convinced of their own invulnerability. As a rule, this type of group needs to be constantly bullying someone who will react to their provocation in order to increase their energy level. The men in the group started picking on my friend, probably because the kind and peaceful expression on his face suggested he was easy prey. They tried in any way they could to pick a fight by insulting and taunting him. However, my friend remained silent and refused to be provoked. In other words, he was trying to defeat the pendulum. I decided not to get involved because I knew he had nothing to fear, whereas the thugs were really risking it. Finally, my friend could not take it any longer and got up from his seat and headed for the exit. The most brazen adherent blocked his way. Then my friend, who was by now totally cornered, grabbed the punk by the scruff of the neck and delivered a powerful blow to his head. The victim's face was smashed to a pulp. The remaining toughies froze with fear and amazement. My friend turned to grab the next one, who, in a trembling voice, mumbled, "That's enough, man. Stop." The energy of the pendulum had been instantly dispersed, and its adherents, who were very taken aback, edged slowly away from him, finally tumbling out of the tram. Of course, people like my friend who can stand up for themselves are lucky, but what do you do if you are not like that? If there is nowhere to retreat to, you can stop the pendulum swing by doing something extraordinary that no one would ever expect. Somebody told me a story once about a man who was cornered by a pack of fearless street gang members. He was about to get beaten up when he turned to the gang leader with an insane stare and said, "What would you like me to break first, your jaw or your nose?" The question clearly did not fit with the usual script, and the gang leader was taken aback for a moment. Then, with unhealthy enthusiasm, the man cried, "Or maybe I'll just tear your ear off." And with that, he grabbed the gang leader by the ear, who let out an agonizing cry. The entire scenario that the gang was used to playing out had gone awry. The gang leader was no longer thinking about beating anybody up. His only concern was how to save his ear from the madman's grip. The gang let the man go, assuming he was a psychiatric patient, and he escaped a fatal beating. If you ever find yourself in a situation that you know will unfold according to a set script, do something surprising. It does not matter what you do, as long as it is something that does not fit with the standard script. This will stop the pendulum's swing. As long as you are acting out a prepared script, you are effectively agreeing to play by the pendulum's rules and give away your energy at the resonance frequency. If, however, the vibrational frequency of your energy differs significantly from that of the pendulum, dissonance will be created which will disturb the pendulum's beat. At the same time, it is not worth looking for trouble if you are dealing with a pendulum that has nothing to lose. If you are mugged by a person who is desperate for money, it is better to hand over your wallet right away. Some people even carry a 10-pound note with them, just in case they end up in a similar situation. If the robber is a drug addict or mentally ill, even a martial arts expert could end up losing their life. Obviously, it is better to have no contact with all types like this, just as you would avoid a rabid dog. If things were to suddenly go wrong, it could end in a tragic and yet absurd death. A sense of humor and strong imagination can be very helpful if you want to stop a pendulum swing, because they can help you transform your irritation into a game. For example, imagine that you are being tormented by the crush of a crowd of people on the street or in public transport. Everyone is rushing in the opposite direction, making it difficult for you to make your way. Now, imagine that you are in Antarctica and that all the people around you are actually penguins, waddling, fussing and pottering about in their own funny way. Imagine that you are a penguin too. Holding this image in your mind, the people who had seemed so irritating just a few moments ago will appear more pleasant, even evoking your curiosity. Of course, it is difficult to control yourself at moments when what you really want to do is vent your anger and have a good rant. At these times, it is hardest of all to remember that a pendulum is behind it all, trying to incite a response so that it can draw on your energy. Do not respond to provocation. The pendulum is like a vampire that exploits the anesthetic of your habit of responding negatively. Even now, despite having listened to these words, you could express your irritation if you were distracted by an unwanted telephone call. If you set yourself the goal of remembering until it becomes habit, you will gradually work up immunity to the provocation of pendulums. You will probably have noticed how, when you respond to a disappointing situation with irritation, displeasure, or other negative emotion, the situation escalates in the same spirit, or other things start to go wrong too. This is the pendulum swinging higher and higher. If you react, you end up being the one to push it higher. It is more effective to act in the opposite manner, either not reacting at all or reacting in an abnormal way. For example, if, when you find yourself in an unpleasant situation, you respond with false enthusiasm or wacky delight, the pendulum swing will be brought to rest, and you will see that the provocation stops with it. Earlier, we said that the habit of reacting negatively to unpleasant circumstances triggers the pendulum's mechanism for capturing thought energy. This habit will fade if you decide to play your own game in which you deliberately substitute negative emotion with positive emotion. Confidence for fear, enthusiasm for gloom, indifference for resentment, joy for irritation. Try reacting inappropriately to small nuisances. You have nothing to lose. It might seem a silly game to play, but the pendulum will have no chance. The game style only seems silly because pendulums have trained us to exclusively play the games that are of benefit to them. You can experiment with forcing the pendulum to play your game. You will enjoy it and be surprised to discover what a powerful technique it is. The working principle is this. When you radiate thought energy at a different frequency to the pendulum's resonance frequency, you are in dissonance with the pendulum. The dissonance stills the pendulum's sway in relationship to your personal energy, the result being that the pendulum leaves you in peace. There is another interesting method aimed at gently bringing a pendulum to rest. If someone is getting to you or causing you a problem, try and work out what that person is missing and what they need. It could be health, confidence, or peace of mind. If you think about it, these are 3 things we all need to feel fulfilled. Ask yourself what the person you are finding so challenging might really need at that moment. For example, if your boss shouts at you, maybe they are tired or having problems at home, and what they really need is a little peace of mind. Imagine your boss relaxing in a comfortable armchair, watching the television, sitting beside an open fire, fishing by a river, or having a beer with his friends. Perhaps you know of something else your boss likes to do. It may be that your boss is being pressured to take on more responsibility and is afraid of doing so. Perhaps what he needs is confidence. Imagine your boss skiing confidently, driving around in a sports car, or being the center of attention at a party. Your boss might be in some kind of pain. Imagine him feeling happy and fresh, swimming in the sea, riding a bicycle, or playing football. Of course, it is better to imagine them doing what they specifically like to do in their free time, but you do not have to guess. It is enough to simply imagine the person feeling content and happy. What is really happening in a situation like this, where your boss suddenly appears on the scene with a problem, or it could be someone else like a bugger? Try to instantly distract yourself from whatever the problem is. That way, you avoid putting your head into the noose that locks your thoughts into a certain frequency from the very outset. Now, imagine this person receiving exactly what they need. What does a robber need? To eat, drink, get high? Visualize an image of the person's fulfillment. If you are successful, you can consider the problem solved. After all, the pendulum does not swing randomly. Something specific shifts it out of balance, causing it to start swaying. Consciously or unconsciously, the pendulum is seeking for the one thing that will restore its balance. The energy of your thoughts, set to a certain positive frequency, will do that, at least indirectly, and the pendulum will instantly substitute its aggression with goodwill as a result. If this is hard to believe, test out the technique for yourself. A pendulum person approaches you with a problem which you solve, not in an obvious way, but on an energetic level. The technique is based on the principle that stops a pendulum. You give the pendulum your energy, but only a tiny piece of it in comparison to the amount of energy you could have lost had you been drawn into the pendulum's game. Besides that, you have also done a good deed by helping someone in need, if only for a short time. The interesting thing is that this person will adopt a friendlier attitude towards you, even though they may never guess why they feel so comfortable in your company. That can be your secret. The same technique can be successfully applied in cases where you need something from someone who is absorbed in their own problems and not in the mood to collaborate. If, for example, you need an official signature on a document and you suspect they might be ill-disposed towards you, try treating them to a healthy dose of visualization, and you will find that they will be quite amenable. The last question is where all the energy goes when a pendulum is brought to rest. The answer is that the energy comes to you. Having coped with the problem once, you become stronger. The next time you try to solve a problem using this technique, it will not be as difficult. Is this not always the way? Fighting a problem head-on only leads to a loss of energy, which is absorbed by the pendulum that created it. Psychologists and psychotherapists are well acquainted with equivalent practices of defeating or stopping a pendulum. In this sense, the techniques described here are nothing new. However, they will be of value to anyone unfamiliar with practical psychology and give a clear understanding of how and why psychological protection is so effective. Simple solutions to complex problems. Another practical value of these techniques for defeating or stopping a pendulum is acquiring the ability to solve all kinds of problems. Complicated situations in your personal life, conflict, unfavorable circumstances, or simply a set task. There are always simple solutions to complex problems. The key to solving a problem always lies somewhere on the surface. The question is how to spot it. The pendulum that creates the problem obscures your vision, making it harder to find the key. The goal of a destructive pendulum is always to feed on your energy. To do this, it has to attune the vibration of your thought energy to the frequency of the problem and keep it there. This is easy to do if you are convinced that the problem is complex. If you accept the game rules, the pendulum will take you by the hand and lead you into an intricate labyrinth. Only later will you look back in hindsight and see how easily the mystery could have been solved. If you play on someone's complexes by scaring, worrying, or confusing them, they will take the bait and readily agree how complicated the problem really is. You do not even have to scare a person to achieve the same effect. Most people will agree that there are no easy solutions to the majority of their problems. We are all constantly confronted with difficulties of some kind over the course of our lives, especially when we face something new or unfamiliar. Approaching problems with anxiety or even a reverential fear is, for most people, a deeply rooted habit. When weighing up their ability to deal with a problem, most people verge on the side of self-doubt. Consequently, all this anxiety is an excellent puppet string. A pendulum can act via its adherents, i.e., people who are connected with a particular problem, as well as non-living objects. The pendulum holds a person's thought energy at a certain frequency, sucking their energy whilst they carry the burden of the problem. You might think that focusing on the problem would help you to concentrate on finding a solution to it. And yet, the opposite happens. It actually hinders you from finding a solution. The pendulum focuses our thinking on a very narrow sector of the informational field. As a result, a person thinks and acts within the limits of a narrow corridor, unable to see the bigger picture or perceive the solution which may well lie outside that sector of the information field. Unusual or intuitive solutions often present themselves when you free yourself from the pendulum and are able to think in a different way. The secret of genius lies in remaining free from the influence of pendulums. While the thought energy of most people is held at certain frequencies by pendulums, the thought energy of a genius is free to attune itself to different frequencies and move into unexplored areas of the information field. The way to avoid getting caught in the pendulum snare is to keep whatever problem you are dealing with in perspective and remain aware of the pendulum's intent to trick you into playing its game. Rent yourself out. Be detached. Try looking at the situation as if you had no emotional attachment to it. Act as you normally would, but remain observant. Don't play the game. Remember that the pendulum wants to take you by the hand and lead you into a complex labyrinth. Do not let the problem get a hold on you, scare, worry, or confuse you. Just remember that there is always a straightforward solution to every problem. Do not accept the complicated interpretation projected by the pendulum. If you are confronted with a problem or tricky situation, be aware of your attitude towards it. Even though the problem may stir up feelings of confusion, fear, resentment, despair, and so on, it is important to change your initial attitude to the exact opposite, because then the problem will either disappear by itself or you will quickly find a simple solution to it. Despite the stereotypes and habits you have already adopted, try to regard any problems you encounter as just another part of the road you're walking along, like any other aspect of it, rather than as obstacles that must be overcome. Do not take the problem on board so that it occupies your inner space. Be empty to the problem. If you have to solve a challenging problem, remember that you do not have to rely solely on logical reasoning. Your subconscious is directly linked to the information field where the solution to any potential problem already exists. Relax. Release any fear or anxiety you may have been experiencing in connection with the issue. Confident in the knowledge that the solution already exists. Let go. Quiet the chatter of the mind and contemplate the nature of emptiness. It is very likely that the solution will come to you instantly, and it will probably be very simple. If this does not work, do not give up returning immediately to the rational thinking process. Try the exercise again. You will probably find that it works the second time. This exercise develops the ability to obtain knowledge intuitively. You just have to make it a habit. This method really does work if you are able to stay detached and free yourself from the pendulum. This is not always easy, but later in the book, you will discover new methods for dealing with pendulums. For now, we are just at the beginning of the transurfing technique. Are you feeling as if I have taken you by the hand and am leading you into a labyrinth? Stay free, even of those who preach to you of freedom. The suspended state. When you have disentangled yourself from the influence of destructive pendulums, you acquire a newfound freedom. But if you do not have a goal to focus on, you can find yourself hanging in a suspended state. If you have neglected your goals, being because of a preoccupation with defeating the pendulums around you, or stopping their sway, you may end up in a vacuum. On the one hand, conflicts and concerns that previously haunted you fade. Arguments occur less frequently. Anxiety and worry gradually disappear from your life, and all without you really noticing it, like a storm that gradually calms and passes. This is all very positive, but you may discover a downside to this new state. Events that before had you at the center of things now carry on without you. You are no longer as important to other people around you as you used to be, and so they pay you less attention. You have fewer worries, but as yet no new desires have arisen to replace them. There is less pressure from the outside world, but that does not seem to be bringing you any dividends. You have fewer problems, but have not necessarily made any new achievements either. Why is that? The human environment is built entirely on pendulums. Therefore, when a person isolates themselves from these structures, they begin to find themselves in a kind of desert. The suspended state is, therefore, not much better than being dependent on pendulums. It is a bit like when children, who have everything they could possibly want, whine about the fact that there is nothing more to want. They are genuinely unhappy and drive everyone around them up the wall with their whining, because it is human nature to need something to strive for. Your freedom lies in being free from the pendulums of others. There are pendulums, however, that can be of use to you, and these are your personal pendulums. It is essential to recognize the goals you have been conditioned to chase after, which, in fact, lead you further away from your own lifeline of happiness. The task is then to remain free and choose those lifelines on which true success and happiness await you. Pendulums do not necessarily have to represent something detrimental, as long as a person is self-aware. It is never possible to be completely free of pendulums. The question is how to avoid being oppressed by a pendulum's influence so that you can consciously work them in favor of your own purpose. Transurfing offers the specific tools needed to achieve this. Even though it is not possible to free yourself from the phenomenon of pendulums completely, it is not entirely necessary that you do so. On the contrary, at the end of the day, it is pendulums that turn dreams into reality. Summary. A pendulum is created by the energy of a group of people thinking in the same way. A pendulum is an energy-based information structure. A pendulum maintains the thought energy of the adherent at its own vibrational frequency. A harsh battle for adherence takes place between the pendulums. A destructive pendulum forces goals onto its adherents that are not of their own making. A pendulum plays on human emotion, thereby catching the individual in their web. If there is something that you really do not want, it will appear in your life. To free oneself from a pendulum means to give it no place in your life. To give something no place in your life does not mean to try and avoid it. It means to ignore it. To bring a pendulum to rest, you have to change the established game script. Positive visualization will gently bring the swing of a human pendulum to rest. The energy of a stilled pendulum becomes available to you. Problems are solved by defeating or stopping the pendulum that created them. To solve a problem, rent yourself out. To avoid getting stuck in a suspended state, find your own pendulums. It is essential to acquire the habit of remembering what you know. Chapter 3. The Wave of Fortune. Your thoughts return to you like a boomerang. Antipode to the pendulum. Now, we can look at the task I set you earlier of determining which type of pendulums could be described as constructive. The answer is none. It sounds paradoxical, but it is true, and I hope I have not offended the listener by asking a trick question. All pendulums have one and the same goal, which is to receive energy from their adherents. If the energy supply is cut off, then the pendulum's swing stops. A pendulum is constructive only in relationship to itself, never in relationship to an adherent. What could possibly be constructive or creative about the fact that your energy is being taken? Of course, different pendulums are destructive and aggressive to different degrees. It is difficult to imagine a beach volleyball club ganging up against the winter swimming club, and membership to the beach volleyball club is hardly likely to ruin your life. Of course, these types of pendulums still need to feed on the energy of their adherents. If the members become bored of playing volleyball, the life of the club would die, and the pendulum along with it. However, this is nothing compared to the membership of a criminal gang, where one could lose one's freedom or even one's life. One might ask how a person can be giving their energy to the pendulum of the gym where they train, if, whilst they are there, they are completely focused on getting fit. You are focused entirely upon yourself whilst you are training, but you are still obliged to observe a certain set of rules. At home, you can do whatever you like, but at the gym, all its members are required to act in relatively the same way, to follow the established rules of the system, and, in this way, make their energy available to the pendulum. If all the club's members suddenly leave, the pendulum will no longer receive its source of energy, and therefore stop swinging. The question can be put in a different way. Do energetic structures exist that do not require your energy? It turns out that they do. One is the wave of fortune, or set of circumstances that are favorable to you personally. Every individual has their own wave of fortune. Sometimes you are lucky with something, and then a whole cascade of other pleasant events unfold unexpectedly, as if the sun had really chosen to shine on you. A cascade of pleasant events may not always follow the first, but if the first sign of good fortune pleased you and lifted your spirits, then a cascade of the same will definitely follow. The wheel of fortune and bluebird of happiness are not simply abstract metaphors. The wave of fortune is really a set of lifelines that are auspicious for you personally. The alternatives space contains everything, including lines like golden veins that run through the information field. If you have found the outer line of a golden vein and catch onto a piece of good luck, you can slide by inertia onto other lifelines, where events of a similar nature are accumulated and a set of fortuitous circumstances awaits you. If, however, the first piece of good luck is followed by a streak of bad luck, it means that a destructive pendulum has managed to hook into you and draw you away from the golden vein. The wave of good fortune brings happiness without taking your energy. It can be compared to a sea wave that carries an exhausted swimmer onto the shore. The wave of fortune will carry you onto happy lifelines. Like the pendulum, the wave has no interest in your fate, but it has no need of your personal energy either. If you want to, you can float with the wave and let it carry you, but if you do not want to go with the wave, it will pass you by with no regret. The wave of fortune is a temporary formation. It does not feed on the energy of other beings, and so eventually fades, like sea waves break upon the shore. The wave of fortune sometimes touches your life in the form of good news. The wave of good fortune brings in information from other lifelines. In comparison with your current lifeline, the resonance of the information is perceived as good news. The task is to grab hold of the rope and pull yourself onto the line that the information originated from. For there, you will find not just good news, but fortuitous circumstances also. It seems as if the wave comes and goes, whereas, in actual fact, the wave of fortune does not move, increase in strength, or weaken. In this model, we have used the term wave as a metaphor, but, as has already been mentioned, the wave of fortune is stationary in the alternative space, existing in the form of more rewarding lifelines. In fact, it is the discontinuity created by moving among different lifelines that creates the impression of the wave as you either take hold of a stroke of luck, embracing the blessing and inviting it into your life, or distance yourself from it, distracted by other pendulums. Because the wave has no interest in you personally, it is easy to lose sight of. The wave will pass you by and set off on its own way. This is why people are inclined to believe that the bluebird of happiness is hard to catch. You do not actually have to make a huge effort to saddle a wave of good luck. It is a question of choice. If you accept the wave of fortune into your life, it will stay with you. If you allow yourself to be influenced by a destructive pendulum and become immersed in its negative energy, you will be distanced from the wave of good fortune. As they say, finders keepers, losers weepers. The bluebird will happily peck grains from your hand. You do not have to catch the bird, but neither must you drive it away. This is one of the most paradoxical aspects of the freedom of choice. People really can choose happiness and success for themselves, and yet, at the same time, remain restricted by pendulums that lead them away from the wave of fortune. Here we return to a theme we discussed earlier. To claim freedom of choice, you must be independent. You have the right to be free of the influence of other people's pendulums. Now, we will clarify how you can claim this right. The boomerang. Most people's minds are filled with constant chatter. If the chatter is not controlled, negative thoughts begin to dominate very often. As people, we are most concerned with what we fear, with what oppresses or displeases us. The human psyche has developed over a period of thousands of years under the influence of destructive pendulums, which have kept people in a condition of fear so that they can be manipulated. As a result, people tend to have a very clear idea of what they do not want and yet have a very vague idea of what they do want. To align your will with the negative thought machine means to play the game of a destructive pendulum and radiate energy at its resonance frequency. This is a very detrimental habit. It is entirely in your interests to replace it with the habit of consciously controlling your thoughts. Whenever your mind is unoccupied, when you are traveling, going for a walk, or doing work that does not require deep concentration, make sure that you program yourself to think positive thoughts. Do not think about what you have been unable to achieve. Think about what you want to achieve, and you will achieve it. If, for example, you do not like the house you are living in, you will probably say to yourself, "I'm sick and tired of this house. Everything about it irritates me. I'll be so happy when I move to a new place. I can't help it. I just hate it." With thoughts such as these, there is no way that you could possibly receive what you want. Even if you are definitely moving to a new home, you can be sure that huge disappointments await you. Okay, you say, but I am still leaving this old shed and moving into a luxurious mansion. What disappointments could possibly await me? The greater your enmity for the home you currently live in, the more unpleasant surprises you can expect to experience in your new place. You can expect all sorts of problems: a leaking tap, peeling paint, crumbling walls, pestering neighbors. In short, anything that maintains the parameters of your current negativity. It makes no difference whether you are living in the old house or the new one. You may find a life path equipped with all the mod cons, but you will be as dissatisfied as you were before. The alternatives space has no shortage of luxurious houses where you will feel like you are living in hell. If you have nowhere else to move to, you are all the more likely to stay living in a space you cannot bear, because your thoughts are unlikely to be attuned to the frequency of a lifeline on which you are successful in finding the house of your dreams. You are currently thinking about the things you do not like and, consequently, radiating negative energy which matches the lifeline you are on now. Until you change the vibration of your energy, you will just have to keep putting up with the same line. Changing your vibration, however, is not that difficult to do. First of all, accept the current situation and let go of feelings of dissatisfaction and resentment. If you try, you can find little causes for joy in any situation. Even if you do not like your house, be grateful to it for having taken you in and looked after you. There may be wind and rain outside, but the house takes it all for you, keeping you warm and safe. Surely, the house at least deserves some recognition. If, in this moment, you are thankful for what you have and feel love for all the things that are helping you to survive, you will radiate positive energy. Then, if you so desire, you can quite realistically expect an improvement in your circumstances. When you finally do move, make a point of thanking everything that surrounded you in your previous home. Even the things you plan to throw away deserve your gratitude. In these moments, you are transmitting positive energy into the environment, which will return to you later. Secondly, start thinking about the house you would like to have. This is a little harder to do than simply being irritated by the things that surround you right now, but the goal is worth it. What is better, to react to every external irritation like an oyster in a shell, or to make a little effort and change your habits? Look through estate agency advertisements with photographs of houses. Go window shopping in search of furniture and decorations, and live the thoughts of what you want to have. We always end up getting the things and situations which our thoughts are most strongly attached to. Our thoughts always come back to us like a boomerang. There are so many examples that illustrate how a negative attitude can ruin your life. Imagine that you are getting ready to go on holiday in the south, where it is hot, but the weather where you live is terrible. You walk outside cringing from the cold wind and getting soaked in the rain. Naturally, it is difficult to derive much pleasure from this type of weather, but you can at least take a neutral standpoint and ignore the potentially destructive pendulum associated with it. If you openly express your displeasure, you are accepting the pendulum and pushing it to make it swing higher. You say to yourself, "Soon I will be in the south, enjoying the sunshine and warm sea. So sod this dump. This kind of attitude is hardly likely to attune you to a lifeline filled with heavenly pleasures. You just will not ever get there. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security simply because you have already bought your ticket. You could easily arrive to find more bad weather or some other issue. Everything will turn out fine as long as you stay positive. It is not enough to make sure you are not taking in negative energy from without. You have to make sure that you are not putting out negative energy too. If you shout at someone because you are irritated by something they have done, you can be certain that soon afterwards, something will go wrong or some kind of annoyance or problem will arise. The parameters of the negative energy you are transmitting correspond to lifelines where you experience irritation, and so you are inevitably carried in the direction of lifelines where the density of disappointments and misfortune is higher than average. Do not fall into the trap of self-justification with the thought that the particular irritation could not have been avoided. I have nothing to prove in writing this. Simply observe for yourself how, every time you react negatively, something else regrettable follows. One very clear conclusion can be drawn from all that has been said above. You are always on a lifeline that represents the quality of your energetic vibration. If you take in negative energy, you will experience disappointments in your life, and if you give out negative energy, it will return to you like a boomerang in the form of disappointment. Transmission. Instead of playing the game of a destructive pendulum, seek out pendulums that benefit you in some way by their game. Acquire the habit of giving your attention to all that is positive and good. As soon as you see, read, or hear something pleasing or encouraging, hold it in your thoughts and let it lift your spirits. Imagine that you are walking through a forest where there are beautiful flowers as well as poisonous thorns. Which would you choose? If you pick a bunch of elderberry flowers and put them in a vase in your home, you will soon get a headache. What would be the point of that? It is the same thing as reacting to destructive pendulums. It is better to pick a jasmine flower, admire its beauty, and savor its aroma. Let in the things that are positive, and you will be greeted on your path by ever more good news and auspicious opportunity. Once you have experienced a brief moment of inspiration or joy, it is easy to get pulled back into the stresses of your daily routine. The feeling of elation is forgotten, and the working day takes over. To keep the festive feeling in your life, first and foremost, you have to remember it. Habit makes us jump headfirst back into the monotony of everyday life. The negative pendulums make us forget whatever the good thing was that happened, and we lose a sense of the pleasure it gave us. You have to support the little flame of enthusiasm and nourish the feeling it gives you inside. Observe how life is moving in a better direction, take hold of any straw of happiness you are offered, and look for good signs in everything. At the very least, it will keep you from being bored. It is essential to remember that in every minute you give to the transurfing practice, you are consciously moving toward your dream, setting the course of your own destiny. This in itself imparts a feeling of calm, confidence, and happiness that helps you to stay positive. Once this feeling becomes a habit, you will be constantly riding the crest of the wave of good fortune. Be happy for all that you have in this given moment. Being happy, by definition, is no empty invocation. Sometimes circumstances unfold in such a way that it is genuinely difficult to be content, but nonetheless, from a practical point of view, expressing your dissatisfaction is highly disadvantageous. You want to get to the lifelines that inspire you, but you cannot make that shift if your energy field is filled with the vibration of dissatisfaction. Good lifelines differ in that the circumstances you encounter fill your thoughts with happiness and contentment. Good news is quickly forgotten because it gives us no cause for concern. In contrast, bad news evokes an active response because it poses a potential threat. If you do not let bad news into your heart, you will not allow it into your life. Close yourself off to bad news and remain open to good news. It is important to note and carefully nourish any positive change in your life, for these are the messengers of the wave of fortune. As soon as you hear even slightly encouraging news, rather than forgetting the information immediately afterwards, as you would have done previously, savor, discuss, and track it. Think the news over from all points of view. Take pleasure in it. Make predictions and expect further improvement. In this way, the vibration of your thoughts will remain at the frequency of the wave of good fortune, and you will be attuning yourself to its parameters. The good news will increase, and life will get better. To filter information in this way is neither a practice of mysticism, nor is it a particular quality of the human psyche. It is the nature of reality. The pessimist looks at the world through black-tinted glasses, and the optimist through rose-tinted glasses. Either way, you shift to different lifelines according to the quality of your thoughts. When you are in the right relationship with yourself and your environment, you transmit harmonious energy into the world around you. You create an area of harmonious vibration around yourself, in which everything unfolds successfully. A positive attitude always leads to success and creativity. Negativity, by contrast, is always destructive and aimed at disruption. There is a certain category of individual who prefer to look for problems rather than their solution. This type of person is always happy to discuss their difficulties and seek out new obstacles. People like this usually have trouble offering a practical way out of a situation because they are programmed to search for difficulties rather than solutions. A determination to focus on problems will bring them to you in abundance, leaving you stuck with a situation that is causing you grief. Criticism and targeting the negative side of a situation will always bring fruits of a corresponding nature. This does plenty of harm and not much good. Look around and you will find people like this in your circle of friends and acquaintances. This is not to say they are good or bad. They are firmly hooked up by a destructive pendulum. The majority of people respond antagonistically to any undesirable event that occurs in their lives. As a rule, any event which does not follow the original script is claimed undesirable. The opposite is also true. We can only perceive success in forms that correspond to the expectations of our original script. A person might be terribly upset about being late for a plane, which then crashes. The opposite can also happen, where a person lets a unique opportunity pass them by because it did not fit into their plans. The more negative your thoughts about life, the worse your life will become. The more a person worries about failure, the more readily new failures will appear in their life. As the saying goes, as the call, so the echo. A person who chooses this way of being practices the opposite of transurfing on a daily basis. They are sliding down a lifeline that can only lead to their personal hell. Take the exact opposite position. Be joyful in the face of failure and deliberately look for even the slightest blessing. You can always find something. Maintain the perspective that the glass is half full. The rather banal saying that everything happens for a reason always stands true if you decide to make it your tenet. You have to firmly hold your course in the direction of all that is good, letting go of the old habit of getting upset and downhearted at any minor obstacle. If a person is strong, every failure they experience is taken to be a useful lesson, making them tougher and more experienced. Find joy in all parts of your world and you will transform it into paradise. This is, of course, a very unusual way of behaving, but it fits the unusual goal of becoming your own genie and making all your wishes come true. Unusual goals require unusual methods. It is difficult to practice this type of behavior at first because the old habit of reacting negatively to anything that disappoints us is so deeply entrenched. The most important thing to remember when you suffer a setback is that the setback has been created by a pendulum that is trying to get its hook into you. Once you remember this fact, you can make a conscious choice as to whether you would rather vent your negative emotions and give energy to the pendulum, or gain victory over the pendulum by leaving it without a scrap of your emotional energy. Once you can remember this, it is not that difficult to defeat a pendulum or still its sway. As has already been said, pendulums pull on your emotional strings, and your habits are the trigger for the mechanism that captures your thoughts. Even though you have just listened to this chapter and have set yourself the goal of not responding to any bitter pill, you may still fall into the old pattern of expressing a negative reaction. However, you will become conscious of the fact that you forgot and respond out of habit instead. As soon as you can remember in time, the situation will be under your control. You will laugh to yourself. Aha! So, it's you again, you old pendulum. You won't hook me so easily this time. You will be free to accept or reject the pendulum consciously. You will no longer be the puppet. If you practice this technique consistently, with time, you will succeed in replacing the old habit with a new one. Until that happens, pendulums will try to provoke you in all kinds of ways. You will notice how, as soon as you start behaving differently, you are bombarded with unpleasant news and circumstances, as if someone was deliberately trying to thwart you. Do not give up. On the whole, these will be small frustrations rather than anything more serious. If you do not give up and learn to remember, the victory will be quite impressive. Mind my words. Another possible result is that the next time you meet with the wave of fortune, pendulums will not succeed in distracting you from it, and the bird of happiness will remain in your hand. In order to fully embrace the bird, you have to surround yourself with positive energy. You have to become a transmitter of positive energy, as well as a receiver of exclusively positive energy. If you can do this, the world around you will very quickly change for the better, and you will easily slide into more successful lifelines. In the end, the wave of fortune will greet you, lift you up, and rush forward, carrying you on to success. Transurfing does not end with learning to ride the wave of good fortune. This is just the first step. As you listen, you will see that there are many more surprising discoveries to be found. Magic rituals. To conclude this chapter, I want to share an example of how the technique of attuning to the wave of success works. There are various situations in which people automatically make attempts to attune to this frequency, even though they may not be aware of what they are doing on an energetic level. For example, the beginning of the day, traders often give their first buyer a significant reduction. Intuitively, they feel that their first buyer is very important, and so they give a good deal to the first buyer to secure the day's trade. In the language of transurfing, they are tuning to the vibration of successful trading. It is difficult to simply hold the idea of a good day's trade in mind, whereas the first sale instills the trader with real hope and faith, as a result of which the attunement takes place of its own accord. Through action, the trader has mounted the wave of successful trading by radiating thought energy with corresponding parameters. The trader believes that their wares will sell quickly, and buyers are immediately gripped by the vibration of this thought and obediently make a purchase when the trader hints at the idea, convinced that they have found a bargain. Another curious magic ritual is used by market traders who brush paper money across their wares. Of course, of itself, this action has no impact, and, in essence, there is no magic in this ritual. However, if the trader believes in the power of the ritual, it will help them to attune to the frequency of the lifeline of successful trading. The attunement takes place on a subconscious level. The person performing the ritual is only aware of the superficial, visual side of the ritual, but nonetheless, for whatever reason, it works. The ritual works as a theatrical requisite rather than as a power unto itself. The key power involved is the thought energy of the person carrying out the ritual. People in different professions invent their own magical rituals, which they conduct to help them in various situations. People believe in them and apply them in order to attune to a successful lifeline and mount the wave of good fortune. As you already know, it is not the form the ritual takes that matters, but the result it produces. Summary. The wave of good fortune is an accumulation of favorable lifelines in the alternatives space. A cascade of good luck follows only if you have let yourself become imbued with the joyful energy evoked by the first stroke of luck. Destructive pendulums will try to coax you away from the wave of fortune. When you overcome dependence on pendulums, you win your freedom. By taking on and transmitting negative energy, you create your own hell. By accepting and transmitting positive energy, you create your own heaven. Your thoughts always return to you like a boomerang. Pendulums cannot throw you off the wave of fortune once remembering has become a habit. The habit of remembering is developed through consistent practice. Chapter 4. Balance. Taking care without worrying. Excess potential. Everything in nature strives towards balance. Changes in air temperature are balanced by wind. Differences in temperature are compensated by thermal exchange. Wherever there is excess potential of any energy form, balanced forces emerge to correct the imbalance. We are so accustomed to such statements on the nature of things that we fail to ask ourselves why it must necessarily be so, or how exactly the law of balance works. Laws do not actually explain anything. They are just statements of fact. All laws of nature are secondary and derived from the law of balance. The law of balance is primary, at least it appears to be, and it is impossible to explain why equilibrium should exist in nature in the first place, or, more specifically, where balanced forces originate from, and why, indeed, they exist at all. The fact that we have become accustomed to something doesn't mean it is the way things necessarily are. One can only imagine what the world would be like were it not for the law of balance. An atmospheric jelly, or an aggressive furnace, perhaps. However, the unsightliness of such a world is hardly a reason to support the existence of the law of balance. So we are left to accept it as fact and to wonder, in admiration, at the perfection of the world, nonetheless puzzling over the question of what governs it all. We are used to the fact that there are good and bad spells in life, and that success is followed by defeat, for this is all manifestation of the law of balance. Success, like misfortune, destroys the balance. Complete balance is when nothing happens. Absolute balance doesn't exist, or at least no one has yet managed to observe it. Oscillation is observed everywhere in the world, night and day, incoming and outgoing tides, birth and death, etc. Even in a vacuum, elementary particles are involved in a process of continual birth and dematerialization. The entire world can be seen in the form of pendulums that oscillate, fade, and interact with one another. Every pendulum receives a jolt from its neighbors and, in turn, gives out its own. One of the main laws governing this complex system is the law of balance. Ultimately, everything strives towards balance. You are also a kind of pendulum. If you take it into your head to destroy the balance and sway sharply in a particular direction, you will brush against the neighboring pendulums, creating commotion all around, which will then turn against you. Balance can be destroyed by actions and also by thoughts, and not only because thought is followed by action. As you know, thoughts radiate energy. In the world of material realization, everything has an energetic foundation. Everything that occurs on an invisible level is reflected in the world of visible material objects. It might seem as if the energy of our thoughts is not powerful enough to have an impact on the world around us, and, if that were the case, everything would be a lot simpler. However, let's not make guesses about what's happening on an energetic level. Otherwise, we could get entangled in a knot of conjecture. For our purposes, it is enough to accept the simplified model of balance. Where excess potential appears, balanced forces emerge to eliminate it. Excess potential is created by mental energy when too much importance is given to a particular object. For example, let's compare two situations. In one situation, you are standing on the floor in your house, and in the other, you are standing on the edge of a precipice. In the first case, the situation causes you no concern. In the second case, the situation is of grave significance. One careless movement and the mistake is irreparable. On an energetic level, however, the fact of simply standing is of equal significance in both cases. Standing above a precipice, your fear heightens intensity and creates inhomogeneity in the energy field. At this point, balanced forces emerge, aimed at neutralizing the excess potential. You can even feel their influence. On the one hand, an inexplicable force seems to pull you downwards, and, on the other, another force draws you to step away from the edge. To eliminate the excess potential of your fear, the balanced forces are required either to drag you away from the edge or to cast you downwards and be done with it. It is the impact of the balanced forces that you are experiencing. On an energetic level, all material objects are of equal significance. It is we that attribute specific qualities to them, such as good, bad, cheerful, sad, attractive, repulsive, kind, wicked, simple, complex, etc. Everything in this world is subject to our assessment. The assessment itself does not create inhomogeneity in the energy field. Sitting in an armchair at home, you can make the assessment that sitting there is safe, but standing at the edge of a precipice is dangerous. At the moment of making the assessment, the situation you are considering does not worry you, and so balance is in no way disturbed. Excess potential only appears in cases where the level of importance attributed to the assessment is excessive. The amount of potential is increased if the assessment which is attributed huge value also greatly distorts reality. Generally speaking, if an object is very important to us, we are incapable of objectively assessing its quality. For example, an object of worship is always attributed excess worth, and an object of hate, excess detriment, an object of fear, terrifying qualities. Thought energy strives to artificially produce a certain quality there, where, in fact, it is not present. As a result, excess potential is created, which summons the wind of balanced forces. The bias of the assessment, which is a distortion of reality, is twofold. The object in question is excessively attributed either negative or positive qualities. However, of itself, an error of assessment plays no role in the matter. Note that the bias in assessment generates excess potential only if it is attributed great meaning. It is only the importance that the assessment has for you personally that enables your energy to be transmitted to it. Excess potential is invisible and intangible, and yet it plays a significant and even insidious role in people's lives. When balanced forces eliminate excess potential, they can generate myriad problems. Paradoxically, the end result is often the exact opposite of the original intention, and people do not understand why this happens. It is this phenomenon that sometimes makes us feel as if some inexplicable dark force has a grip on our lives, like Sod's Law. We touched on this when we were discussing why people get what they do not want rather than what they do want. Here is another example of how what we desire slips away from us. Some people believe that if you devote yourself fully to your work, you will achieve excellent results. If you look at this position from the point of view of scales and balance, it is obvious that immersing yourself so heavily in work is like placing your work on one dish of the scales and absolutely everything else in the other dish. Naturally, balance is destroyed, and the consequences become visible all too soon. The result of prioritizing work to this extent will be the exact opposite of what you expected. If working harder means earning more money or improving your qualifications, then, of course, a little extra effort will do no harm. Like everything in life, there should be good measure and proportionality. If, however, you are constantly exhausted and have become your own slave driver, then it would be better to slow down a little or even look for a different type of job. Either way, the point is that any effort made beyond measure will inevitably lead to negative consequences. This is what happens on an energetic level. Aside from work, everyone has their own set of values, be it home, family, leisure pursuits, etc. If you juxtapose all your other values with the one value of work, you create strong potential. Everything in nature strives towards equilibrium, which means that, aside from your own will, other forces would come into play to mitigate the consequences of the excess potential you are creating. Balanced forces can work in all sorts of different ways. You may become ill, in which case there could be no question of working any harder. You may start suffering from depression, which would not be altogether surprising, because you would have been so hard on yourself. The voice of the rational mind shouts, "Come on, you must earn more money," while the soul or subconscious objects, "Surely this is not what I came into the world for, to suffer and torture myself. Why bring this on myself?" Eventually, you would become chronically tired, and any plans to be more productive would have to be forgotten. You would probably end up feeling that you were banging your head against a brick wall, getting nowhere fast. When people do overly prioritize their work, there always seems to be someone else around who achieves more whilst making considerably less effort. Once a person achieves a certain level in their job, there can be a tendency to place massive importance on their work. But, unfortunately, the more disproportionately important it becomes, the more likely it is that problems will arise. People assume it is quite natural for there to be problems, but, in reality, the number of problems a person experiences is reduced significantly when they lower their expectations and relax their attachment. The only conclusion that can be drawn from this is that you have to consciously reevaluate your relationship to your work if you want to avoid creating excess potential. It is essential to have free time in which you can do the things you enjoy. People who do not know how to switch off and relax do not know how to work well either. When you arrive at work, detach yourself. Give your head and hands, but do not give away your heart. The work pendulum wants all the energy you can give it, but you did not come into the world simply to work for a pendulum. Your efficiency at work will be noticeably increased when you stop creating excess potential and free yourself from destructive pendulums. Match attachment with integrity. Be careful not to make small errors or faux pas, which would enable others to accuse you of being irresponsible or negligent. It is important to carry out your responsibilities with integrity. Detaching yourself from a situation does not mean behaving carelessly in a slack or slipshod manner. It means to act with a cold mind, without creating excess potential, at the same time as fulfilling the tasks required of you. This approach protects you from being drawn into unpleasant situations. There will always be people you know, or colleagues, who continue to immerse themselves headfirst in their work. On a subconscious level, they will sense that, although you act with impeccability, you are sufficiently emotionally detached not to put yourself on the line completely. These conscientious individuals will instinctively feel the urge to trip their competitor up on some oversight. As soon as you make a mistake, they will be there to criticize you. The sad thing is that the mistake is likely to be something quite mundane and harmless. You might be just a little late for work, or have forgotten something fairly minor. If you had sunk your head in the work sand, as they do, no one would make anything of it. However, once you change your attitude to your work, little things give people the opportunity to accuse you of slacking or lacking in dedication. Situations like these can also arise at home and among your friends, so it is important in any situation where you are detaching yourself to fulfill your responsibilities attentively, thereby not giving anyone the opportunity to reproach you. It is the inner witness, the guardian, that enables you to act with integrity at the same time as holding back from throwing yourself headfirst into the race. The notion of the inner guardian has nothing to do with a split personality. It is the part of yourself that stands in the background and observes what you are doing and how you are doing it. We will return to this theme in forthcoming chapters. Some might say that throwing yourself completely into your work is, on the contrary, a wonderful thing. Of course, it depends on what your work is. Total immersion in your work is only justified from the point of view of balance if it is connected to your personal goal. The personal goal is also a theme we will look at more closely a little later. If you love your work because it coincides with your personal goal, then it can serve as the tunnel that leads to success. This kind of work nourishes your energy, bringing joy, inspiration, and fulfillment. If you are one of the lucky ones who can confidently say that they feel this way about their work, then you have nothing to worry about. Exactly the same goes for study. Later in this chapter, we will look at other situations in life where excess potential is created and the impact of balanced forces. Resentment and judgment. We will begin with the resentment of self. This feeling arises when a person is unfulfilled by their personal achievements and qualities and finds it hard to accept their own weaknesses. It is quite possible to be conscious of your own shortcomings without inflating them into a complex. If you are intensely focused on your own foibles, excess potential will be created. Balanced forces immediately get to work to eliminate the potential. Their action can be focused either on developing certain new qualities or on battling with the original weakness. People have a tendency to work with one or the other, depending on their nature. Most often, a person chooses to battle with the less attractive parts of themselves, and their position turns against them. There is no point in trying to hide weaknesses, and overcoming them can be tricky. Trying to hide them only creates the opposite effect, which makes the situation even worse. For example, when a shy person makes an effort to hide their shyness, they can come across as very held back, or, on the contrary, excessively cheeky. If a person is dissatisfied with their achievements to the degree that it serves as motivation for self-improvement, then balance is not disturbed. The outside world is not affected, and the inner shift towards balance is established via positive action. If a person starts upsetting themselves, beating themselves up, or, even worse, punishing themselves, then a destructive dialogue between heart and mind is created. The heart is self-sufficient, perfect, and does not deserve to be treated so harshly. All shortcomings that a person acquires are shortcomings of the mind, not the soul. You could write a whole book on just the connection between the heart and mind. Suffice to say that conflict between the heart and the mind is greatly undermining. If reason dominates and the soul closes in on itself, life can become chaotic. To avoid having to turn to a psychotherapist further down the road, let yourself go and forgive yourself for your perceived imperfections. Even if you have not yet learned to love yourself, you can at least refrain from fueling the inner battle of self-criticism and accept yourself the way you are. Only then can the heart be the mind's ally, and what a powerful ally it is. Okay, you say, if I let go and leave all my imperfections in peace, how then will I acquire the better qualities I wish to have? I do not want to stop developing. This is not about having to give up the striving to embody whatever qualities you admire. It is about giving up the war with self over your perceived imperfections. When you wage war on yourself with constant criticism, you waste energy by supporting something which is not so much futile as harmful because of the excess potential it creates. When you finally stop battling, energy is freed up that can be channeled into self-development. Although this may sound all incredibly simple, many people do in fact use up a colossal amount of energy battling against themselves, trying to hide their shortcomings. They are like titans committing themselves to a lifetime of carrying a heavy load. All they have to do is lay down the heavy burden, be themselves, and then life would become noticeably easier and simpler. Energy could then be transferred from battling with imperfection to developing more worthy qualities, and the quality of this new energy would correspond to lifelines where positive characteristics outweigh weaknesses. Think about it. How can you shift to a lifeline where your body is in good shape if all your thoughts center around your physical shortcomings? You end up getting what you decisively do not want. When you are dissatisfied with yourself, you enter into conflict with your soul. When you are dissatisfied with the world around you, you end up entering into conflict with a large number of pendulums. As you know, there is absolutely nothing to be gained from succumbing to their influence, and waging war on them does not even bear thinking about. Dissatisfaction represents an energetic vibration whose frequency matches lifelines where the thing you are dissatisfied with is even more clearly present. Being pulled by these lifelines makes you become even more dissatisfied, and the vicious circle continues until you reach a lifeline where you are old and ill, incapable of changing anything for the better, with comfort only to be found in grumbling at the world together with others who are the same, and sharing memories of how much better things used to be in the good old days. Every generation is certain that life is worse today than it used to be, but the truth of the matter is that life has only become worse for one generation, or, more specifically, for those among that generation who wallow in their own discontentment. If life were gradually getting worse with every generation, there would come a point at which humanity would be doomed to living hell. A sorry image, is it not? Wallowing is one aspect of discontentment that makes life appear as if it is gradually getting worse. The other side to the harmful habit of expressing intolerance is that it disturbs the balance. Lack of acceptance creates excess potential in a person's energy space, irrespective of whether that response is justified or not. Excess potential generates balanced forces that strive to restore equilibrium. It would be wonderful if the impact of these forces changed every situation for the better. Unfortunately, it is often the other way around. Balanced forces besiege you so that your complaints about life will have as little weight as possible. This is much simpler than changing all the things about life that you are dissatisfied with. Imagine what would happen if a leader fervently expressed their displeasure at everything taking place in their country. It would not matter whether the leader's intentions were good or bad. History is filled with examples of political leaders who have behaved in such a way and have either been removed from government or physically annihilated as a result. Generally speaking, when a person creates excess potential, the impact of balanced forces is aimed at reducing their influence on the world. This can easily be achieved in many ways, such as via social status, work, income, home, family, health, etc. Now, you can see why the older generation lives the life it does. If you take pleasure in life, it might seem logical, after what has been said above, that balanced forces would be motivated to ruin everything or push you away, but this is not how things work. Unless, of course, joyfulness has been reduced to foolish rapture or wide-eyed enthusiasm. Firstly, a happy person transmits creative energy, which shifts them onto positive lifelines. And, secondly, creative energy does not create the destructive potential that balanced forces strive to eliminate. It is no coincidence that different philosophies and religions have pronounced love in the universal meaning of the word to be the force that created the world. Balanced forces are a product of that same creative force. They simply strive to maintain order and are not capable of turning against the very energy that created them. From the point of view of transurfing, the habit of expressing displeasure at little things is harmful and undermining, whereas the habit of taking pleasure in tiny details is empowering. For this reason, the technique is aimed at substituting the former habit with the latter. The technique is very simple. However banal it sounds, every cloud has a silver lining. If you set yourself the task of looking for the positive in every negative situation you encounter, you will find that it is not actually that difficult to do. It can even be a kind of game. If you play the game consistently, the old habit will be replaced by a new one, which will be of great benefit to you personally, but a nightmare for destructive pendulums. If something terrible happens, which it would be unnatural to see positively, follow the example of King Solomon. King Solomon wore a ring with the inscription, "This too shall pass," on the inside edge of the ring, so that no one else would see it. When the king suffered misfortune or came up against a complex problem, he would turn the ring over and read the words of the inscription. The habit of expressing disapproval has developed under the influence of destructive pendulums that feed on negative energy. Once looking for the positive in life has become a habit, you will generate positive energy, which will build up into a powerful flow, carrying you on to positive lifelines. If you are inspired by the prospect and consistently practice the technique of substituting one focus with another, from time to time you will notice that it is taking less conscious effort, and as the habit becomes more deeply rooted, you will eventually forget altogether that you once had a habit you wanted to change. As soon as you weaken, a pendulum will find a reason to upset you, and you will observe that, once again, you have given it your energy. Do not be disappointed if this happens. If your intention is strong, you will get there, and eventually, destructive pendulums will leave you alone. All you have to do is keep reminding yourself of your original intention. We are all guests in this world, and no one has the right to judge that which they did not create. This statement should particularly be taken in the light of relationships with pendulums. As has already been said, you only make things worse for yourself if you start fighting a destructive pendulum that is causing you resentment. You do not have to play the obedient sheep, but neither should you enter into open confrontation with the world around you. If a pendulum conflicts with you personally, you can apply the methods of defeating or stilling it. When the pendulum tries to draw you into a fight with another pendulum, try to remain self-aware and ask yourself whether doing so would be of any personal benefit. Returning to the metaphor of visiting an exhibition with pictures that you do not like, the saying, "Make yourself at home, but don't forget you are a guest," is very fitting. No one has the right to judge, but everyone has freedom of choice. If you fervently express your discontent, the pendulum benefits. But if you quietly walk away and visit a different exhibit, you will benefit. I hear you ask, but what if there is nowhere else to go? That there is no alternative is a misconception instilled by the pendulum, and this book is dedicated to the task of ridding the listener of this false, limiting belief. Dependent relationships. Idealizing the world is the reverse side of the coin of dissatisfaction. When you idealize the world, things take on a rose-colored tint, and much appears better than it really is. As you know, when a person sees something that is not really there, excess potential is created. To idealize something means to overestimate it, to place it on a pedestal, to worship it, or create an idol to it. The love which creates and rules the world is very different to idealization. However paradoxical it may sound, love is, in essence, dispassionate and unemotional. Unconditional love is admiration without worship or the need to possess. In other words, it does not create interdependent relationships between the one doing the loving and the object of their love. This simple truth helps to determine where love ends and idealization begins. Imagine walking through a mountain valley filled with greenery and flowers. You are thrilled by the incredible landscape. You breathe in the fresh air and aromas, and your soul is filled with happiness and tranquility. This is love. Then you begin to pick the flowers, gripping them in your hands, forgetting that they are alive, and the flowers slowly start to die. Later, it occurs to you that you could make perfume and cosmetics from the flowers, sell them, or even create a flower faith and worship them like icons. This would also represent a form of idealization because, either way, dependency would be created between yourself and the object of your love. In this case, the flowers. At this stage, there is no trace left of the love that existed in the moment of simply enjoying the vision of the flower-filled valley. Can you see the difference? Love generates positive energy which carries you onto corresponding lifelines. Idealization, on the other hand, creates excess potential, generating balanced forces intent on mitigating its impact. The effect of balanced forces is different depending on the situation, but the result is always the same. In general terms, it can be described that balanced forces debunk myths. Depending on the object and the level of idealization involved, the debunking may be stronger or weaker in effect, but balance is always restored. When love changes into a dependent relationship, it is inevitable that excess potential will be created, because the desire to possess something creates an energetic drop in pressure. Dependent relationships are determined by a statement of conditions such as, if you, this, then I, that. There are endless examples of the conditions people place on relationships. If you loved me, you would drop everything and come with me to the end of the world. If you won't marry me, it means you don't love me. If you praise me, I will go out with you. If you don't give me your spade, I'll drive you out of the sandpit, etc. As soon as one thing is compared to another, or juxtaposed with another, balance is destroyed, We often hear that we are like this and they are like that, as an expression of national pride. But in comparison to which nations, and where does this feeling of insecurity come from? Whenever contrast is made, be it positive or negative, balanced forces will eliminate the excess potential it creates. The impact of balanced forces will primarily work against the person creating the potential. Their actions are either aimed at pulling the parties involved apart or at uniting them, which, in turn, leads to a clash or to mutual agreement. All conflicts are based on contrast and contradistinction. An initial statement is made such as, "They are different to us." Then, the statement is developed further. "They have more than we do. Let's take some of theirs." "They have less than we do. We must give them some of ours." "They are worse than we are. We must change them." "They are better than we are. We must fight them." "They do not behave like we do. Something will have to be done about it." All these comparisons in their various guises lead to conflict. They originate with feelings of discomfort within one individual and end in war and revolution. Balanced forces can eliminate contradictions via confrontation and via acceptance, but given the fact that pendulums can feed on aggressive energy more often than not, pendulums often nudge the situation towards confrontation. Below are several examples of the consequences of various types of idealization. Idealization and overvaluation. Overvaluation is when a person is imagined to have qualities they do not, in fact, embody. On one level, the illusions of the mind are quite harmless. On the energetic level, however, they generate excess potential because potential is created wherever there is a flux in quantity or quality. Overvaluation is a projection and concentration of qualities there where they are not present in reality. There are two types of idealization. In the first type, an individual is portrayed as having qualities which are, in fact, totally uncharacteristic. In order to eliminate the resulting inhomogeneity in the energy field, balanced forces have to create some kind of counterforce. For example, a dreamy and romantic young man creates a mental image of his beloved, portraying her as an angel of pure beauty. In reality, it turns out that the young woman in question is a grounded individual who loves having a good time and shows no interest in sharing the dreams of the love-struck young man. Whatever the circumstances, when a person creates an idol of another and places them on a pedestal, the myth will sooner or later be debunked, and the necessary disillusionment follows. In this context, the story of the writer Karl May is quite remarkable. May was the author of some popular adventure novels set in the American Old West, and best known for the characters of Winnetou and Old Shatterhand. May's novels were written in the style of first-person narrator, creating the impression that he had personally participated in the events portrayed in his books, thereby earning great admiration. May's works are as vivid and rich as a film, and so the reader could well assume that the story was a factual account. May's plots were so exciting that he was dubbed the German Dumas. Numerous Karl May fans identified the writer with the famous cowboy, Old Shatterhand. His admirers could hardly have considered any different. After all, they had found an object of admiration and imitation, and one who lived close by, making his persona even more powerful. Imagine their surprise when it was announced that Karl May had never even visited America, and some of the works had been written during his time in prison. The myth was debunked, the illusion dispelled, and the writer's former fans became his execrators. Who was to blame? After all, the readers created the idol themselves and, along with it, a dependent relationship. Yes, you are our hero, but only if the book is a real life story. In the second type of idealization, a person's attention is focused not on a person with illusory qualities, but on rose-tinted dreams and castles in the air. The dreamer lives with their head in the clouds as a way of escaping the ugliness of the reality of life. Obviously, excess potential is created in this situation. To tear down the castles in the air, balanced forces make the romantic individual face harsh reality. Even if the person in question is capable of distracting hundreds with their idea, thereby creating a separate pendulum, the utopia will be flawed because it is based on the bias of excess potential. Sooner or later, balanced forces will stop the pendulum's sway. Here is another example of how an overvalued object exists as an ideal. A woman is imagining what her ideal husband would look like. The more she convinces herself that her future husband must be of a certain type, the stronger the excess potential that is created. The excess potential can only be neutralized by a person who embodies the qualities which are the exact opposite of what the woman wanted to find in her partner. When she meets someone and later discovers what they are really like, the woman asks herself how she could have been so blind. The opposite can also occur. If a woman focuses on how much she hates drunkenness and rudeness in a man, she may fall into the trap of building a relationship with an alcoholic man or a man who badmouths her. Often, people find they have to deal with the things they find totally unacceptable because, in addition to creating excess potential, their thought energy radiates at the frequency of their non-acceptance. Life often brings people together who are very different and who would appear to be totally incompatible. Balanced forces bring people together who have opposite qualities of potential, in that way striving to neutralize the imbalance created by one or the other. The influence of balanced forces can be seen especially clearly in children, because children tend to be more sensitive to energy than adults and behave more naturally. If a child is praised too much, they will start being deliberately naughty. Children lose respect for and even end up despising adults that let the child twist them around their little finger. If a parent does all they can to turn their little boy into a well-brought-up goody two-shoes, the child will probably end up breaking out and getting involved with some kind of street gang. If a parent tries to create a wunderkind out of their child, the likelihood is that they will lose all interest in their studies. The more the parent burdens the child with after-school clubs, activities, and private lessons, the more likely the child is to grow up with a dull personality. The best principle in bringing up children is to behave towards the child, and not only towards children, as if they were guests, i.e., giving them attention, respect, and freedom of choice, without creating excess potential, and without letting them run the show or make your life a misery. The relationship should be constructed on the analogy that you too are no more than a guest in this world. If you accept the rules of the game without going to extremes, you will be free to choose from all that exists in this world. Healthy relationships are as common as unhealthy relationships, and there is a certain balance in the existence of both. Hate exists, and so does love. A quality of a healthy, balanced relationship is that it does not produce excess potential. Potential emerges when there is a noticeable bias in an assessment with regards to the nominal value. Evaluations are relative. On the scale of distortion, 0 can be considered unconditional love. As you know, unconditional love does not support dependent relationships, nor does it create excess potential. This kind of love, however, is extremely rare. Normally, possession, dependence, and overvaluation are mixed into love's vessel. It is difficult to resist feelings of possessiveness, and quite natural that one should want to know that you have the person you love, as long as things do not go to one of two extremes. The first extreme is the desire to possess the object of your love, if that person is only vaguely associated with you, and might not even suspect your desires. Of course, you understand that I am not only talking about the physical aspect of possession. This is what happens in the classical case of unrequited love, which always leads to much suffering. However, the mechanism at play here is not quite as simple as you might think. Remember the flower metaphor. You love to wander among the flowers, admiring their beauty, and you may have wondered whether they love you too. Now, try to imagine what the flowers think of you. All sorts of strange ideas will enter your mind, such as fear, anxiety, dislike, indifference. You may wonder what reason the flowers could have to love you. Perhaps you desperately want to hold them in your hand, but you cannot because they are growing in a flower bed or are for sale, but are very expensive. What one experiences at this stage is no longer love, but dependency, and with that, negative emotions begin to creep in. So, you are in one place and the object of your love is in another, and you would like to have the object of your love with you, i.e., you are creating energetic potential. One might think that excess potential would draw the desired object to you like air mass that shifts from an area of high to low pressure. but that is not how things work at all. It makes no difference to balanced forces what method is used to re-establish equilibrium, and so they may place the object of your love at an either further distance from you, thereby neutralizing the excess potential and breaking your heart at the same time. If, at the slightest sign of disappointment in love, a person is inclined to dramatize the situation even more with thoughts that the person of their dreams does not love them, they will be pulled towards lifelines where reciprocated love is a rare phenomenon. The stronger your desire to have something or to experience reciprocated love, the stronger the action taken by balanced forces will be. Of course, if they choose a path that brings you and your loved one closer together, then the story will have a happy ending. The direction balanced forces will ultimately take can easily be determined at the very outset. If you are preoccupied or obsessed with the need for your feelings to be mutual, and yet nothing seems to be going right, you need to change your tactics. Try loving without expectation of reward. If you do this, the unstable vibrations of balanced forces can be drawn closer and made to work for you. Otherwise, the situation may go snowballing out of control until it is practically impossible to change anything. There is only one solution in a situation like this. If you want your love to be mutual, you have to love simply without thought of whether you are loved or not. Firstly, in taking this approach, you avoid creating excess potential, which means that the 50% probability that the forces will work against you is avoided. Secondly, when you are not obsessed with the idea of whether your feelings will be reciprocated, you are free of the dramatic and uncontrolled thoughts about unrequited love that pull you onto corresponding lifelines. Quite the opposite. If you simply love, without thought of possession, dependency is avoided, and the parameters of the energy you radiate will correspond with those lifelines where requited love exists. If you have already discovered requited love, then you have no reason to be concerned with the issue of ownership and possession. Imagine how greatly your chances of being close to the one you love will increase for having given up the notion of possessing them. Besides, unconditional love is a very rare and attractive quality, and so, if you can embody it, you will automatically draw people to you. Would you not be drawn towards a person who loved you simply for the sake of it, without demanding anything in return? The second extreme concerns the right to ownership, which is, of course, jealousy. In this case, balanced forces have two potential means of action. If you are already in a relationship with the person you love, then the first means of action is to bring you even closer together. Some people enjoy an element of jealousy in their relationship. The other option is for balanced forces to destroy whatever gave rise to the jealousy, i.e., the love itself. In this case, the stronger the jealousy, the deeper the grave it digs for the love being shared in the relationship. The dynamics of love, which becomes expressed as jealousy, are just the same as the shift from simply savoring the aroma of the wildflowers to wanting to produce perfume. All of the above relates as much to women as it does to men, but this is not the final word on the matter. We will return to this question later when we look at other concepts that underpin transurfing. Everything is so simple and yet, at the same time, so complex. Complex because a person in love loses their ability to rationalize, and so the recommendations above will probably fall to the wayside. I shall not, however, upset myself with these things because I resist the need for the listener's recognition. Contempt and vanity. Judging other people is a very powerful way of destroying balance, particularly when we have contempt for them. On an energetic level, there are no good or bad people. There are simply those who observe the laws of nature, and those who unsettle nature's status quo. The latter always eventually succumb to the power of balanced forces, which strive to restore balance. Of course, situations often arise in which a person deserves to be judged. The question is whether you should be the one to judge them. This is no superficial question. If someone injures you personally, then they have probably also destroyed the existing balance. In this case, your judgment is less likely to represent a source of unhealthy excess potential than it is a tool for balanced forces striving to restore balance. If you say what you think and take any necessary reasonable measures, the disturber of the peace will get what they deserve. If, however, the person you judge has done nothing specifically to hurt you, then it is not for you to make accusations. Look at it from a purely practical point of view. It would be pointless to feel hatred towards a wolf you saw tearing a sheep to pieces on television. It is our natural sense of justice that impels us to judge others, but what originates as an innate feeling can quickly turn into habit, with many, over the years, turning into professional prosecutors. Most of the time, you cannot know what caused a person to act the way they did, and who knows, if you had been in their shoes, maybe you would have done something even worse. This kind of judgment creates excess potential in your energy field, which is hardly surprising, because we tend to believe that, to the same extent that the accused is bad, we are the epitome of goodness. If the accused has horns and hooves, then you must be an angel, right? Nonetheless, because we have not actually grown a pair of wings yet, the forces that strive to restore balance are called into play. Their action will be different depending on the situation, but the result is essentially the same. You get a slap. Depending on the force and form of the judgment, the slap may range from being hardly noticeable to so hard that you are swiped into one of the worst possible lifelines you can imagine. It is easy to imagine the different forms that judgment takes and the consequences of it. However, for clarity, I will cite a few examples. Whatever happens in life, never scorn anyone. It is the most dangerous form of judgment because you find yourself in the shoes of the person you scorned. For balanced forces, this would be the most simple, direct means of restoring the harmony lost as a result of your bias and judgment. If you have contempt for beggars and tramps, you too could, one day, lose all your money and your home as a way of restoring balance. If you have disdain for people with physical disabilities, you could, just as easily, have an accident. If you turn your nose up at alcoholics and drug addicts, you could end up in their shoes too. People are not born into these roles. The circumstances of life create the role. Why then should you be immune to such circumstances? Never judge your work colleagues, whatever they do. At best, you will find that, at some point, you will make the same mistake they did. At worst, a conflict could arise which ends with you losing your job, even if you are not to blame. If you judge a person for how they are dressed, you could, yourself, end up one rung lower than them on the ladder of good and bad, simply as a result of radiating negative thought energy. There is nothing wrong with a person taking pride in their achievements or loving themselves. A general love for oneself is healthy and harms no one. Balance is only destroyed if an overinflated sense of one's own worth is juxtaposed by a superior attitude to the weaknesses, shortcomings, or humble achievements of others. Then, healthy self-esteem becomes arrogance, pride, and vanity. The action of balanced forces will again result in a slap on the cheek. Contempt and vanity are the vices of man. Animals do not embody these characteristics in their behavior. They are led by the consistent purpose of fulfilling nature's will perfectly. Nature is more perfect than the human mind. The wolf, like all predators, feels no hate or contempt for its prey. Try feeling hate or contempt towards a lamb chop. People, however, build their relationships with each other on masses of excess potential. The majesty of animals and plants lies in the fact that they are unaware of their greatness. Conscious awareness has given man many advantages, but it also brings with it the rubbish of feelings like guilt, inferiority, vanity, and contempt. Superiority and inferiority. Feelings of superiority and inferiority are indicative of dependent relationships. When you compare your own qualities to those of others, you inevitably create excess potential. On an energetic level, it makes no difference whether you express your superiority publicly or just secretly congratulate yourself on being better than others. Quite obviously, open expressions of superiority cause others to dislike you. People who make comparisons are often striving to artificially boost their own ego at the cost of others. This kind of behavior always creates excess potential, even if it is just a shadow of the arrogance that is not expressed openly, and balanced forces will come in with a slap. People compare themselves to the world around them as a means of establishing a sense of their own self-worth. However, This type of self-assertion is as illusory as a fly trying to force its way through a pane of glass when the window next to it is wide open. When a person strives to prove their importance to the world, energy is wasted on supporting excess potential. Working on self-development, on the other hand, creates real virtues. No energy is wasted, and no harmful excess potential is created. You might think that the amount of energy spent on making a comparison is minimal. In actual fact, the energy involved is more than enough to support a relatively powerful charge of excess potential. What determines the charge is how you direct your energy. If your goal is to develop certain qualities in yourself, then this intention will propel you forwards. If, however, your goal is to demonstrate all your regalia to the rest of the world, your wheels will spin helplessly as if caught in a deep rut, going nowhere but creating an irregularity in the energy field. The world will be stunned by the shining regalia, and balanced forces will take effect. The forces do not have a lot of choice. They can either freshen up the colors of the external world which has been paled by comparison, or produce the shine of the misplaced star. The first option is, of course, far too labor-intensive, so it only leaves the second. Balanced forces have numerous ways of doing this. They do not have to deprive the ambitious star of its regalia. They can simply send them an unpleasant situation to bring them down a peg or two. We often perceive problems, obstacles, and misfortune to be integral parts of the world we live in. No one is at all surprised that difficulties, small and large, accompany them throughout their lives. We have all adopted the view that this is the way of the world. In actual fact, misfortune is an anomaly and not a normal phenomenon. Often, it is not possible to find a logical explanation for why a problem occurred and why it happened to you in particular. The majority of unpleasant moments we experience are generated by the actions of balanced forces as part of their function in eliminating excess potential created either by you or those in your immediate environment. Most people are unaware of the fact that they have created excess potential and that balanced forces exist, and so interpret the problems they face to be the manifestation of some unavoidable dark force. You can eliminate the majority of the problems you usually face if you relieve yourself of the colossal effort of supporting excess potential. A huge amount of energy is wasted on excess potential that often produces a result which represents the complete opposite of your original intention. To free yourself from the action of balanced forces, you have to stop buzzing like a fly against a pane of glass. Switch your intention from increasing your own sense of self-importance to developing the qualities you admire. You also have to let go of any lurking idea that you are capable of controlling the external world. Irrespective of your place on the social ladder, if you believe you can manipulate the world around you, things will definitely go wrong, because attempts to change the world destroy the balance. Interference with the workings of the world has a negative effect on the interests of the majority. Transurfing enables you to choose your destiny without compromising anyone else's interests. This is ultimately much more effective than storming ahead and overcoming all the obstacles in your way. Your fate is truly in your hands, but only in the sense that it has been given to you to choose it rather than change it. Many people have suffered failure because they have taken the idea of creating your own destiny literally. There is no place for battle in Transurfing, so you can lay down the weapons of war with relief. Refusing to behave with superiority has nothing to do with self-deprecation. Belittling your own worth is just the other side of the coin. On an energetic level, it is irrelevant which extreme of the complex you embody. The size of the potential created is in direct proportion to the extent with which a person's evaluation of the world differs from reality. When balanced forces encounter self-importance, they knock it off its pedestal. In the case of an inferiority complex, they force a person to raise their falsely reduced sense of worth. Balanced forces act directly and without concern for the subtleties of human relationships, and so, often, once they start having an impact, a person begins to act less naturally, highlighting the aspects of themselves they would prefer to hide all the more. For example, teenagers can be defiant as a way of compensating for their feelings of insecurity. Shy people can act in an overly overt fashion in order to hide their shyness. People with low self-esteem want to put their best side forward and so often behave in a manner which is affected and tense, etc. Whatever your psychological makeup, trying to battle against a complex can be more complicated and lead to more unpleasant consequences than the complex itself. As you know, trying to hide a complex or battling against an inferiority complex is futile. The only way of mitigating its consequences is to eliminate the complex altogether, which is no easy task. There is no point in repeatedly telling yourself that everything is wonderful because you cannot fool yourself. The slide technique can be helpful though, and we will come to that later. At this stage, it is enough to establish the fact that a preoccupation with your own shortcomings in comparison to the qualities of others has the same effect as desiring to illustrate your comparative eminence. The result will be the opposite of what you originally intended. Do not think that others around you attribute to your shortcomings the same meaning that you do. Everyone is mostly concerned with themselves, and so you can freely relieve yourself of a huge burden. Excess potential will dissipate. Balanced forces will cease from accentuating the situation, and the freed energy can be used for self-development. Rather than fighting your flaws or trying to hide them, they can be compensated for with other qualities. Charm can compensate for a lack of physical beauty. There are people who are relatively unattractive in their external appearance, but who enthrall others with their words. Self-confidence also compensates for physical flaws, and many great historical figures were no picture to look at. The inability to communicate freely can be compensated for by being a good listener. As the saying goes, they're all lying, but it doesn't matter because no one is listening. Your eloquence may interest people, but only to a lesser degree. Everyone, just like you, is focused on themselves and their problems, and so a good listener who will let you pour your heart out to them is a real treasure. To those who are genuinely shy, take my advice. Guard this quality like a precious jewel. Believe me, there is a hidden charm to shyness. When you let go of fighting your shyness, it will stop coming across as clumsiness, and you will notice how people begin to find you more attractive. Here is another example of how one quality compensates for another. The conditioned need to be cool often causes people to imitate those individuals who have already achieved the status of being cool. To mindlessly copy someone else's script creates nothing more than a parody. Everyone has their own script. All you need to do is choose your own credo and live by it. To imitate others in an attempt to gain the status of being cool is like using the method of the fly beating itself up against the window pane. For example, in a group of teenagers, the leader will be the one who lives according to their own beliefs. The leader is, therefore, free not to take advice from others on how they should act. The leader does not need to imitate anyone. They simply have a worthy opinion of themselves. They know what they are doing. They do not need to suck up to anyone or prove anything to anybody. The leader is, therefore, free of excess potential and receives the deserved advantage. In any group, the leader is always the person who lives according to their own beliefs. When a person has freed themselves from the burden of excess potential, they have nothing to prove. They have an inner freedom, they are self-sufficient, and have more energy than those around them. These qualities give them the advantage of becoming leader. Can you see where the open window is? Maybe you think that these types of dynamic do not concern you, and that you don't suffer from issues like these. Do not deceive yourself. Everyone, to some degree or another, has a tendency to create excess potential in the energy fields around them. But if you follow the principles of transurfing, complexes of inferiority or superiority will simply vanish from your life. Love to have, love to hate. I want never gets. There is truth in this childhood admonition, although here I would rephrase it slightly to, the stronger you want something, the less likely you are to get it. When you want something so much that you are willing to place everything on the cards to get it, you create huge excess potential which destroys balance. Balanced forces can then throw you onto a lifeline where there is no trace of the object you desired. On an energetic level, a person obsessed with desire is like a wild boar trying to catch a blue bird. The boar wants the bird badly, licking its lips, snorting loudly, and rooting the ground in anticipation. Naturally, the bird flies away. If, on the other hand, the boar had simply wandered around somewhere nearby as if indifferent, it would have had a good chance of grabbing the bird by the tail. There are 3 types of desire. The first is when a strong desire transforms into the determined intention to have something and do whatever is required to get it. Then the desire is fulfilled. The potential created by the desire is dispersed because the energy behind it is fueled into action. The second type of desire is inactive and tormenting and represents excess potential in its purest form. It lingers in the energy field. In a best-case scenario, it wastes the energy of the suffering carrier and, in a worst-case scenario, attracts all kinds of unrelated problems. The third kind of desire is the most insidious. This type of desire becomes dependent on the object of the desire. Attaching great significance to the desired object automatically creates a dependent relationship and strong excess potential, which, in turn, calls into effect equally powerful balanced forces. Usually, the person's thoughts run along the lines of, if I achieve this, my situation will improve dramatically. If I don't achieve this, my life will lose all meaning. If I do this, I'll prove to myself and everybody else what I'm worth. If I don't do this, I'm worth nothing. If I got this, it would be great. It will be terrible if I don't get this, and so on. Once you become dependent on the object of your desire, you are drawn into such a violent whirlpool that you will exhaust yourself in the struggle. Eventually, when you realize that your efforts have all led to nothing, you will let go of the desire. Balanced forces will have restored equilibrium, remaining completely indifferent to your suffering, and all because of a strong attachment to the fulfillment of a desire. This is what happens when a desire is placed on one dish of the scales and absolutely everything else is piled on the other. Only the first type of desire can be fulfilled because desire is transformed into pure intention, free of excess potential. It is a common view that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and everything has to be paid for. In truth, we pay only for the excess potential we create. In the alternative space, everything is free. Since we are already using these terms, it could be said that the absence of importance and dependent relationships are a kind of payment for the fulfillment of desire. The energy of pure intention is all that is required for you to transfer to a lifeline where the object of desire becomes a part of your reality. We will return later to the subject of intention. For now, we will simply note that pure intention is desire and action without the attribution of importance. For example, going to the shop to buy a newspaper is a pure intention because it is in no way inhibited. The greater an event is valued, the more likely it is to fall through in some way. If you attribute huge value to what you have, sooner or later, balanced forces will take it from you. If what you want to receive is hugely important to you, there is very little chance of you actually getting it unless you lower the stakes. For example, you are mad about your new car. You blow the dust off it, cherish it, fear it may be scratched, and generally worship it. The huge value you place on your car creates excess potential because, in the reality of the information field, its true meaning is close to nil. Balanced forces will soon find a clumsy driver to cripple your car, or you may bump it somewhere by being overly cautious. All you have to do is level out your attitude towards it, treat it as the relatively ordinary object that it is, and the chances of it being damaged will be sharply reduced. Treating your car as something ordinary does not mean carelessly. You can take perfectly good care of a car without idolizing it. There is another aspect to the dynamics of strong desire. A lot of people believe that if you want something badly enough, you will get it. This would suggest that strength of desire can bring you onto a lifeline where your desire will be fulfilled, but that is not the case. If your desire has become dependent, like a kind of psychosis, or you are hysterically driven to obtain something, whatever the cost, then, somewhere deep down inside, you do not really believe that you can achieve it. This creates strong interference in the thought energy you are transmitting. If you do not truly have faith in something, you will try really hard to convince yourself that you can achieve what you want, thereby boosting the level of excess potential even more. With this kind of dynamic, there is a risk that your life work could actually take you all your life to achieve. All you can do is reduce the significance your aim has for you personally and set about achieving what you desire in the same manner as you would if you were to go to the shop to buy a newspaper. The strong desire to avoid something is a logical continuation of being dissatisfied either with yourself or with something in your environment. The greater the negative attachment, the more powerful the excess potential will be. The more you want to avoid something, the greater the probability that you will experience it, because balanced forces have no attachment to the means of restoring balance. They simply have two alternatives, which are either to draw you away from encountering the thing you want to avoid, or to bring you into contact with it. It is better to consciously stop negating things in your environment so that you do not create excess potential in the first place. But this is not the only consequence of strong negative attachment. When you think about the thing you are negating, you radiate energy at the frequency of a lifeline where that thing is present. You always get the things you love to hate. In reality, this is what happens when you actively desire for something not to happen. Imagine a man attending a grand reception at an embassy. The atmosphere is formal, refined, and sedate. The man starts waving his hands about uncontrollably, stamping his feet and screaming desperately how much he would hate to be forced to leave immediately. Naturally, the security guys would appear forthwith, grabbing the strange guest under the arms. The man whines and tries to resist, but is nonetheless swiftly escorted out of the building. This is, of course, an exaggerated picture of reality, but on an energetic level, the dynamic of negative attachment has the same level of force and intensity. Let us take another example. In the middle of the night, you are woken up by your noisy neighbors. You really want to sleep because you have to go to work in the morning, but it seems like your neighbor's party is just getting going. The more you want them to stop, the more likely the party is to go on for some time. The angrier you get, the noisier the party becomes, and if you start to hate your neighbors with intensity, you can guarantee that the late-night parties will become more frequent. To solve the problem, you can apply the method of defeating or stopping the pendulum. You will stop the pendulum sway if you choose to see the situation as a parody. You could also ignore the situation, refusing to show any sign of interest or emotion. Then, the pendulum will be defeated and no excess potential is created. Take comfort in the awareness that you have freedom of choice and that you know how to use it. Soon, the neighbors will settle down. This is how it works. Try it out for yourself. Now, you can think back and recognize what things in your life you have attributed excessive importance to and what problems you came up against as a result. If things are genuinely awful, let go of the idea of their importance totally. Shake loose your dependency on the situation and start transmitting positive energy right away. The worse things are now, the better, as this will enable you to assess how the technique works if you feel you have suffered great loss. Take heart. In this situation, balanced forces are on your side because their task is to compensate bad with good. Things can no more be bad all the time than they can be good all the time. No one can ride the wave of success all their lives. This is what it would look like on an energetic level if you were to reattune your energy in this way. Imagine you were attacked, abused, beaten up, and everything you had on you was taken, and then, all of a sudden, you were shoved a bag which turned out to be full of money. The more you were wounded, the greater the amount of money in the bag there would be. Guilt. Guilt is pure excess potential. In nature, there are no notions of good and bad. For balanced forces, both good and bad deeds are equivalent. The important thing in either case is to restore balance if excess potential arises. If you have behaved badly, become aware of it, and then started to feel guilty, I should be punished, you will have created potential. If you have acted well, become aware of it, and started feeling proud of yourself, I should be rewarded, then you will also have created potential. Balanced forces have no concept that some things should be rewarded and others punished. They simply eliminate inhomogeneity in the energy field. The payment for feelings of guilt will always be punishment in one form or another. If you do not feel guilty, then punishment might not be forthcoming. Unfortunately, feelings of pride that you experience when you have done something good will also lead to punishment rather than reward, because the purpose of balanced forces is to eliminate the excess potential of pride, whereas a reward would only enhance it. An induced feeling of guilt, i.e., guilt you feel when proper people are expecting you to feel guilty, creates excess potential squared. As well as your own conscience bothering you, you also have to bear the anger of the righteous as well. Finally, the greatest excess potential is generated by people who experience unwarranted feelings of guilt caused by an innate tendency to always take the blame. In this case, there is absolutely no point in suffering pangs of conscience, because the reason for the guilt was made up in the first place. Having a guilt complex can ruin your life because you will be constantly subject to the impact of balanced forces appearing in order to eliminate the bias of guilt for imagined crimes. There is a truth in the saying, impudence is second happiness. In general, people whose conscience does not bother them are not affected by balanced forces, even if they have committed a wrongdoing. It would be great if God automatically punished all the villains and culprits. Justice would prevail and evil be overcome. Nonetheless, there is no justice as such in nature, and so, sad as it may be, the opposite happens. Decent people who have an inherent feeling of guilt are the ones who constantly face misfortune, whereas the shameless and the cynical often go through life not only unpunished but successful. Feelings of guilt will always produce a script that includes punishment, whether you are conscious of what is happening or not. Your subconscious follows the script and makes you pay. In a best-case scenario, you will get away with a few cuts or bruises, or some kind of problem will arise. In a worst-case scenario, you could have an accident with serious repercussions. This is what a feeling of guilt does. It brings nothing useful or creative, only destruction. It is better to avoid doing anything that would later cause you to feel guilty than to torture yourself with a guilty conscience. Once you can say to yourself that you have not actually done anything wrong, it is totally futile to continue torturing yourself with a guilt complex. The feelings you suffer will not benefit anyone, least of all you. The 10 Commandments are not so much morals in the ethical sense as recommendations for how to maintain balance. It is we, with our basic childlike outlook, who have interpreted the commandments as if they were our mother warning us not to be naughty, otherwise she will make us stand in the corner. On the contrary, nothing is said about punishing people who get up to a little mischief. People create their own problems by destroying the balance. The commandments are simply a warning. As we said earlier, guilt is like a thread that pendulums, and especially manipulators, can use to control you. Manipulators are people who act according to the construct of, you have to do what I tell you to now because you are guilty, or I am better than you because you are in the wrong. A manipulator tries to impose a feeling of guilt onto their charges to gain power over them or for their own self-assertion. On the surface, these people can seem very proper. In their view, what is good and what is bad was established long ago. They always say the right thing, and their actions are impeccably correct. However, in fairness, it should be said that not all people who are respectable and decent have a tendency to manipulate. The need to lecture and guide is a consequence of doubt and uncertainty that plagues a person's soul. They skillfully hide their inner struggle from themselves and those around them. Lacking the inner strength that truly decent people possess, the manipulator seeks self-assertion at the expense of others. The need to lecture and control stems from the desire to strengthen their own position, which they do by belittling their adopted ward. Thus, dependent relationships are created. It would be wonderful if balanced forces could make sure that manipulators got what they deserve. However, excess potential only arises where there is tension and a buildup of energy. In this case, there is no buildup of excess potential because the ward gives their energy to the manipulator, creating a flow. As a result, the manipulator stands uncorrected. As soon as a person indicates that they are willing to absorb guilt, a manipulator will stick to that person like glue and feed on their energy. This dynamic can be avoided simply by refusing to take on feelings of guilt. You do not have to justify yourself to anyone, and you do not owe anybody anything. If you are to blame for something, then you can accept the punishment, as long as you do not get stuck in the position of the guilty party afterwards. You do not owe those close to you anything either. After all, you care about them because you love them, not because you have been coerced into doing so. This is a completely different matter. If you have a tendency to justify yourself, start letting go of it. Once a manipulative individual realizes they no longer have a way of hooking into your energy, they will leave you alone. Guilt goes hand in hand with an inferiority complex. If you feel inferior in any way, it is because you have compared yourself to others. It is as if you create trials where you play the role of judge over yourself. In reality, it only feels as if you are the judge. The true dynamic works out slightly differently. If you have a natural predisposition to take blame upon yourself, irrespective of what the blame is about, it follows that you can also be found guilty and punished. By comparing yourself with others, you place them in a superior position of authority. In so doing, you are enabling others to suppose they are somehow better than you. The likelihood is that other people do not actually believe they are better than you. But if you have come to this conclusion yourself, you end up playing the role of judge in their name. By assuming the role of the guilty party, willingly giving yourself to the court, you are effectively inviting other people to judge you. Appropriate action is to stand up from the accused bench and reclaim the right to be yourself. No one will dare judge you if you do not consider yourself guilty. Only you can give others the privilege of being your judge. This might all seem like empty rhetoric because if someone has a real flaw, we all know that there will be always someone willing to point it out. This only happens, though, if they sense that you are predisposed to accepting the blame for your shortcomings. If you consider yourself guilty of being worse than others, even for a second, it will most certainly be used against you. The opposite is also true. If you are free of the feeling of guilt, it will never occur to anyone to assert themselves over you. Here, excess potential has a very subtle influence on the surrounding energetic environment. These ideas are difficult to accept, and the technique cannot be proven in words. Do not just take my word for it. Try it. Power and courage also represent aspects of the guilt dynamic. People who have a tendency to feel guilty only subject their will to a person who is immune to the same tendency. If a person is, in principle, willing to admit guilt for anything at all, subconsciously they are willing to endure punishment and subordinate themselves to others. If a person is not plagued by feelings of guilt, but has a need to assert themselves, then they can easily become a manipulator. I am not trying to say that the world is divided into manipulators and string puppets. I am just inviting you to observe a pattern. Rulers and leaders have a very poorly developed sense of guilt, or do not experience feelings of guilt at all. Feeling guilty is a foreign concept to cynics and other types who have no conscience. Their way of progressing in life is to wade through the slaughter and walk over other people. It is not surprising that it is often the unscrupulous that come to power. This does not mean that power of itself is bad, or that any person in a position of power is bad. Who can say? Perhaps your happiness also lies in becoming a pendulum's favorite. Every individual must decide for themselves how they wish to keep their conscience clear. No one else has the right to tell you what to do. One thing is clear: indulging in feelings of guilt can only undermine your position. Boldness indicates the absence of guilt. Fear lies in the subconscious and is evoked not only by the unknown, but also by the dread of punishment. A person who is guilty theoretically agrees to bear punishment and therefore experiences fear. Brave people are never tormented by pangs of conscience, and they suffer not the slightest feeling of guilt. They have nothing to fear because their inner judge has declared that they are in the right. Quite the opposite position is true of the timid victim who is uncertain of whether they are behaving correctly or not. The victim fears being declared guilty, giving everyone the right to administer punishment. Even the faintest, most deeply hidden feeling of guilt can open the gates to punishment in the subconscious mind. A person who feels guilty theoretically agrees that robbers and bandits have a right to attack them as a form of punishment, and so they are afraid. People have learned that asking for forgiveness dissolves the excess potential of guilt, and it really works. When a person carries feelings of guilt, they hold on to negative energy, which culminates as excess potential. In asking for forgiveness, a person lets go of the energy, allowing it to dissipate. Asking for forgiveness, admitting your mistakes, praying for forgiveness, and confession are all ways of eliminating the excess potential of guilt. When a person allows themselves to be forgiven, they can let go of the accusation they originally created and then feel better for it. The only thing to be careful of is indulging in remorse. If a person goes too far in their remorseful attitude, they risk becoming dependent on manipulators who are just waiting for the next victim. When you ask for forgiveness, admit your mistake and release the potential. Manipulators will remind you of your mistake on more than one occasion, trying to reawaken your feelings of guilt. Do not react to the provocation. Everyone has the right to ask for forgiveness once and once only. Releasing feelings of guilt is the most effective way of surviving in an aggressive environment such as a prison, a gang, the army, or street. It is with good reason that the unspoken rule, trust no one, fear nothing, and ask for nothing, exists in the criminal world. The rule warns against creating excess potential. Guilt lies at the core of all potential that will serve you ill in an aggressive environment. In a world based on the principle of survival of the fittest, you can protect yourself by demonstrating your strength, but this is sometimes too general an approach. It is much more effective to eliminate the idea of potential punishment from your subconscious. The following situation illustrates what I mean. In the former Soviet Union, political prisoners were intentionally jailed with common criminals as a way of breaking their spirit. What happened was that many political prisoners, by virtue of their remarkable qualities, not only avoided becoming victims of harassment and abuse, they became chosen authority figures among the harder criminals, demonstrating that personal independence and dignity are valued more highly than physical strength. Many people are strong physically, but strength of character is a rare trait. The key to personal dignity is the absence of guilt. True personal power rests on the ability to remain free of guilt and not on the ability to take someone by the throat. The famous Russian writer Anton Pavlovich Chekhov once said, "Drop by drop, I am squeezing the slave out of me." His phrase highlights his personal dedication to rid the conscience of any feeling of guilt. To get rid of something normally means to fight against it, but in the context of transurfing, there is no need to battle or force yourself to do something. In transurfing, it is considered more preferable to renounce, i.e., to choose. You do not have to squeeze the feeling of guilt out of yourself. It is enough to live by your own credo. No one has the right to judge you, and you have the right to be yourself. If you allow yourself to be you, the need for self-justification will fall away, and the fear of being punished will fade. Then, something truly remarkable will happen. No one will dare insult you. Moreover, wherever you happen to be, in prison, in the army, in a gang, at work, on the street, or in a bar, you will never again find yourself in a situation where somebody will threaten you with violence. Others may, from time to time, be subject to violence in one form or another. But because you have renounced the feeling of guilt and driven it from your subconscious, you will reside on lifelines where scripts of punishment simply don't exist. Money. It is almost impossible to avoid a dependent relationship on money because it is very hard to love money without wanting more of it. All one can do is attempt to limit the aspect of dependency to a minimum. Be happy if money has come to you, but never kill yourself worrying about not having enough money or spending it. Otherwise, you will have less and less of it. If a person does not earn much money, they probably make the mistake of complaining that they never have enough, because the parameters of this type of thought energy correspond to lifelines in which there is no wealth. It is particularly dangerous to give in to an anxiety that your income is gradually decreasing. Fear represents the most energetically intense emotion a human being can experience, and so, when a person fears losing money or not earning enough money, they activate the most effective method there is for shifting to lifelines where they really do have less and less money. Freeing oneself from the money trap is difficult, but it can be done. First, the cause of excess potential has to be eliminated, which will either be strong dependency on money or a very intense desire to have money. Start by accepting and enjoying what you already have. Remember that things could always be worse. You do not have to stop wanting money entirely, but you can relax about the fact that it is not rolling in with the force of a gushing river. Take the position of a gambler who could, at any moment, just as easily hit the jackpot as lose everything. For pendulums, money is a universal means of rewarding their adherents. It is the activity of pendulums that has led to the widespread idolization of money. Money helps us to provide a good life for ourselves in the material world. Almost anything can be bought and sold. All pendulums use money as payment, and there is a hidden danger in this. Having taken the falsely glittering bait, it is easy to switch to a lifeline that lies far away from your true happiness. In pursuing their own interests, pendulums have created the myth that, in order to achieve your goals, you have to have money. As a result, people replace their original goal with the artificial substitute of money. Money can be gained from different pendulums, and so people shift their focus from the goal to money and come under the influence of a pendulum that is alien to them. People then lose a sense of what they really want from life and focus on the fruitless search for money. This state of affairs is very profitable for the pendulum, but not so profitable for the individual who becomes dependent and loses their way. No one will ever make a lot of money working for a pendulum that functions outside of the context of their true purpose because they just end up serving someone else's objective. A lot of people live in exactly this position. This is how the myth arose that wealth is the privilege of the minority. In actual fact, anyone can become rich if they serve their own goals. Money is not the goal, nor is it really even the means to reaching the goal. It is simply an accompanying attribute. The goal is what a person really wants in life, such as to have their own house and grow roses, travel the world and visit faraway places, catch trout in Alaska, go skiing in the Alps, raise horses on their own farm, enjoy life on their own oceanic island, become a movie star or an artist. It is true that certain goals can be achieved if you have a sack of money, so this is what the majority of people do. they go after that sack. By focusing on the money, they put the goal itself on the back burner. According to the principles of transurfing, this is like trying to get onto a lifeline where a sack of money awaits you, but you find it almost impossible to get there because you are working for someone else's pendulum. In the end, the person loses out both on the money and their own goal because their thought energy is focused on a substitute for their true purpose. We will return to this issue in the chapter Goals and Doors. For now, we can draw one general conclusion, which is that if you have placed the likelihood of achieving your goal on the condition of getting rich first, drop the condition fast. Let us take an example. If your dream is to travel around the world, then obviously this requires a lot of money. To fulfill your dream, do not think about the money. Keep your thoughts on the original goal. The money will come to you because it is an accompanying attribute to the goal. It is really very simple. It sounds unlikely, I know, but this is really how things work, and soon you will realize that for yourself. In pursuing their own end, pendulums have turned everything upside down. It is not that the goal is achieved with the help of money, but rather the money that follows on as you create the path to your goal. Now, you can see just what a powerful influence pendulums have, and how many seeds have been sown for myths and misunderstandings. Listening to these words, you may object that it is obvious that first a person becomes a large industrialist or a banker or a film star, and then they become a millionaire. It is true that those who become millionaires are those who think not of wealth, but of following their own goal. The majority of people think and do the opposite. They either serve someone else's goal, replacing their own with an artificial substitute, or renounce their own dream entirely because the condition of having to be rich first seems unachievable. In actual fact, there are no limitations to wealth. You can desire anything you want. If it is truly yours to have, you will receive it. If the goal has been imposed upon you by a pendulum, you will not get anywhere. We will talk about goals in more detail later. I am rushing ahead a little, but that is unavoidable because there is not anything else to be said about money. Money is nothing more than an accompanying attribute on the path to your goal. Do not worry about money, and it will come to you of its own accord. The most important thing now is to reduce the importance of capital to a minimum so that you do not create excess potential. Think only of the thing you wish to achieve. At the same time, you should be attentive to money and treat it carefully. If you see a small coin on the street and are too lazy to pick it up, it suggests that you do not respect money at all. The money pendulum will hardly be well disposed towards you if you treat its attributes carelessly. Neither should you worry about spending money, because this is a necessary part of fulfilling your mission. If you have made the decision to spend money on something, have no regrets. When you try to save up a handsome sum and spend as little as possible, you create strong excess potential because energy has been built up in one place. In this case, it is highly likely that you could lose everything. Money should be spent wisely to keep a flow going, as potential appears where there is no flow of energy. Wealthy people support charities with good reason, as it reduces the excess potential of their accumulated wealth. Perfection. Finally, we look at the most ambiguous and paradoxical way in which balance is compromised. Things that start small can turn out to have the severest of consequences. Usually, we are taught from childhood to do things carefully, to be thorough, and always do our best. We are taught to be responsible and are instilled with a sense of what is right and what is wrong. Undoubtedly, this is how things should be. Otherwise, the next generation would turn into an entire army of slobs and slackers. The downside to this kind of upbringing is that, in some of the pendulum's adherents, the striving for perfection is so deeply instilled that it becomes a part of their persona. Some people become obsessed with perfection, as a result of which their life becomes a constant battle. You can guess what they are battling with, of course. Balanced forces. The need to achieve perfection in everything creates complications on an energetic level, because the assessments a perfectionist makes will inevitably be distorted. There is nothing wrong with always trying to do your best, but if you attribute perfection too much importance, balanced forces will come in and ruin everything. In addition, a kind of vicious circle is created, making the person even more immersed in their obsession. The person desires perfection, but they get the opposite. Then, they try desperately to right everything, but that just makes things worse. In the end, striving for perfection becomes a habit and can even develop into a mania. The idealist has a tendency not to place high demands on themselves, but to expect high standards of others too, which can poison the life of those they are close to. Their high expectations manifest as an intolerance towards other people's habits and tastes, which often causes small conflicts that easily escalate into bigger ones. From the outside, it is easy to see how ridiculous it is to seek perfection in everything at the same time as tyrannizing everyone else around you. The perfectionist, however, is deeply involved in their role and seduced by the thought that they are impeccable, infallible, in short, perfect. They think that because they strive to meet perfect standards, they must be a model for those standards. And yet, they will not admit this to themselves because, generally speaking, most perfectionists are too clever not to realize that enjoying a sense of one's own supremacy does not quite fit with generally accepted notions of perfection. Nonetheless, in a person with these traits, the feeling of being right about everything is deeply rooted in the subconscious. At this point, the perfectionist risks succumbing to the temptation of placing themselves in the position of supreme judge over the rest of humanity and deciding how and what all other lost souls should be doing. Naturally, the perfectionist easily gives into the temptation because they are motivated by the righteous desire to set everybody on the right path, and they have no difficulty in justifying their behavior because they know that they are always right. From then onwards, having wrapped themselves in the mantle of arbiter of fate, they assume the right to judge and condemn other people. In reality, of course, the trial does not go beyond everyday accusations and admonition. However, on an energetic level, powerful excess potential is created. The judge takes on the mission of deciding how the foolish ones should act and think, what they should value, what they should believe in, and what they should strive for. If some feeble being should suddenly decide that they have a right to their own opinion, they will be quickly put in their place. Anyone who dares show any resistance will be judged, sentenced, and labeled, just to make it quite clear who is who. Of course, the listener is nothing like the idealist portrayed here. It is unlikely that a person who believed they were always right would be drawn to listen to this book. The perfectionist who feels they know how others should run their lives is free of self-doubt. However, if you meet someone like the perfectionist portrayed here, take a good look, because here you have an extreme example of how crudely the laws of balance can be disregarded. We are all guests in this world. We have the freedom to choose our own path, but no one has the right to judge others, to sentence them, or to label them, with the exception of criminal law. What starts as an innocent striving for perfection ends in claims to the privileges of master. Accordingly, the resistance exerted by balanced forces, which initially takes the form of minor problems, increases in intensity. If the idealist is protected by a pendulum, they will get away with their behavior for a while, but eventually, the time will come when they will have to pay for their deeds. When a guest forgets that they are just a guest and makes claims to the role of master, they run the risk of being thrown out altogether. Importance. Finally, we will look at the idea of importance, as this is the most common cause of excess potential. Importance arises when something is attributed excess meaning. Importance represents excess potential in pure form. In the process of eliminating importance, balanced forces create problems for the person that created it. Two forms of importance exist: inner and outer. Inner, or personal importance, represents an overestimation of your own virtues or shortcomings. The formula of inner importance goes along the lines of, I am an important person, or I do important work. When the arrow of perceived personal importance goes right off the scale, balanced forces get involved, and the hotshot gets a disappointing slap. They will discover that their work is either not needed at all, or that it is done badly. Puffing up your chest and sticking your nose in the air is only one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is excessive modesty and self-deprecation. The listener already knows what this leads to. The amount of excess potential is the same in both cases, the only difference being its positive or negative value. Outer importance is created when a person attributes huge meaning to an object or event taking place in the external world. In this case, the formula goes, such and such means an awful lot to me, or it is really important to me to do such and such. Consequently, excess potential is created and things go wrong. Whereas the feeling of inner importance can be controlled, it is much harder to do so with outer importance. Imagine that you have to walk along a plank lying on the ground. Nothing could be easier. Now, imagine that you are forced to walk along the same plank, which has been placed between the roofs of two high buildings. Walking the plank will have escalated in importance, and there will be nothing you can do to persuade yourself otherwise. The only way of eliminating outer importance is to have a safety net. The form the safety net takes will be subjective and depend on each situation. The most important thing is not to place everything on one side of the scales. There has to be some kind of counterbalance, protection, or alternative plan. Essentially, everything that can be said about importance has already been said above. There is nothing more to add. You may have made the connection already that, in fact, everything we have been talking about in this chapter is one variation or another on the theme of importance, inner and outer. All unbalanced feelings and reactions, such as indignation, dissatisfaction, irritation, restlessness, anxiety, despondence, embarrassment, despair, fear, remorse, attachment, admiration, exaggerated affection, idealization, worship, delight, disappointment, pride, conceit, contempt, disgust, resentment, etc., are all manifestations of importance in one form or another. Excess potential is only created when you attribute excess importance to an object or event that exists inside or outside of yourself. Projected importance creates excess potential, which calls forth the winds of balanced forces. These, in turn, lead to a mass of different problems, and life becomes a battle for survival. Now, you can judge for yourself how much inner and outer importance complicates your life. But that is not all. Remember the puppet strings. Pendulums hook into your feelings and reactions: fear, anxiety, hatred, love, worship, call of duty, guilt, etc. As you now know, all these states are as a consequence of projected importance. This is a description of what happens. Imagine an object is standing in front of you. On an energetic level, the object is neutral, neither good nor bad. You approach the object, wrap it in importance packaging, step aside to look at it, and gasp. Now you have created an attachment to the object you are willing to give the pendulum, your energy. Importance is like the carrot that makes a little donkey obediently plod along behind. A pendulum uses the same carrot to lock onto the frequency of your energy, drain it, and then lead you wherever it wants you to go. To return to a condition of harmony with the rest of the world and free yourself from the burden of the pendulum, you have to be able to diminish importance. You have to be able to keep your inner guardian from dozing off so that it can observe the level of importance you place upon yourself and the world around you. By reducing the level of importance you place on things, you immediately reestablish a state of balance. The emptiness, absence of excess potential, gives pendulums nothing to hook onto and, consequently, no means of establishing control over you. You may protest that I appear to be suggesting that we all numb ourselves into being lifeless statues. I am in no way urging anyone to reject all emotion or even reduce the intensity of emotions they experience, because, generally, it is futile to fight your emotions. Trying to keep yourself in check and struggling to stay calm on the outside while everything is bubbling over on the inside just creates more and more excess potential. Emotions stem from attitudes, so rather than fighting your emotions, it is more purposeful to change your attitude. Feelings and emotions are simply a consequence of your relationship or attitude to something, and that attitude is caused by one thing: importance. If, for example, someone in my family has had a baby, a relative has passed away, or there is a wedding or other family gathering planned, these things are neither important to me nor am I indifferent to them. Do you see the difference? I do not make a problem out of the event or torture myself and those around me with my emotional response. So, what of compassion, you may ask? I think I would be correct in saying that compassion and helping those who truly need it never did anyone any harm. But it is still important, even with compassion, to observe how you attribute importance to it. I mentioned helping someone when they really need it, but sometimes people just want to suffer. They enjoy it, and evoking your compassion is just a way of indulging in self-validation at your expense. Or, for example, you see a cripple begging on the street and give them some money, but the cripple smirks at you as you move on, and it turns out that it is not a cripple at all, but a professional beggar. Importance does not exist in the animal and plant kingdoms like it does in human society, with the exception of pets that so closely identify themselves with humans and adopt aspects of human behavior. Society affects pets as well, it would seem. In the world of the wild, behavior is based on the fulfillment of purpose from the point of view of maintaining the laws of balance. Animal behavior is purely guided by instinct. Importance is a solely human invention that is enjoyed by pendulums. Any extreme bias of assessment towards outer importance makes a person a fanatic, whilst any extreme bias of assessment towards inner importance makes a person a despot. From the way I have portrayed reality, you may be under the impression that one can hardly take a step without fearing the consequences. Fortunately, things are not that bad. Balanced forces will only noticeably affect your life if you are very strongly attached to your own ideas of how things should be. You are obsessive or have just gone too far. The role of pendulums is also clear. We all come under their influence. The main thing is to be very aware of the mechanism for control, how they hook into you, and how far you will let them go. Reducing importance does not just significantly eliminate problems from your life. Once you have let go of inner and outer importance, you obtain the treasure called freedom of choice. But, I hear you say, according to the primary principle of transurfing, we automatically have freedom of choice. This is true, we do have the freedom of choice, but often we do not know how to use it because balanced forces and pendulums get in the way. By projecting importance, our entire lives are spent battling with the actions of balanced forces. There is simply not enough energy left over to make conscious choices or think about what we really want in life. Pendulums go out of their way to gain control and enforce their own ideas. What freedom can there be in this? All the importance we attribute to things, be it inner or outer, is simply a projection. No one is of any true importance in this world, and yet the riches of life are available to us. Children playing happily on the beach, splashing about, and having fun in the waves, do not think about whether they are good or bad, whether the water is good or bad, or whether the other children are good or bad. Whilst the situation remains unchanged, they are simply happy and in harmony with nature. We all came into the world like that, as a child of nature. If a person maintains a state of harmony, the best that life has to offer will be available to them. But as soon as a person begins to project importance, problems arise. People fail to see the causal link between their projections and the problems they experience. So, they buy into the idea that the world is a truly hostile place where it is really hard to get what you want. In fact, the only obstacle on the path to fulfilling your desires is the projection of artificial importance. I may not have managed to convince you so far that this is the truth of things, but I have not run out of arguments yet. From battle to balance. You may wonder if there is a way of counteracting the action of balanced forces. In fact, our day-to-day life is an ongoing battle with balanced forces. All the difficulties and problems we encounter are linked with the action of balanced forces. Trying to resist balanced forces is futile, as they will have their way no matter what. Any effort to avoid the consequences of their actions will only aggravate the situation. The only remedy for the impact of balanced forces is to reduce the excess potential of importance produced as a result of the underlying problem. The kind of situations life throws at us are so diverse, it would be impossible to give a universal recipe to cover all of them. There are, however, certain general recommendations that can be made to ease the way. People spend a lot of time building walls based on a foundation of importance, only to bang their heads against it or try crawling under it. Rather than trying to get over the obstacle, would not it be better to remove bricks from the foundation so that it crumbled? People tend to have a very clear view of the obstacles in their way, but a very dim view of the foundation the obstacles are constructed on. If you find yourself in a problematic situation, try and determine where you might have placed too much intensity, gone too far, or become obsessive, consequently projecting excess importance. Determine the meaning something has for you, and then let go of it. The wall will crumble, obstacles will disappear, and problems will be resolved of their own accord. Do not try to overcome obstacles. Reduce their level of importance. Reducing importance does not mean fighting your feelings or trying to suppress them. Excessive emotions and worries are the direct consequence of projected importance. It is the cause that has to be dealt with, and the cause is your relationship to whatever the event or other object happens to be. I could advise you to take a philosophical stance in life as far as this is possible, although this approach has already been milked for all it's worth. You have to make conscious the fact that projecting importance onto things will bring you nothing but trouble, and, with that understanding, intentionally reduce the importance you attribute to things. Reducing outer importance has nothing to do with neglecting one's responsibilities or underestimating what is happening around you. On the contrary, neglect is the flip side of the coin where projected importance is concerned. There is a need to live simply, which includes maintaining a common-sense attitude towards life. There is no place for carelessness or exaggeration. Rather than thinking so much about whether a person is good or bad, try to accept the limits of life. Neither does reducing inner importance have anything in common with becoming resigned or putting yourself down. Indulgently repenting one's sins and mistakes in life is the same as showing off one's virtues and accomplishments. The only difference lies in the value sign each type of behavior carries, be it positive or negative. Your remorse is only of any use to pendulums that want to establish control over you. Accept yourself the way you are. Allow yourself the luxury of being you. Neither exalt nor belittle your own virtues and flaws. Strive for a state of inner peace in which you understand that you are neither important nor totally insignificant. If your situation very strongly depends on the outcome of a certain event, try to find an alternative solution. In order to stay calm when walking along a plank, you have to have a safety net. In each individual case, the safety net will be something different. Simply ask yourself what might serve as a safety net in a given situation, and remember that it is useless battling against balanced forces. Neither should you try to suppress fear or excitement. You can only reduce the level of importance you have projected onto something, and this can only be done if you have a safety net of some kind, or a plan B. Never put all your eggs in one basket, no matter how safe the basket looks. The only thing that does not create excess potential is a sense of humor, the ability to laugh at yourself and others without causing offense. This alone is enough to stop you from becoming a kind of walking, talking mannequin. Humor deflates the intensity of importance. When trying to solve a problem, follow one golden rule. Before you even start considering where the solution might lie, first, reduce the level of importance you associate with the problem. That way, balanced forces will not get in the way, and the problem can be solved quickly and easily. In order to reduce importance, first, remember and be aware that the problem or situation has arisen as a consequence of projected excessive importance. Until you can explain to yourself that every single problem is created by excessive importance, you will continue to bury yourself in its intensity, as in a dream, remaining completely under the power of the pendulum. Stop, shake off the delusion, and recall what projected importance leads to. Then, intentionally change your attitude to the situation in question. It is not difficult to do. You already know that attributing excessive meaning to something will only get in your way. The main difficulty is to remember quickly enough that you are playing out projections of inner and outer importance. You need the help of your guardian, your inner witness, who constantly keeps track of all your inner values. A person's thoughts are gripped by the power of importance in the same way that muscles become tense. When something is bothering you, the muscles in your back go into spasm. You do not notice the tension in these areas until you feel the pain it causes. If you had remembered in time and paid attention to your muscles, you could have released the tension before it built up into spasm. Try to catch yourself when you start attributing excess importance to some event you are preparing for. If the event is genuinely important to you, try not to blow it up out of all proportion. The best recipe for success is spontaneity, improvisation, and a common sense attitude. Any preparation should be by way of creating a safety net, not by being intensely serious and over careful. This will only increase the level of importance you are attributing to the event. If you are worried about something and yet do nothing about it, this too magnifies the level of importance you give it. The excessive potential of importance dissipates with action. Do not think, act. If you cannot act, then it is better not to think at all. Shift your attention to something else and, as far as possible, let go of the situation. The highest level of efficiency in any action is achieved when a person manages to shift the focus of their attention from self and the end goal to the process of performing the action. In this case, the person is not doing important work, nor is the work itself important. Excess potential is eliminated and balanced forces will not interfere. The action is completed dispassionately, but in no way carelessly or lightheartedly. You might be wondering why one should have to take the focus of attention off the end goal. After all, how can you do your work if you are not thinking about the end goal? Understanding of the meaning of this less obvious and curious fact will become clearer on listening to the next few chapters of this book. Why is it that sometimes you can get really anxious about a certain event? You think about it all the time, imagining all kinds of things that could go wrong. But in the end, everything goes smoothly and so much better than expected. Other times, the opposite happens. You are not particularly worried about a particular event, which turns out to have completely unforeseen complications and unpleasant sides to it. In the first case, the personal assessment of the situation is off the charts negative, whilst in the second case, it is through the roof positive. What actually happens in the end is a result of the impact of balanced forces which have the function of balancing the excess potential created by the individual. From this, one might assume that a student who intentionally pictures the worst possible scenarios immediately before an exam is more likely to get a high grade. It does not work that way, unfortunately, because any intention that originates in the mind and not the soul lacks sincerity. You can try deceiving yourself, but false sincerity has no energy behind it. Only an intention that comes from the soul has juice to it. This is why it does not work when you try to create a desired result simply via visualization, but this is a topic for later. Never, under any circumstances, should you boast about what you have, even if you deserve the things and receive them fairly, to say nothing of the things you have not yet achieved, because balanced forces will act against you. Make yourself at home, but do not forget that you are visiting. If you are in balance with surrounding pendulums, swaying with them in unison, your life will be pleasurable and flow with ease. When you are vibrating in resonant harmony with the rest of the world, it energizes you, and you achieve your goals without any particular effort. If you have driven yourself into a state where it is practically impossible to live in balance with the world around you, for example, your husband beats you, then you should think hard about how to take that crucial step to change your surroundings. If you feel that you have nowhere to go, this is an idea that has been instilled in you by a pendulum that is trying to keep you under its control. There is always a way out, sometimes more than one. Remember that a fly on the glass pane that did not spot the open window? Sudden movements that are badly thought out should be avoided. The best possible solution to any problem will come to you as soon as you reduce the level of importance you project onto it and free yourself from the influence of the destructive pendulum that prevents you from living in peace. You are already familiar with the two means of freeing yourself from a pendulum: defeat and stopping its sway. With that thought, I conclude this chapter on the complex and difficult theme of balance. Now that you understand how the mechanism of balanced forces works, you will easily be able to determine the reason for one failure or another. We conclude that it is essential to observe the principle of balance. It remains only to offer a word of caution against applying the principle too ardently, from becoming fixated with it or fanatic about it, as this will only negate the very principle itself. If you try and explain to a centipede in minute detail how it should walk, it will become so confused that it won't be able to move at all. In all things, moderation. Allow yourself, from time to time, to disturb the balance a little. Nothing awful will happen as long as you do not force the arrow off the scales. Summary. Excess potential is only created when you attribute importance to your assessment. Only the importance you personally attribute to something imbues your assessment with energy. The force of the excess potential created increases if your assessment represents a distortion of reality. The impact of balanced forces is aimed at eliminating excess potential. The action of balanced forces is often the opposite of the original intention that created the potential. When renting yourself out, instruct your inner guardian to help you remain impeccable. Discontent and judgment will always turn balanced forces against you. It is essential that habits of negative response be substituted with a transmission of positive energy. Unconditional love is admiration without worship or the need to possess. Setting conditions and making comparisons leads to dependent relationships. Dependent relationships create excess potential. Idealization and overestimation always end in disillusionment. To experience reciprocal love, you must let go of the right to possess. You always have to pay for expressions of contempt and vanity. Let go of the need to assert your superiority. Striving to hide shortcomings creates the opposite effect. Your positive qualities compensate for any inadequacies. The greater the importance of your goal, the less likely you are to achieve it. Desires are realized when they are free of excess potential created by projected importance and dependency. Let go of feelings of guilt and the need to justify your actions. To let go of guilt, it is enough to give yourself permission to be yourself. No one has the right to judge you. You have the right to be yourself. Money comes of its own accord as an attribute on the path to your goal. Greet money with love and attentiveness and part with it without regret. Having let go of inner and outer importance, you acquire freedom of choice. The projection of importance is the only obstacle on the way to fulfilling your desires. Do not try to overcome obstacles. Reduce the amount of importance you project onto them. Take care without worrying. Chapter 5. The Induced Transition. Do not absorb negative information. The generation shift. People have always hankered after the good old days. With age, life somehow seems to get worse. People turn to reminiscing about their youth and times when the colors were richer, first impressions more vivid, dreams attainable, music was better, the climate more favorable, people were more approachable, and meat was more tender, to say nothing of their health. Life was full of hope, pleasure, and joy. Once a certain number of years have passed, people begin to sense that events do not make them as happy as they did before. Picnics, parties, concerts, films, celebrations, dates, warm seawater. From an objective point of view, all these things are still pretty much the same quality as they were before. Parties are still fun, films are still interesting, and seawater still feels warm. Nonetheless, life is not the same as it used to be. Colors have faded, our responses have dulled, and enthusiasm has waned. Why is it that everything is so much more wonderful when we are younger? Can it really be that our perception of things loses its sharpness as we get older? We do not lose the ability to laugh, cry, perceive taste and color, distinguish truth from deceit, or differentiate between good and bad just because we are a little older. So, could the world gradually be going downhill? No. The world is not deteriorating. Things only seem to be getting worse to certain people. What actually happens is that a person shifts to a negative lifeline that runs in parallel with former lifelines where everything is just as fine now as it was before the individual left them behind. By expressing dissatisfaction, a person attunes themselves to lifelines that draw them in and where things genuinely are worse than before. According to the principle of transurfing, the alternative space has everything for everybody. In one sector, the colors of life have become gray, while another life remains as bright and cheery as it always was. A person who emanates negative thought energy ends up drawn into a sector with a different type of scenery, but the world remains the same for everyone else. This is true not only in extreme cases in which someone has become an invalid, lost their home, their loved ones, or become an alcoholic and ruined their life. In most cases, during the course of their life, a person regularly slides onto lifelines where colors of the scenery are duller than they were on the previous lifeline. When this happens, a person begins to reminisce about how vivid and fresh everything was years ago. When a child is born, they accept the world the way it is. A child is unaware of the fact that life could change, becoming better or worse. Young people have not yet been spoiled, and so they are less picky. They are still busy with the task of discovering the world for themselves and enjoying life because they have more hope than cause for complaint. They think that life is pretty much okay and expect it to get even better. With time, they experience misfortune and failure and begin to understand that not all dreams come true, that some people are better off, and that they have to fight for their place in the sun. As time goes by, they can end up with more cause for complaint than hope. Discontentment and whining become a moving force that pushes a person onto unsuccessful lifelines. Expressed in transurfing terms, this type of person radiates negative energy, which transfers them onto lifelines that correspond to the negative parameters of their own thought energy. Life is less satisfactory the worse you think it to be. Children rarely contemplate whether their childhood is good or not. As children, we take everything for granted. We have only just begun discovering the world and have not yet acquired the habit of criticism. The greatest insult we experience as children is not being bought a much-wanted toy by a relative. It is only as we get a little older that we start to resent the world around us for fulfilling us less and less. The more we complain, the worse things are as a result. Everyone who has survived their youth and reached a mature age will say that a lot of things were better when they were younger. That is the paradox. You come up against circumstances that disappoint you, and so you express your dissatisfaction, which then aggravates the situation even more. Your discontent comes back to you like a triple force boomerang. Firstly, the excess potential created by your discontent turns balanced forces against you. Secondly, your discontent serves as a channel through which a pendulum can draw on your energy. Thirdly, radiating negative energy, you shift onto lifelines of a corresponding vibration. The habit of reacting negatively is so deep-seated that human beings are beginning to lose their advantage over other creatures further down the food chain in their capacity for awareness. An oyster also reacts negatively to external irritants, but unlike the oyster, a human being is able to consciously and intentionally regulate their relationship with the external world. Nevertheless, most people do not use the benefit of awareness, instead responding aggressively to the slightest inconvenience. Aggression is mistakenly interpreted as strength, but, in fact, a person who chooses to express themselves aggressively might as well, metaphorically speaking, be quivering helplessly in a pendulum's web. You might think that life is not as good as it used to be, but the younger generation happens to think that life is wonderful. Maybe they just do not know how great things were when you were their age. Having said that, when you were young, the older generation complained about life too, and reminisced about the good old days. This pattern cannot simply be explained by the tendency of the human psyche to erase all negative memories, leaving just the positive ones. The criticism is aimed at the present moment, which is supposedly worse than it used to be. If you accept the fact that life is getting worse with every passing year, then you would have to agree that the world should have simply fallen to pieces a long time ago. An uncountable number of generations have passed since the beginning of human history, and each one believes that life's colors have faded. Many an old man will tell you with absolute certainty how much better Coca-Cola used to be. Coca-Cola was invented in 1886. Imagine how disgusting Coke must be by now if it has been consistently worsening in quality since then. Or, perhaps, one's sense of taste weakens with age, although that is hardly the case. Anyway, the old man will probably tell you how everything else is of a poorer quality today too, be it furniture, clothes, or any other item. If the world were the same for everyone, after several dozen generations, life would have become a nightmare for everybody. So, how should we understand the paradoxical statement that the world is not the same for everyone? We all live in the same world, comprised of the material realization of alternative lifelines, and yet every individual experiences a different possible alternative. On the surface of things, there are obvious differences in people's fate. Some are rich, some are poor, some are successful, and some are struggling. Some are lucky, and some unlucky. We all have our own personal reality within the common world we live in. It seems quite straightforward, just as there are rich and poor neighborhoods in a single town. The script, role, and the scenery differ in different manifestations of reality. The difference in scenery is harder to track. One person looks at the world from the window of their luxurious car, whilst another peeks at it from inside a rubbish container. One person enjoys the party, whilst another is consumed in thought about their problems. One sees a group of happy youths, another at a gang of hooligans. They are all looking at the same things, but the images they perceive differ as black and white film differs from color. Every individual is attuned to their own sector in the alternative space, and so everyone lives in their own personal world. All these worlds exist in layers that exist, one on top of the other, forming what we understand to be the space we live in. It might be difficult to imagine, but no one layer can be separated from another. Every individual creates their own reality, and that reality intersects and interacts with the rest of the world around us. Imagine what the Earth was like before any single living creature existed. Winds blow, rains fall, volcanoes erupt, and rivers flow. Then, suddenly, a person is born who begins to observe their environment. The energy of that person's thoughts stimulates the material manifestation of a certain sector of the alternative space, which represents their specific life in this specific world. That person's life represents a new layer in the world. Then, another person is born who generates another layer. One person dies, and a layer disappears, or perhaps is transformed, depending on what happens beyond the threshold of death. We are vaguely aware that other forms of life exist in parallel worlds of some kind. Let us suppose for a moment that there are no living creatures in these worlds whatsoever, at least not yet. What kind of energy would stimulate the material manifestation of space that contained no single living creature? We can only guess. Perhaps, once the last living creature dies, the world itself will disappear. Who can prove that the world exists if there is nobody in it? For if there are no people, who would be around to say that the world, in our understanding, exists at all? There would be no world to speak of. That is enough speculation for now. We do not want to get bogged down in abstract conjecture. Remember, though, that transurfing is just one of many models. All existing theories about the world and life in it are nothing but models. Remember also the notion of importance, and try to avoid projecting any outer importance onto the transurfing model of the universe. Otherwise, you could become an apologist for futile ideas and try proving to everyone the truth of your own subjective worldview. Truth is an abstract notion, for we can only understand some of the world's forms and laws. Our goal here lies exclusively in attaining maximum practical benefit from our preferred model of the universe. Now, let us return to the topic of the generations. Throughout their lifetime, a person reattunes their energy from the vibration of one sector in the alternative space to another, thereby transforming the layer of their personal world. The more a person readily expresses their discontent emanating large quantities of negative energy, the more strongly the tendency for the quality of their life to deteriorate is consolidated. A man could acquire great material wealth with age, but not necessarily be any the happier for it. The colors of his scenery could just as well fade, and life become less enjoyable. The older and the younger generation both drink the same Coca-Cola, swim in the same oceans, ski on the same mountain slopes, and everything is pretty much the same as it was many years ago. However, the older man is convinced that, in his day, everything was better, and the young person is convinced that things are better now, and when the young person grows old, the story will no doubt repeat itself. There are deviations from this tendency, both for the better and for the worse. Sometimes, a person only begins to develop a taste for life as they get older, and the opposite can happen. A successful young man can go downhill until he hits rock bottom. That said, in general, the generations agree that life gets worse as you get older. This is how the shift in generational layers takes place. The layer of the older generation shifts to a lifeline of poorer quality, and the layer of the younger generation gradually follows on behind. The shift takes place gradually, each time starting from a point of optimism. This is precisely why the world, as a whole, never actually transforms into a living hell. Everyone has their own layer, which they choose themselves. By now, you will have a clear picture of how the choice can be made to one's personal detriment. In previous chapters, we have already talked about how to avoid creating a living hell in your own life layer. You may also wonder whether it is possible for a person to retrieve an earlier section of their world, or return to a lifeline that was filled with color and hope like it was in childhood. The transurfing technique can help with this task, but before we look at that, it is first useful to understand how exactly a person can end up shifting from a lifeline full of success and hope to a lifeline where they would face the question, so how exactly did your life end up like this? The pendulum vortex. The human psyche works in such a way that it reacts most strongly to negative irritants such as unwanted information, hostility, danger, or any other form of negative energy. Of course, positive influences can also stir strong emotions, but the intensity and force of emotions like fear and rage by far outweigh those of joy and happiness. The reason for this originates in ancient times when fear and rage were crucial to survival. What use is joy in a context like that? Joy is not as useful when it comes to defending yourself, avoiding danger, and foraging for food. In addition, throughout the entire history of humanity, life has been filled with burden and hardship that have brought more grief and fear than joy and happiness. This is, generally speaking, why man yields readily to thoughts of gloom and depression, while feelings of joy and happiness pass relatively quickly. Have you ever heard of a normal person suffering from too much joy? People who suffer from stress and depression, however, can be found in good number wherever you look. Pendulums, in particular the mass media, actively make use of these particular features of human perception. You rarely hear anything good in the news. Usually, in a news program, you hear a negative fact followed up with news coverage. New details gradually emerge, and the details of the story are thoroughly savored and dramatized. Other negative news stories covering catastrophes, natural disasters, terrorist acts, and armed conflicts are presented according to the same principle. Notice the pattern. Events develop in a spiral of intensity. First, there is the catchy headline, and then the story is unraveled, exposing further details. The tension gradually peaks with emotions running equally high. Finally, the story comes to its conclusion, and all of that emotional energy is released into space as a temporary calm descends upon the viewers. Endless TV series are based on the same pattern of build-up and release, like waves breaking on the shore. From an objective point of view, there is nothing special about these programs. All the drama is literally created out of thin air. However, you only have to watch 2 or 3 episodes and you are hooked. Why is this? After all, nothing particularly interesting ever happens. You become hooked because the frequency of your thought energy is caught by the pendulum of the TV series, and your attention becomes fixed on that sector within the alternatives space. This is the mechanism that winds the spiral mentioned above. At first, a person is confronted with a fact which, theoretically, they may or may not find upsetting. Let us suppose that the fact is a fresh piece of news about a negative event that has taken place somewhere in another country. This represents the destructive pendulum's first prod. If a person is touched by the news story, they respond to the stimulus by expressing their thoughts and feelings about it. If the news concerns them, they will begin radiating energy at the same frequency as the pendulum's initial prod. Like thousands of others, the person responds to the pendulum with interest, thereby participating in the overall event. The vibration of the person's thought energy begins to resonate with the pendulum, increasing the force of its energy. Meanwhile, the media continues its campaign. The person follows developments with interest, making sure that the pendulum receives its nourishment. This is a typical example of how a pendulum entices adherents into its web so that it can continually suck energy from them. The person who becomes increasingly interested in the news piece absorbs some of its negative energy, and, whether they are aware of it or not, they are now involved in a game, at least as an observer. At first glance, it does not look as if anything untoward has happened. Watching the news is a matter of course. So what if a person gives a bit of their energy to a destructive pendulum? It is not as if it will affect their health. When a person begins radiating energy at the frequency of a negative event, they shift onto a lifeline that is located closer to other lifelines in which such events take place. They begin to play a part in the plot. They find themselves within the impact area of a spiral that rotates faster and faster, drawing them into a vortex, like water into the funnel of a whirlpool. The interaction between the individual and the pendulum becomes increasingly close, and the person accepts the event as an unavoidable part of their life. Their attention becomes selective, and it will seem as if new facts about similar events in different countries are popping up everywhere. The person will discuss the news with their close friends and relatives, who will, no doubt, respond with interest and compassion. The energy of the pendulum grows as a result, and the individual is drawn ever closer by the frequency of their thought energy to the lifeline of the original event, except, at this stage, they are no longer an observer, but a direct participant. The phenomenon of being drawn further towards the vortex can be described as an induced transition to a lifeline where the adherent becomes the victim of a destructive pendulum. The individual's response to the pendulum's initial prod and the mutual exchange of energy that follows induces a shift to a lifeline with a vibration very similar to that of the pendulum's sway. As a result, a negative event occurs in the layer of this person's life. Disaster. Most people accept that, theoretically, they could end up being involved in a catastrophic event, but not all actually allow the possibility into the layer of their personal world. There are people who do not watch TV serials, have no interest in the news, and are emotionally undisturbed by events taking place somewhere else in the world. They live in a different life layer to these events and are adherents of other pendulums. They remain undisturbed by the fact that, somewhere in the world, there has been a plane crash. They listen to the news indifferently whilst they eat their supper, probably because they have enough to deal with in their own lives. The type of person most likely to undergo an induced shift shows active interest in disasters that involve other people and take place in other areas. This kind of person is deeply disturbed by news of such events. Sometimes, when a person suffers few problems of their own, there is a tendency to fill the empty space in their lives by giving their attention to events taking place in life layers other than their own. This type of person regularly reads the tabloids, watches TV series, or awaits news updates on tragic accidents and natural disasters. Tabloids and soap operas are the activities of small, harmless pendulums. Adherence to pendulums in this category does nothing more than make up for a deficit of information, emotion, and experience in a person's own life. In contrast, displaying an active interest in catastrophes and natural disasters poses a real threat, for these are the manifestations of stronger, more aggressive pendulums. The vibration of thought energy radiating from a person who gives their attention to tragic events is hooked in the same way that it is by a television series. Anyone who looks for negative information will always find an abundance of it. At first, they play the innocent role of observer, like a person watching a football match from the grandstand. The game gradually becomes more gripping, and the observer becomes a fan. Then they walk onto the playing field and start to run about, waiting for the ball. Gradually, unnoticeably, the fan becomes more involved in the game, and in the end, another player will pass them the ball. Metaphorically speaking, the original observer has become a player, a victim of disaster. Could it really be otherwise? A person allows information related to disaster to become a part of their life. They unwittingly accept the fate of victim and, eventually, materialize misfortune in an alternative lifeline. Of course, the person had no intention of becoming a victim, but that is, unfortunately, of no consequence, because once a person has agreed to join, the role they will play is chosen by the pendulum. Whereas for many people, personal involvement in a disaster would signify the result of a fatal train of events, for our victim, it would represent the logical end to a line of behavior that increased the probability of their being in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you ignore the prod of a destructive pendulum, you will never end up involved in a catastrophic event, or at least the probability of it happening will be close to zero. You may object that thousands of people have lost their lives in tragic accidents and natural disasters. Surely not all these people were thinking about catastrophes simultaneously. The thing is that we do not live alone in the world. We are surrounded by other people who are actively working for destructive pendulums and radiating energy within the pendulum's spectrum. It is not possible to become totally and ideally isolated from these vibrational frequencies. The common field encompasses you, and, without being consciously aware of it, you begin to radiate energy at the same frequencies as the surrounding field. The roots of this type of behavior go back to very ancient times, when the herd instinct helped to protect the group from danger. This is why the energy field of an induced shift grows, producing a snowball effect that pulls you in like water to the center of a whirlpool. The task is to stay as far away as possible from the pendulum's vortex. This means not absorbing negative information relating to catastrophic events and disasters, showing no interest, refraining from worry or discussion, and, generally, letting the information pass you by. Notice that we say, let the information pass you by, rather than try to avoid it. As we know from previous chapters, trying to avoid a meeting with a pendulum is the same as seeking out a meeting with it. When you resist something, desire specifically to avoid something, or express your enmity towards something, you actively radiate energy at the frequency of the object you are trying to avoid. To let something pass you by means not to absorb or react to negative information. Simply ignore it and switch your attention to harmless television programs and books. If you find it impossible to retain a positive outlook when confronted with negativity, you can always turn to your guardian angel. For example, if you are afraid of flying, stay away from planes. If you are afraid, it means that somewhere in the spectrum of your energy, there is a frequency that resonates at the vibration of a lifeline in which a plane crash occurs. It does not mean that you will immediately transition to this lifeline, but nonetheless, the possibility exists. If you are the kind of person who does not think of the dangers of flying at all, then you have nothing to fear. On the other hand, if you experience unusually high levels of anxiety before boarding a plane, it would be wise to skip the flight. If this is totally out of the question, you would be wise to learn to listen to the rustle of the morning stars. What that is and how it can be heard, you have yet to discover. War. Wars break out essentially for the same reason that fistfights do. One party expresses their opinion. The other party holds the opposite opinion, and so the opinion expressed by the first is like the prod of a destructive pendulum. The second party takes offense at the prod and reacts with double the amplitude. The first shouts back even louder. Both parties become increasingly aggressive until things finally come to blows. This metaphor illustrates the battle between two pendulums that knock against each other, causing each to swing higher and higher. Obviously, the outbreak of war, or build-up to a revolution, involves all sorts of complex factors, but essentially the process is the same. The pendulum primes the people by telling them that they do not have a good life, and the people are quick to agree. It is then explained that the reason they do not live well is because other people are preventing them doing so. This stirs resentment, and the pendulum begins to swing. Then, one side provokes the other, evoking a storm of anger, whereby the pendulum gathers force and the war or revolution can begin. Each swing of the pendulum generates a response, which strengthens the pendulum's sway still further. A snowball effect is initiated until a shift occurs to a lifeline with mounting tension. The situation can only be changed at the outset before things escalate out of control, at the moment when the spiral begins to turn and the pendulum makes its first move. If the other party responds peacefully or simply walks away, the pendulum will be brought to rest or defeated. If, however, the pendulum's prod is accepted, the participant's energy will correspond to the parameters of the lifeline on the next turn of the spiral. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee that an individual participant will not be pulled into the events of war or revolution, even if they manage not to respond to the pendulum. If you get pulled into a powerful whirlpool, however hard you try, it is almost impossible to free yourself from the current that pulls towards the center. If, however, a participant refuses to play the pendulum's game, they will at least have greater chances of surviving with minimal loss. Here, we should be clear about what it means not to tolerate war or revolution. You could hate war or be actively campaigning against it. It makes no difference to the pendulum which side of the fence you stand on. It will claim your energy in both cases. If energy is emanated at the frequency of war, a shift will occur onto a corresponding lifeline. If you accept war and participate in it, then you are effectively on the battlefield. If you fight against war, it will consume you anyway. Not to accept the pendulum's game means to ignore it. I realize that it is not always possible to ignore something like war, but this is the danger of the induced shift. It is not worth taking the position of defender or opponent of war. There have always been neutral countries which have remained on the sideline and watched while entire nations destroyed each other. From the point of view of the pendulum trying to provoke a fight with its rivals, people who ardently protest against war at demonstrations are potentially just as committed and desirable adherents as the supporters of conflict. Active protest against war potentially provides the pendulum with just as much energy as the support of war, although naive adherents will be convinced of the opposite. The real way to prevent war is simply to support peaceful action and, where possible, expose a pendulum's true motives. Do you remember the metaphor of the hive of wild bees? The pendulum tells its adherents that the bees are dangerous and must be killed. But what is the pendulum's true motive? What does it really need? Honey, perhaps? Unemployment. As we have said, there are different ways of playing the game of a destructive pendulum, either by supporting it or negating it. The second option is probably the most perilous, since the desire to actively avoid a pendulum creates excess potential that can pull you into the vortex of an induced transition. Almost everyone nowadays experiences concern at some point or another about losing their job. An induced transition to finding yourself out on the street would be quite a crafty maneuver. Sometimes larger events start with something small and seemingly harmless, an initial faint signal. For example, you might hear that your company is not doing quite as well as it was before, or someone you know lost their job recently, or there are rumors at work that staff may have to be made redundant. On a subconscious level, an otherwise unnoticeable red light comes on. Shortly afterwards, you pick up on another signal, such as reports that inflation is sky high. This keeps you, and those around you, on their toes. People start talking about their concerns, and the unemployment pendulum is provided with a source of energy. Then, there is news about an impending drop in the stock market, and the general tension increases. Concern quickly gives way to anxiety and then fear. By this time, you are already generating energy to the vibration of a lifeline where you can see yourself without a job. If you are afraid that you will end up being one of those made redundant, your fear is as perceptible to others as if you were wearing a placard saying, "I might be made redundant." If you think you can hide your fear, you are mistaken. Body language and the slightest intonation in your voice say more than 1,000 words. Once you lose confidence in yourself, you become less efficient. Tasks that you found easy before seem more difficult. A certain tension seeps into your communication with colleagues who are in the same position. You take your anxiety home with you, and instead of support, you find your family begin to complain and criticize. Stress levels rise, and you are no longer an efficient employee. At this stage, you might as well be wearing a sign saying, "Waiting to be sacked." The fear of being sacked lies in a feeling of guilt, which either smolders away or burns brightly in your subconscious. They always fire the weakest employees first. If you allow yourself to consider that you might be weaker than your colleagues, you effectively write your own name into the blacklist. Let go of guilt. Give yourself the luxury of being you. If that does not work, start looking for another job, because the excess potential of your emotional worries will be dissipated by taking action. Some people start looking for another job as soon as they have taken on a new position, not because they intend to change jobs immediately, but because the idea of having a safety net makes them feel more confident. On the off chance that something unexpected does happen, they know they have an alternative avenue to follow. If you feel secure about the future, the action of balanced forces will not affect you. Epidemic. You are probably thinking that an epidemic can have no relevance to lifelines, and that people get ill simply because they have become infected by some bacteria. This is correct, but only so far as a person allows themselves to become infected. And by this, I do not mean that they were not wearing a protective health mask. That would not have saved them. I cannot prove my point with theoretical argument, just as I cannot prove anything I have said in this book, just as you would not walk around with a mask on during a flu epidemic just to test whether the mask works or not. I am sharing what I know to be true. Whether it resonates with you or not, only you can know. So, let us unravel the stages of disease. The cause of an illness is your voluntary agreement to play the game called epidemic. It all begins with rumors that somewhere an epidemic, the flu for example, is going around. Everyone knows that the flu is transmitted through the respiratory system, and so you, like everyone else, totally accept the possibility that you could come down with something. You immediately run the being off sick scenario through your mind. You imagine having a temperature, lying in bed coughing and sneezing. From this moment on, you are playing the pendulum's game because your imagination is shaping your thought energy to the same frequency as the destructive pendulum. Your subconscious starts searching for confirmation of the onset of an epidemic, and your attention becomes selective. You seem suddenly to be surrounded by people sneezing. They were always there. It is just that you did not notice them before. From time to time, at work and at home, someone will raise the subject of the flu. Your suspicion that an epidemic is on its way is confirmed by more and more evidence. Even if you were not particularly looking for confirmation, or the subject does not particularly worry you, somehow confirmation is given of its own accord. If, from the very beginning of the game, you have attuned yourself to the frequency of the destructive pendulum, your bond with it will become stronger, regardless of whether your participation is conscious. If you are not against the idea of getting sick, or if you feel that you are, for some reason, bound to come down with something, you become an active adherent. On the other hand, you decide that you cannot afford to be ill and keep telling yourself how totally healthy you are. But that does not work. Just thinking about the illness means that you are attuning your energy to its frequency. How exactly you think about it, positively or negatively, is of no matter. Your efforts to convince yourself from the very beginning that you will not get ill enforce your acceptance of the likelihood that you will become ill. And because this is the case, no amount of self-indoctrination will keep you healthy. Words spoken aloud are simply warm air, and words spoken to oneself are nothing at all in comparison to the inaudible power of faith. Without faith, you will not protect yourself from the flu, even if you rush to get a flu vaccination. It makes no difference because, whatever you do, you will be ill for as long as you need to be. The first symptoms provide you with a choice of whether you are going to come down with something serious or recover very quickly. You might make a weak attempt to resist, but finally, you face the fact that you are going to be ill. With that, the final adjustment is made, and your energy vibration and you shift to a lifeline where illness is prevalent. The induced shift actually starts from the very moment that you respond to the pendulum's prod. If you genuinely could not care about the epidemic, you will not be affected. If you are on holiday, have not communicated very much with anyone, have not seen the news, and know nothing about the epidemic, the pendulum will not affect you. It will simply disappear into thin air. Have you ever wondered why doctors are not infected by their patients? Many boldly work without wearing a mask. It is not because they have had the jabs. You cannot have a vaccine for everything. The thing is that doctors are also actively playing the game of the illness pendulum, but they are playing an entirely different role. By analogy, the next time you fly, notice the stewardesses on the plane. They whiz up and down the cabin like little angels, insistently advising passengers to fasten their seatbelts. And yet, they are so mobile in the cabin, one suspects that, if anything happened, they would simply hover in the air, like hummingbirds. What about breastfed babies infected with AIDS? The fastidious listener will ask. Do they, too, radiate the energy of induced transition? In response, it should be said that, firstly, we are looking at the phenomenon of epidemic as a general tendency, and, secondly, I am not suggesting that the concept of infection is a delusion, or that thought energy radiating at the frequency of illness is the sole cause of ill health. Transurfing is neither a dogma, nor does it claim to be the final authority on truth. No idea should be taken to be absolute truth. We can only take into account patterns and regularities. Truth is always somewhere close by, but where exactly, nobody can say. Panic. Panic generates the most intense and quickly induced transition. Panic very effectively highlights the distinctive features of an induced transition. Firstly, the spiral coils very strongly when a person panics, because any signal of real danger always has a convincing sound to it. It is so easy then to be immediately drawn into the game of a destructive pendulum. The increase in the pendulum sway also gathers speed very quickly for the same reason. Secondly, when a person panics, they almost completely lose their self-control, simultaneously becoming a sensitive receiver and active transmitter for the pendulum's sway. Finally, the pendulum itself can use panic as an ideal way of materializing itself in the crowd. Unfortunately, all these factors make it very difficult to defeat the pendulum or bring it to rest, because, in a moment of panic, considering how to overcome the problem of a pendulum is the last thing on your mind. However, if you can somehow keep your head, you may succeed in saving yourself and others. For example, when a ship is sinking, a group of desperate passengers will clamber around a small number of lifeboats, whilst other boats nearby remain empty. It only takes a second to look around and notice the empty crafts, but this is the cunning quality of the induced shift that works like a whirlpool, sucking in anything located at its periphery. Poverty. From a logical point of view, how does a simple man from the slums become rich, not including criminal means or beautiful stories about people becoming millionaires overnight? The rags to riches story is very difficult to explain using only common sense. So what, you may ask, is the use of logic? Transurfing does not entirely fit into the framework of common sense. On the other hand, it does enable you to achieve things that would otherwise appear impossible. When your actions are based on logical deduction, you get a corresponding result. If a person is born in poverty, they will be accustomed to living in poor circumstances, and their energy will be attuned to the frequency of their own misfortune. It is very difficult to shift to a lifeline of prosperity if you despise your own poverty, envy the wealthy, and constantly wish you were better off. Actually, I would say that with these three types of thought in mind, it is totally impossible. One of the first discoveries children make as they get older is the fact that just because you would hate for something to happen, it does not mean you can avoid it happening. Sometimes the soul simply cries out in despair, "But I don't want to. I hate it. Why does this always happen to me?" It is not only children who ask themselves this question in fits of anger, but adults too. It is difficult to accept the fact that, even though you do not want something to happen, there is nothing you can do about it. And if you hate something, it will follow you around wherever you go. You can harbor a hatred for poverty, your work, your physical flaws, your neighbors, drunks, alcoholics, drug addicts, dogs, thieves, criminals, the impudent child, the government. The list goes on. The more you love to hate something, the more likely you are to have experience of it in your life. The reason for this is clear. When something gets to you, you think about it, which means that you radiate energy at the frequency of a lifeline where that thing exists in abundance. It does not matter which polarity you embody, liking or not liking. The second is of greater benefit to the pendulum because emotions associated with not liking are more powerful than emotions associated with liking. The destructive pendulum sways even higher when you are suffering emotionally. Finally, when you actively hate something, you create excess potential. Balanced forces are then directed against you, because it is easier for them to eliminate one opponent than to change a world that does not suit one individual. Who would have thought that there could be so many harmful aspects to a negative attitude towards life? In the case of the individual who is born in poverty, but dreams of becoming rich, we know that desire itself is not enough to initiate change. Often, people do their dreaming, lounging about on the sofa, having the occasional stretch, and thinking how much they would like a bowl of strawberries, but not knowing where to get them in the middle of winter. If you are not prepared to take action to acquire what you want, you will not get it. A poor person usually does not take action because of their own conviction that the fulfillment of their desire is not realistic. It is a vicious circle. Desire of itself has no power. Desire fails even to lift a finger. Intention, i.e., the readiness to act, is the force that lifts the finger. With intention, a person could just as easily say, "You can't take this away from me. It's simple. I just want to be rich." Again, there is a huge chasm between wanting and being ready to become. For example, a poor person tends to feel out of place in the company of the wealthy or an expensive shop, even if they are desperately trying to convince themselves and others that the opposite is true, because in their heart they believe that they are not worthy of that environment. Wealth is not part of a poor person's comfort zone, and not because it is uncomfortable to be wealthy, but because it is so unfamiliar. A new armchair is better, but the old armchair is more comfortable. A poor person only sees the external side of wealth: luxurious houses, expensive cars, ornaments, clubs, etc. If you placed a poor person in this type of environment, they would feel uncomfortable. And if you were to give them a suitcase full of money, they would do all sorts of foolish things with it until they had spent it all. The frequency of energy a poor person transmits is sharply dissonant with that of a wealthy life. until a person lets the attributes of wealth into their comfort zone, and until they learn how it feels to be the owner of expensive things, they will remain poor, even if they find a buried treasure. Another obstacle on the path to wealth is envy. To envy someone means to be annoyed by someone else's success. There is nothing constructive about envy at all. In fact, it has a very strong destructive element. A person's psyche works in such a way that, if they envy something that another has, they try to devalue it in every way possible. This is the logic of being green with envy. I envy what he has. I don't have it, and probably never will have. He is no better than I am. The thing that he has can't be that good then. Perhaps I don't need it after all. The desire to possess something is transformed into a psychological defense, which then develops into rejection. The aspect of rejection takes place on a subtle level, because the subconscious mind takes everything literally. Your conscious mind only plays at devaluing the object of envy to comfort the person for not having it. But the subconscious mind takes it all seriously and bends over backwards to make sure that the person does not receive what has been so ardently devalued. You can see what tenacious forces hold a person to their lifeline of poverty. Events can unfold even more dramatically when a person undergoes an induced transition from a lifeline of prosperity to a lifeline of destitution. It does sometimes happen that a successful person suddenly loses everything and ends up on the street. The most insidious thing about an induced transition to poverty is that the spiral begins to unwind slowly and then picks up speed until there is no stopping it. The spiral starts with temporary financial difficulties. Anyone can experience temporary financial difficulties. They are an inevitable part of life, just like rain on the day you plan for a picnic. As long as you do not get angry about it, depressed, excessively anxious, or resentful, being deprived of a potential source of energy, the pendulum will come to rest. The induced shift only occurs if you somehow take a grip of the spiral's tail. The spiral can only start turning if you react to the destructive pendulum. A person's initial response is often to be disappointed. This is quite a weak source of energy, so if the emotional response stops here, the pendulum will be stilled. Anger and resentment are stronger forms of emotional response which might lift the pendulum's spirits enough for it to convey the information that someone else is to blame for the person's financial difficulties. Their response to this second prod might be making negative comments, taking action against those who are supposedly to blame. By this time, the pendulum will be quite revived and begin the second turn of the spiral. At this stage, the person may receive a reduced income payment, prices may rise, or some debt might suddenly be called in. At this stage, the person probably does not realize that a process has been set in motion. It could seem to be nothing more than the result of unfortunate circumstances, whereas, in actual fact, it is the result of a directed process which has been induced by responding emotionally to the pendulum's prod. The frequency of that person's energy will continue to change from a vibration characteristic of a prosperous lifeline to a vibration characteristic of a new lifeline in which they suffer deprivation and annoyance. As a result, they shift to lifelines that correspond to a new set of financial circumstances. The situation is compounded, and bad news starts to come in from all sides. Prices rise, and their company's performance level drops. They discuss the problem with close friends and relatives, and the conversations are usually of a destructive nature, full of complaint, resentment, and aggression towards the guilty party. This can be particularly pronounced in companies where business is especially bad, and the working day begins with the statement that there's no money coming in, as solemnly as if it were a morning prayer. At this stage, the person is totally gripped by the spiral, and their energy attuned to the frequency of the destructive pendulum. Seeing that things are consistently getting worse, they become stressed and anxious. Despite its relatively insignificant magnitude, the pendulum can easily assimilate the energy of anxiety, and so it becomes all the more audacious. Because the adherent is so stressed, they inevitably generate excess potential, discontent, aggression, depression, apathy, resentment, and so on. As balanced forces connect with the pendulum, the situation snowballs out of control. The fear they begin to experience drives them to distraction, and things become frantic. It is as if someone has taken them by the hands, spun them round and round, only to let go abruptly, making them fly off to one side. The poor adherent falls to the ground where they lie in a state of shock. The finale is not a pretty picture, although it all started with just a few financial difficulties. Of course, it is not money that the pendulum needs so much as the negative energy a person generates when they realize that their money is literally going down the drain. By the time the spiral has unwound itself, the unfortunate individual has, at best, lost much of their wealth and, at worst, lost everything they had, at which point they are no longer of any interest to the pendulum, as there is nothing more that can be gained from them. The unfortunate adherent will either remain lying in shock on the unsuccessful lifeline, or try, with difficulty, to pick themselves up from the floor. Such an induced transition can happen to a private individual as easily as to a large group of people. In the latter case, as you can imagine, the spiral is like a massive whirlpool from which it is impossible to escape. The only way to avoid an induced transition is to avoid gripping onto the tail of the spiral, thereby avoiding getting caught up in the pendulum's destructive game. It is not sufficient to know how the mechanism works. To remain free of the pendulum's power, you must maintain a constant awareness of it. You must not allow your inner guardian to doze off. Pull yourself up every time you realize that, out of habit, as if in a dream, you have accepted a pendulum's game, i.e., you have expressed discontentment, indignation, anxiety, or contributed to a destructive discussion, and so on. Remember, everything that causes you to express a negative reaction is a provocative prod from a destructive pendulum. The same thing happens when you are dreaming. Until you realize that what you are seeing is a dream, you are simply a pawn in someone else's game, and there is nothing to stop you from being tormented by nightmares. As soon as you wake up, shake off the delusion and realize the nature of the game. You are in control. When you do this, you will no longer be the victim of circumstances, while everyone around you continues to exist in a zombie-like state. Summary. Everyone creates the separate layer of their own world. The world of humanity consists of individual layers, placed one on top of the other. When a person emanates negative energy, they compromise the quality of their own life layer. Aggression is mistakenly taken to be a strength, and dissatisfaction as a normal reaction. Reacting to negative events induces a shift to negative life lines. An induced transition is accompanied by a negative event in a personal life layer. Do not allow negative information into your layer. Do not allow does not mean strive to avoid, but rather to intentionally ignore, to express no interest. Chapter 6. The Alternatives Flow. When you go with the flow, the world meets you halfway. The information field. The alternatives space is an information field or energy matrix, a template for what things could be like. When a sector of the matrix is lit up by an energy that has the same resonance, the part of the template is transformed into physical reality. The question is whether the information held in the matrix can be used whilst it exists in its intangible form. You could say that we are using this information on an everyday basis. The conscious mind might not be able to read the information held in the alternative space, but the subconscious mind can access it directly. This is where premonitions, intuitions, prophecies, inventions, and works of art originate. The conscious mind sources information both by interpreting data from the external world and by receiving it from the subconscious via intuition. Put bluntly, the data recorded in the information field represents truth in its purest form. It represents objective information undistorted by interpretation. When truth passes through the filter of the mind, it becomes an interpretation, i.e., knowledge. All living beings have their own way of interpreting the truth. A chicken, for example, sees and understands the world very differently to a human. Even different people will see and understand the same things in different ways. As a result, knowledge is a more or less distorted representation of the truth. The data contained in the information field exists in the form of a complex energetic structure. The field is a record of everything that causes matter to move in accordance with the laws of nature. Initially, data from the information field is received by the subconscious, the soul, and then the conscious mind, or reason, translates it into word and symbol. This is how any innovation is brought to life, be it a new genre of music, a work of art, or anything that a person could not have seen or understood directly. Intuitive knowledge and premonitions are received in the same way. This explanation might be a little perturbing or hard to accept. Can it really be, you ask, that the mind is incapable of creating anything new independently and is actually drawing on data from an external source or information field? Perhaps it is too categorical to say that the mind can never create anything new. The mind can build a new object or solve a problem using knowledge of objects and logical constructions that it is already familiar with. In other words, the rational mind can build a new house, but only from old bricks. It can construct something using ideas that have been made accessible to the conscious mind previously, but it cannot directly access information that is fundamentally new. Scientific discoveries are not made as a result of logical reasoning, so much as from an aha moment of insight when knowledge seems to come from nowhere. The same goes for genius inventions. Good music just comes to the musician. It is not created via the intelligent choice of notes. Works of art are created as a result of inspiration, not professional and technical skill. A picture that, from a technical point of view, has been executed perfectly will not necessarily be proclaimed a work of art. The special quality that makes something a work of art lies beyond the realms of technical execution. Poetry that has the ability to touch your heart is not written by the process of choosing rhythms, but comes from the depths of the poet's soul. Creativity, based on inspiration and insight, is totally different to something produced by the rational mind. It is only later that a product of true creativity becomes an attribute of the mind. The mind may be capable of making a perfect copy from an old work of art, but it is incapable of creating a new one. The mind analyzes data received from the information field by the subconscious and endows it with symbolic form, producing a painting, a melody, a poem, mathematical formula, etc. We do not yet know how the subconscious accesses the information field, but we can witness the access. Clairvoyants, for example, are capable of perceiving events that have taken place in the past, have not yet taken place, or are happening somewhere beyond our field of vision. As we cannot yet explain the mechanism for such things, we refer to them as paranormal phenomena. Not wishing to reveal their importance, pendulums of fundamental science refuse to take such phenomena seriously. However, the fact that we cannot explain them does not stop them from being real, or justify the tendency to dismiss them out of hand. There are people who are capable of seeing events in the information field as clearly as if they were witnessing them in the material world. People like this are capable of attuning to manifest sectors in the alternatives space. A clairvoyant, for example, can attune to the sector of a missing person by looking at a photograph of that person or touching an item of their belongings. The police have even been known to make use of the services of clairvoyants in their investigations. Not all clairvoyants can see perfectly, and so mistakes are made. Mistakes can be made for two reasons. Firstly, the clairvoyant may attune to a sector that has never been realized in the material plane and never will be. Confusion can also be caused by the fact that separate sectors differ in script and scenery to a lesser or greater degree, depending on their relative distance from one another. This can affect how information is interpreted. For example, ancient prophesiers and prophets who observed unusual scenes from the future interpreted them according to the knowledge available to them at the time, causing their predictions to be inaccurate. Whether you believe in these things or not is a very personal thing. Remember, transurfing is just a model that allows us to apply the laws of the universe to serve our own interests. It does not claim to provide a comprehensive description of the structure of the universe. Neither is transurfing a monument in granite bearing the inscription, "Here lies the secret." Truth, as you know, is only ever somewhere close by. The idea that man is capable of synthesizing anything new using the rational mind alone is simply the product of a certain attitude. It is just that society has been relying on the model that generated that attitude for a long time now. It should be pointed out, however, that the conventional worldview is as impossible to prove as the transurfing model. Whether things actually happen according to one system or another does not concern us here too much. The fact remains that information originating in the alternative space is somehow available to us in the form of hunches, visions, insights, and signs, and, as far as we are able, must attempt to understand its meaning. Knowledge out of nowhere. Only a few very unique individuals are capable of reading data held in the information field. The majority of us receive reverberations of data in the form of momentary premonitions and vaguely perceived knowledge. People involved in the worlds of science and creativity often receive insights after many long days or years of contemplation. It can take such a long time to unveil something entirely new because thought energy, however deeply a person concentrates, can be more easily attuned to sectors of the alternative space that have already been transformed into physical reality. Anything fundamentally new originates in sectors of the alternative space that have not yet been transformed into physical reality. Unfortunately, we do not yet fully understand how to attune our thoughts to those sectors. When the subconscious is somehow able to access information held in an unrealized sector of the field, the conscious mind can be confused, finding it vague and obscure. This is because the data has not before been interpreted using symbols that are familiar to the rational mind. If, however, the brain manages to reach deeply into the essence of the information newly available, insight and clarity is achieved. There is much that is unclear and contradictory about the mechanisms of the conscious and the subconscious mind. Rather than delve deeply into all these issues here, we will just look at a couple of themes related to how they function. Also, to avoid getting mixed up in semantics and terminology, for simplicity's sake, we will define everything connected with the conscious mind as reason, and with the subconscious as the heart or soul. If the mind was capable of understanding everything the heart wished to share with it, humanity would have already gained full access to the information field. One can only imagine the heights human civilization would have reached as a result. The mind, however, is not very good at listening to the heart, and does not want to. Its attention is either taken up with things relating to the outside world, or with its own inner bag of contemplation and anxiety. The mind is busy controlling its unceasing internal monologue, and is, by comparison, highly inattentive to the faint signals of the heart. The mind authoritatively insists on doing things its own way. When reason thinks, it draws on categories which it uses to mark the qualities of visible objects in the materialized sectors of the information field. In other words, it thinks with the help of established designations, symbols, words, concepts, diagrams, rules, etc. The mind unscrambles all the information it receives using appropriate designations. Designations are attributed to everything that exists in the world around us. The sky is blue. Water is wet. Birds fly. Tigers are dangerous. Winter is cold, etc. If the information received from a non-materialized sector has not yet been attributed rational designation, the mind perceives it as unfathomable knowledge. If new designations can be introduced, or if it can be explained within the context of conventional references, then a discovery is made. It is always extremely difficult to find designations for new knowledge. It is like when a person hears music for the first time, a type of information expressed in the form of sound. When a person hears the music, their mind receives the information it carries. The mind knows it is hearing something, but does not yet understand what it is hearing because it has nothing to make reference to. Understanding comes later when the person has heard music many times and all the relevant designations and objects have been demonstrated: musicians, instruments, notes, and songs. When music is heard for the first time, it is perceived simultaneously as knowledge and a mystery. Try explaining to a small child that milk is white. Young children are only just learning to use abstract categories, and so they ask a lot of questions. A child may know what milk is, but not understand what white means, and so the child asks, "What is white?" White is a color. What is color? It's a quality objects have. What's quality? What's object? And so it goes on. Rather than trying to explain, it is easier to just show the child objects of different colors. Then, the child's mind begins to recognize how to differentiate objects using the abstract notion of color. This is how a child learns to define everything in the world around it, and then think using these definitions. The heart, unlike the mind, does not use designations. How could the heart explain to a child that milk is white? Ever since the mind began thinking in terms of abstract categories, the connection between the heart and mind gradually atrophied. The heart does not work in terms of categories. It does not think or speak. It feels and knows, because the heart is not able to express what it knows in words and symbols. The mind finds it difficult to understand. How then can the heart communicate with the mind if it has discovered something in the alternative space that does not yet exist in the material world? The mind is always busy with its own chatter. It has a logical explanation for everything and is constantly trying to control information. It picks up on vague signals from the heart which it is not always capable of defining with the help of categories. The vague feelings and knowledge signaled by the heart are drowned out by the vociferous thoughts of the mind. When control over the mind is released, however, intuitive feelings and knowledge can break through to consciousness. The signals of the heart are conveyed as ambiguous premonition, which we call the inner voice. In moments when the mind is distracted, it allows you to experience the feelings and knowledge of the heart. This is the rustle of the morning stars, the voice without words, reflection without thought, and sound without volume. When you hear this music, you know that you have understood something, but it still has an elusive quality. Do not think so much. Feel and listen to your intuition. Everyone knows what intuition is. Everyone has sometimes had the feeling that someone is about to arrive just before a visitor appears at the door. Has had the feeling that something is going to happen, and then it does. Or has had the feeling that they simply know something that requires no explanation. The mind is constantly generating thoughts, and the voice of the heart is literally drowned out by the thought churn, making it difficult to access intuitive knowledge. If you stop the train of thoughts and simply contemplate the emptiness, you will hear the rustle of the morning stars, the inner voice that has no words. The heart could provide answers to many of our questions, if only we could hear its voice. It is quite difficult to deliberately attune to unrealized sectors of the information field and to force your mind to listen to what the heart is trying to convey. So we will begin slowly. The heart has two quite clearly discernible states: comfort and discomfort. The mind has designations for these states: I feel good and I do not feel good. I feel confident, and I am anxious. I like it, and I do not like it. At every step we take in life, we have to decide whether to do one thing or another. The thing we call life emerges when parts of the alternative space are transformed into physical reality. Depending on our thoughts and actions, one sector or another is realized on the material level. The heart has access to the information field, and, somehow, the heart is given to see what lies ahead in as yet unrealized but impending sectors. When the soul has set its sights on a sector that has not yet been realized in the physical, it knows what to expect, and whether it will be a pleasant or unpleasant experience. The mind interprets these feelings as vague sensations of inner peace, or the lack of it. The soul often knows what lies ahead, and tries, patiently, to communicate what it knows to the mind, but the mind hardly hears the voice, or attributes very little meaning to the vague premonition. The mind is hooked by pendulums, preoccupied solving problems, and convinced by the reasonableness of its actions. The mind makes resolute decisions, guided by logical reasoning and common sense. As we know, though, sensible reasoning is no guarantee of an ideal solution. Unlike the mind, the heart is rarely mistaken because it does not think. It feels and knows. How often do we hear people claim, post factum, "I knew nothing good would come of it"? The task is to learn to interpret what the heart is trying to communicate to the mind at the time a decision is being made. It is not difficult. All you have to do is instruct your inner guardian to pay attention to your inner state before making a final decision. Your mind is usually trapped by pendulums or absorbed with the job of solving various problems. To hear the rustle of the morning stars, it is enough to simply remember to note your inner condition. It sounds quite banal and commonplace, but it works. The only problem is in paying attention to your feelings and sensations. People tend to be more inclined to trust arguments based on reason than their own feelings, and so have forgotten how to pay attention to their own inner condition and the feeling of integrity that inner peace gives. In the moment of considering a possible solution to a problem, the mind is guided by sensible reasoning, not by feelings. In fact, in the moment of decision-making, the mind is unlikely to even notice that there are such things as feelings. If, however, you have been able to remember, then take the next step and note what you are feeling. There might be something about a situation that puts you on your guard or worries you. There might be something you do not like about a situation. Once you have made a decision, ask the mind to be quiet for a moment and ask yourself how you feel about it, good or bad. Then imagine having made a different decision and ask yourself the question again. How does this make me feel, good or bad? If you cannot pick up on a clear feeling when you do this, it suggests that your mind is still not very good at listening. Instruct your inner guardian to alert you to your inner state more often. On the other hand, it may be that the question itself is ambiguous, in which case it is better not to make a decision based on vague information. In this case, you can rely on the judgment of your mind, or simplify the question. If you get a clear sense of yes, I feel good about this, or no, I do not feel good about this, then you have clearly heard the rustle of the morning stars. Now you know the answer to your question. It does not mean that you will necessarily act according to the dictates of the heart, for we are not always free to act as we would wish to, but at least you will know what to expect from a sector which has not yet been transformed into physical reality. The needy, the indignant, and the fighter. In any situation, a person can respond with two extremes of behavior. One extreme is to be swept along by the current like a powerless paper boat, and the other is to row stubbornly against the tide. If a person is lazy, incapable of taking the initiative, has no goals, and is happy to simply exist, then they can be controlled by other forces. It is very easy for this kind of person to become a pendulum's puppet. People like this effectively decline from choosing their own fate, or choose to believe that their fate is predestined or predoomed. Through their choice, they affirm the statement that there is no flying from fate. What will be, and they will be proved right, because this life path also exists as a potential reality in the alternatives space. Having made this decision, all a person can do is complain about their fate and, in their impotence, hope for the mercy of higher powers. When a person gives up responsibility for their fate, they take one of two paths in life. On one path, they accept their circumstances and beg for handouts, cap in hand, appealing either to the pendulum or to some higher power. A pendulum will force the needy to work hard, and the person will break their back earning a very humble living. They may naively call on higher powers for help, but, generally speaking, higher powers have more important things to do. The needy abdicate responsibility for their own fate in the manner of, it's all in God's hands. Perhaps they believe that all you have to do is ask nicely, and as God is merciful, He will give you what you need. Imagine the prayer, mountains and valleys, rivers and oceans, O sky, O earth, I bow before your power. My heart is filled with faith and reverence. I believe that you will help me buy my morning newspaper. Perhaps this is too exaggerated an example, and yet why not? After all, it makes no difference surely to the higher powers whether you are asking for a newspaper or a palace, for they can do anything. If the needy, for some reason, ended up without a morning paper, they would surely conclude that they just did not ask properly. So, carry on asking. There is a Russian joke that goes, a man is lying on his sofa praying, God, he says, make me rich. I know you can. I totally believe in your greatness. Annoyed, the Lord tells him, listen, mate, you could at least buy a lottery ticket. It is a convenient position to abdicate all responsibility for your life at the same time as wallowing in your own self-importance. For it is self-important to imagine yourself so significant that God, in all His majesty and mercy, would see to your needs personally. God has already given man the ultimate gift, freedom of choice. And yet, some people are too infantile to accept the gift, preferring to remain constantly dissatisfied. People will always find ways of justifying their actions, claiming that their path is too densely strewn with obstacles, and that, for them, something always goes wrong. That something, of course, is balanced forces and pendulums that arise as a consequence of the excess potential generated by their self-importance. It is like in the children's game that goes, geese, geese, honk, honk, honk. Are you hungry? Yes, yes, yes. Well, fly on home then. We can't. We are afraid of the gray wolf that stands at the foot of the mountain. If a person does not fit the role of the needy, they may choose the role of the indignant, expressing their dissatisfaction and demanding to be given what they are supposedly due. By being so very demanding, the indignant person harms the potential shape of their destiny even more. Imagine a man who visits an art gallery but does not like the exhibition, and so has a tantrum, believing he has the right to express his dissatisfaction. He stamps his feet, making threats, breaking things, and demanding that the organizers take the exhibition down. Naturally, the man would be punished for his actions, which would make him even more resentful, and all the more inclined to express his indignation. A person who believes that their own wants and needs should be a priority for others would never dream that they are merely a guest in this world. From the point of view of transurfing, both roles appear equally as absurd. Transurfing offers a different path. If you want something, don't plead for it, don't demand it. Just go ahead and get it. There is nothing new in this position. It is the natural stance of a person who makes their own choices and believes that their destiny is in their own hands. However, people tend to take this too far in their struggle for a place in the sun. Taking a hard stand, people declare war on pendulums, get drawn into competition, and elbow their way forward. Their entire life becomes a continuous struggle for survival. This is their choice, and the choice will be played out, because it also exists as a possible reality in the alternatives space. We already know that passive acceptance and overt dissatisfaction cause a person to become dependent on pendulums. Perhaps you recall the content of the chapter on importance and excess potential. The needy create excess potential via their feelings of guilt, voluntarily offering themselves into the hands of manipulators. The victim automatically assumes that they are condemned to have to ask for what they want and waits until someone decides to give it to them. The indignant person creates excess potential with their continuous expression of dissatisfaction and ruins their own life by endlessly invoking balanced forces. Having chosen to battle, the fighter takes a more productive stance, but their life is hard and demands a huge amount of energy. No matter how hard a person tries to resist, if they take this position, they will just get more and more entangled in the web. The fighter believes that they are battling for the sake of their own destiny, while, in fact, they are simply wasting huge amounts of personal energy. Sometimes a person wins, but at what cost? Their example goes to convince everyone that the laurels of victory can only be hard won. With that widespread belief that if you want to achieve something, you have to slog away and fight for it is further consolidated. Public opinion is mainly shaped by pendulums. The excess potential of self-importance serves as a feeding trough for pendulums, and so beliefs based on some aspect of self-importance are widely supported. The belief that a personal goal is difficult to attain represents a projection of outer importance, whereas the belief that a goal can only be achieved by a personality with extraordinary qualities is a projection of inner importance. Either way, the individual is fleeced. They may be allowed to reach the finish line, which will, no doubt, make them very happy. But what the person will not realize is how much energy was wasted, not so much on reaching the goal as on indulging the exactions of the pendulum. Metaphorically speaking, it is like a person trying to make their way through a crowd of pleading beggars in order to reach their goal. The beggars bustle about, block the way, and grasp at the person's clothes and body. The person tries to justify themselves, apologizes, gives the beggars money, pushes them aside, and forces their way through the crowd. Finally, and not without great difficulty, the goal is reached. The energy that was spent on actually achieving the goal is comparatively small, enough to place one foot in front of another. The remaining portion of energy went on battling with the needy. When a person learns to break the loop with the pendulum, they will have their freedom. The scroungers will leave them in peace and focus on some other individual. To free yourself from the burden of pendulums, you have to abandon inner and outer importance. If you manage to do this, the obstacles you would have encountered on the way towards realizing your personal goals will simply fade away. Then you will be in a position not to ask for what you want, not to demand it, and not to struggle for it, but simply to go ahead and get it. Now, the question arises as to how the phrase, "go ahead and get it," should be understood specifically and how to go about it. The rest of this book is devoted to answering this question, so soon you will have the answer. So far, we have outlined general strategies for choosing one's personal destiny. None of the roles described above, the needy, the indignant, or the fighter, are for us. What role do you think Transurfing would ascribe to the master of their own fate in the game called life? That is the homework. The answer can be found in the next chapter. Now, we are going to look at different tactical ways of behaving in various situations. Going with the flow. The needy and the indignant go weakly with the flow of life, while the fighter pushes against the flow. Of course, in life, no one person is a pure example of either role. We all adopt one or more of these roles to a greater or lesser extent as life changes, and yet none of them are particularly effective. If it is not advisable to fight, and going with the flow is too limp, what other options are there? Earlier, we described how reason authoritatively asserts its will based on common sense. Some people rationalize in a very reasonable, intelligent manner, and yet are totally incapable of solving their own problems. How useful can common sense be if the mind cannot use it to provide an ideal solution to a problem? The thing is that even though the mind is being rational, it remains unaware of the fact that it is influenced by the thought patterns created by pendulums. Certainly, while a person is playing the role of the needy, the indignant, or the fighter, there can be no question of freedom of movement. In reality, the fighter has no more freedom to assert their true will than the little paper boat. Metaphorically speaking, this is how the fighter moves with the flow of life. Pendulums provoke the fighter, who then swings against the current, not understanding that it would be easier and more advantageous to use the flow. The fighter's mind is gripped by pendulums, but the fighter is resolutely set on battle and, by making resolute decisions, whips the water with all his might in places where calm, smooth movements would have sufficed. Now, imagine a person who neither goes against the flow, causing additional eddies in the water, nor lets the current carry them utterly, like a little paper boat. They would be intentionally moving in harmony with the flow, noting the sandbanks, obstacles, and dangerous areas along the way, making smooth movements to keep their chosen course. This is the person at the helm. How useful is it to think of life in terms of flow, and why is it so injurious to swim passively or try to resist the flow? The information that lies in the alternative space is stationary, like a matrix. At the same time, the information structure is organized into chains of cause and effect, which give birth to the flow of alternatives. This is what we mean when we talk about flow in the context of transurfing. The main reason to avoid actively resisting the flow is that, in doing so, you expend a huge amount of energy, either in vain or to your own detriment. Neither can you rely entirely on the alternative's flow, for it could carry you into a calm lagoon as easily as to the edge of a waterfall. One should therefore proceed with a sense of caution, correcting one's movements with smooth actions. A person should also be aware of the general direction of the flow, which is determined by their chosen goal and the means of achieving it. Once the general course has been determined, one should rely on the flow as far as possible. Everyone has a rough sense of the general flow of events in their life. Most people first study, then get a job, have a family, work their way up the employment ladder, build a house, and so on. Many people make a lot of mistakes along the way, in retrospect wishing they had done things differently, but it is too late to change anything. What is done is done. The flow takes them in a direction far away from their goal, and the rational mind is powerless to do anything about it. All they can do is regret, knowing that, if only they had known where they would fall, they would have put something there to soften the landing. Everyone wants to know what awaits them just around the corner. Not everyone is serious about turning to fortune tellers and astrologers for advice, but many are interested in them, at least out of curiosity. The advantage of a reading is that an optimistic astrological forecast or prediction can light a spark of hope, whereas an unpleasant prediction can be trivialized as meaningless and later forgotten. Despite the fact that astrological calculations and clairvoyance cannot guarantee 100% accuracy, the transurfing model does not negate their value, because prediction and sight are sourced in the alternatives space. In any case, if the accuracy rate was too low, no one would take these translunary predictions seriously. Astrology does not only exist because people are curious to take a peep into the future. The alternatives flow also allows us to take a glance at other sectors of the field that exist in physical reality. How much one chooses to rely on forecasts and astrological predictions is also a very personal thing, so we will respectfully place this subject to one side and consider what we can usefully conclude from the simple knowledge that the alternatives flow exists. The main questions that arise are to what extent we can surrender ourselves to the flow, how to determine whether we are going in the right direction, and why we should surrender ourselves to it at all. As we mentioned previously, the mind is constantly under pressure from projected levels of importance, and so hindered from making truly effective decisions. Inner and outer importance is, essentially, the main source of the problem, causing balanced forces to manifest in the form of rapids and whirlpools along a person's path. If you reduce the intensity of projected importance, the flow will return to a calmer current. The question of whether one should surrender oneself to the flow is also important. Outer importance encourages the mind to look for complicated solutions to simple problems. Inner importance convinces the mind that its reasoning is sound and capable of making the only right decision. If we reduce the intensity of projected importance, the mind can breathe freely, because it has been released from the influence of pendulums and the pressure of artificially created problems. It can make more objective, appropriate decisions. The beauty of this lies in the fact that once the mind is free of the burden of importance, it has no great need for a powerful intellect. Of course, to solve everyday problems, you need logical thinking, knowledge, and analytical skill, but this requires much less energy. The flow of alternatives is a luxurious gift which, paradoxically, the mind hardly ever uses. The alternatives flow contains the solutions to all our problems. The majority of problems are, in fact, artificially created by the mind. Pendulums prod the anxious mind, which sets about solving all sorts of problems just to try and keep the situation under control. Its willful decisions are, for the most part, pointless, like randomly slapping your hands on the surface of the water. The majority of problems, particularly minor problems, resolve themselves if the alternatives flow is allowed to take its course. There is no essential need for a powerful intellect if the solution to a problem already exists in the alternative space. The optimum solution will appear of its own accord, as long as we do not go rooting around in the debris, interfering with the alternative's flow. Optimality is a principle that is inherent in the structure of the information field. Chains of cause and effect create separate streams in the flow of alternatives. These streams represent the best possible ways in which cause and effect can move. Everything exists in the alternative space, but it is the optimal or most energy-efficient alternative that is more likely to be realized. Nature never wastes energy, which is why people walk with their feet and not their ears. All processes strive to move along paths which are most energy efficient, so the alternative streams are organized along the path of least resistance. This is where the optimal solution to any problem lies. The mind is constantly losing a sense of the flow because it is influenced by pendulums and acts in their interests. In other words, the mind gets caught up in a maze looking for complicated solutions to simple problems. All these abstract notions may appear overly conjectural. However, you can try out some of the ideas in this book in practice and then decide whether you think the flow exists or not. The alternatives flow is a truly sumptuous gift for the mind. Keys to any problem are encoded within it. To access them, you have to learn to move in the direction of least resistance. As a rule, people look for complicated solutions because they perceive the problem as an obstacle, and, as we know, obstacles can only be overcome by applying much effort. It helps to get into the habit of choosing the simplest possible solution to any given problem. We all have to learn something new at some point, or think about how we can do familiar tasks in a more effective way. One approach to doing things in the most efficient manner is so simple, it is hard to believe it actually works. In accordance with the principle of harmonious movement, everything should be done by the easiest and simplest means possible. The most optimal alternatives to any action are organized in streams, which are like chains comprised of links, which represent optimal cause and effect. Deciding to take the next step in a given action is like choosing the next link in the chain. It is a matter of deciding which link is a part of the stream. What normally happens, though, is that a person makes a logical decision based on what they think would be the most correct, based on their day-to-day experience of life. The mind makes willful decisions, believing that it is capable of calculating and explaining anything, but this is not true. You can probably recall many occasions when you have suddenly seen how things could have been done differently, and yet it was too late. It is not that the mind is scattered or lacking in sharpness, so much as that the chain in the stream does not always correspond to logical construction. However meticulous you are, you will rarely choose an optimal action relying solely on logic. Generally speaking, the mind is always under some kind of pressure, be it stress, anxiety, depression, or heightened activity. In other words, the mind is constantly distracted by pendulums, which makes it a little bit pushy or prepared to launch an attack on the outside world. In order to choose the next chain in the stream, all you have to do is free yourself from the puppet strings and have enough compliance to follow the flow. This means adopting a condition of balance and having enough mindfulness not to project inflated importance. Once you feel that you are in a condition of balance and harmony with the world, just follow the flow. You will notice a multitude of signs that will guide you. Let go of the situation. Be the objective observer rather than the participant. Perform your actions simply adopting neither the position of slave nor master. Instruct your inner guardian to nudge you every time your mind tries to make a sensible but nonetheless willful decision. Detach yourself emotionally as if you were simply an administrator and observe your work from the outside. Everything can be done a lot more simply than you think. Yield to the simplicity. It is the mind, not the alternatives flow, that carries you to the edge of the waterfall. Imagine that there is something you need to buy, but you do not know where to find a shop that sells it. You rely on your mind, which suggests the most sensible and the most complicated way of finding the shop you need. You drive round half the town looking for the right shop, only to find one right next door to your house. If you had attributed less importance to the search, the mind would not have been set on finding such a difficult solution. Here is another example. You have a list of things to do, and you are wondering which tasks to start with and which to put off until later. Do not think about it. If there is no particular need for the tasks to be done in a specific sequence, do the task that you feel most inclined to start with. Go with the flow. Separate your mind from the influence of the pendulums. It is about learning that smooth, light, simple movements are enough to navigate the water. You do not have to be an impotent paper boat or splash your hands wildly about in the water. I will not go on with a long list of examples. If you spend even just one day truly going with the flow, you will discover for yourself just how helpful and surprising living your life in this way can be. Every time you have to come up with a solution to a problem, ask yourself which approach would be the easiest and go with that. Every time something or someone comes in to distract you, do not hurry to resist or skirt around it. Try detaching yourself from the situation and then observing what happens next. Every time you face a new task, ask yourself, how can I do this as simply as possible? Then, allow whatever it is to get done with as much ease as possible. Every time someone suggests something different or tries to prove their own point of view, try not to jump in and argue back. Maybe the rational mind just cannot understand the advantage or see the alternative. Activate your inner guardian. First, observe, and only then take action. Come down into the auditorium. Do not hurry to take control. Let the game develop as far as possible of its own accord under your supervision. There is no need to madly splash your hands about in the water. Try not to get in the way of the flow of life, and you will feel much better for it. Guiding signs. How can we distinguish between an approaching sandbank or waterfall and a normal turn in current? There are always tangible signs that will help us navigate ourselves through life. Life is constantly sending us signs. The most common, well-known sign is an omen. There are good and bad omens. Seeing a rainbow is a good omen. A black cat crossing the road is an omen of misfortune. Widely acknowledged omens are created as a result of multiple observations and comparisons. If the percentage of correctly predicted omens is high enough, a certain pattern is determined, which then becomes public opinion, because people love to talk to one another about strange phenomena. However, omens do not always come true. Far from it, in fact. In Russia, when you forget something and have to go back for it, people worry because they say that returning to a place you have just left is a bad omen. Even if a person is not particularly superstitious, the strong social stereotype throws a shadow across their subconscious. The person begins to fear that something unpleasant will happen, and so decides that it is not worth returning to pick up the thing they left behind. Unfortunately, that does not help either, because an even flow has already been disturbed, and the person is already slightly out of balance. The expectation of misfortune introduces change into the parameters of a person's thought energy, and they shift to a lifeline that corresponds in quality. Not surprisingly, they then end up experiencing whatever it was they feared. In effect, the person has allowed the possibility of the event to enter their personal script. This explains why an increasing percentage of omens are fulfilled. As you can see, the omen of itself cannot serve as a law or pattern. Why is it that everyone considers a black cat in particular to be a bad omen? Or, put differently, how is it that a black cat can have any kind of influence on our lives? Of course, it is not the cat that has the influence, but a person's response to seeing a cat. If you believe in omens, they will play a role in shaping the events of your life. If you do not believe in omens, but still experience doubts when you realize you have seen one, the influence will be slight. If, however, you do not believe in omens at all and pay absolutely no attention to them, they will have no influence in your life whatsoever. The principle is very simple. You experience what you allow into your personal life script. A person who believes omens to be empty superstitions will experience no indication of their validity in the layer of their world. Omens may appear real in the layers of other people's worlds because those people look for confirmation of them, whereas the skeptic does not. If omens have no direct influence on the events in our lives, then what do we mean when we talk about guiding signs? The black cat cannot have any direct influence over you, but it can serve as a sign, warning you of an event that will take place further down the line in the alternatives flow. It is amazing how many signs you can spot once you decide to be observant of what is happening around you. You can end up seeing them just about everywhere. So, which signs should be considered guiding signs? The other issue is how signs should be interpreted, but we will not go into that as it is too comprehensive and vague a topic. All you can reliably do is increase your inner guardian's level of watchfulness and vigilance, notice the sign, and take its presence into account. Guiding signs are signs that indicate a possible turn in the alternatives flow. In other words, a guiding sign serves to herald an event that will substantially change the flow of everyday life. If you are expecting some sort of change in the current, however small, a sign will appear to signal its onset. A characteristic sign may also appear if an unexpected turn is coming up in the near future. When the alternatives flow makes a turn, you shift onto a different lifeline. The lifeline will be more or less homogeneous as far as quality of life is concerned. The stream in the alternatives flow can intersect many lifelines that have different parameters. The changes may be relatively insignificant, but you will, nonetheless, experience the difference. The qualitative change is noticed, either consciously or subconsciously, with the knowing that something is not quite the same as it was a minute ago. Guiding signs only appear when a shift to a different lifeline is initiated. If, for example, you pay no particular attention to a separate event, such as a crow squawking, if it does not put you on your guard, and you do not feel any qualitative difference in that moment, it suggests that you are on the same lifeline as before. If, however, the phenomenon does attract your attention and you feel there is something unusual or odd about it, then it is probably a sign. A sign differs from other everyday phenomena in that it signals the beginning of a shift to a lifeline that differs considerably from the current one. Often, we find signs like this a little disturbing, especially if they are spotted immediately after a shift to a different lifeline. This is because there is a qualitative difference in the current and former lifeline that we cannot rationally account for. Often, it is hard to put your finger on what exactly has changed. You may just have the feeling that something is not quite right. When a shift has been made, it is sensed intuitively, and sometimes we even notice the change in the type of signs we spot. It is as if, out of the corner of our eye, we see, or suspect, that something new has appeared in the flow. So, signs serve as indicators that a shift has occurred or is in the process of occurring. Some people are unaware of most of what is happening around them, and so are unlikely to notice even the most obvious signs. Generally speaking, though, if we fail to notice anything unusual about an event that takes place on our current lifeline, it is probably because it has the same quality as all the other phenomena we experience. The shift to a substantially different lifeline normally occurs gradually, passing through intermediate lines along the way. The signs on these lines can appear as warnings with different levels of severity. Sometimes a person ignores their first warning. The shift continues, and then a second warning appears, and then a third, and if the person has still taken no heed of the danger, an event finally occurs that is encoded in the final line of the shift. Interpreting signs unambiguously is very difficult to do. Sometimes you cannot even be 100% certain whether the phenomenon that attracted your attention is a sign or not. All you can do is take into account the fact that the world seems to be trying to communicate something to you. We are mostly interested in approaching sandbanks and rapids, so it would be nice to at least get a hint of what lies ahead. In most cases, you can explore the sign by phrasing a question in such a way that it will produce a yes or no answer. For example, will it work out or not? Will I get it done in time or not? Will I be successful in doing something or not? Is it good or bad, dangerous or not? And so on. The interpretation of a sign should be simplified enough to hint at a positive or negative type of answer. There is no point in expecting a high level of precise detail. The sign carries a hint of the quality of the forthcoming turn in the flow. If you associate the sign with an unpleasant sensation, or it fills you with misgiving, unpleasant surprise, or anxiety, it means that the sign signals a negative turn of events. If the sensation is ambiguous, there is no point in trying to interpret the sign, as your evaluation of it will be too subjective to be reliable. A sign may be a warning that you need to be more careful, change your behavior in some way, or stop doing something. For this reason, it is important neither to negate a sign nor to let it worry you too much by attributing it too much significance. Signs can take various forms, but in each case, the most useful thing to do is decide whether their meaning is positive or negative. For example, if you are in a hurry and an old lady with a stick blocks your way, this could be interpreted as meaning that you will be delayed, that the bus that normally crawls along will, for some reason, fly past today. Perhaps you went too far in a situation and should be more careful. Or maybe you are trying to do something that is not going very well, and no matter what you do, obstacles keep getting in the way, bringing things to a grinding halt. Maybe you have chosen a dead-end road and should take a different route. The main benefit of signs is that they have the capacity to wake you up in time, making you see that you are acting in the interests of a destructive pendulum or to your own detriment. People often make fatal mistakes when they are under the zombifying anesthesia of a pendulum, only later realizing that they were unaware of their actions and had forgotten to be vigilant. It can be useful to interpret even innocent signs as simple warnings. It is always wise to maintain a sense of caution and awareness with regard to what is happening around you, as long as cautiousness does not deteriorate into anxiety and suspicion. You have to be able to take care without worrying, be detached at the same time as impeccable in everything you do. However strange it may seem, Sometimes the clearest and most concise guiding signs are phrases, spoken spontaneously, as if they were of no import. When someone is trying to force their opinion on you, it is better to pay no attention, but a spontaneous phrase, uttered as a casual recommendation or piece of advice, might be worth taking seriously. Spontaneous phrases are spoken without the speaker planning what they are going to say beforehand. You can probably recall an occasion where you responded to a comment immediately, without thinking. It is as if the answer already exists somewhere deep in your consciousness, and it just comes out, bypassing the analytical mind. The same thing happens when your mind is dozing, or busy with something else, and seemingly random phrases are uttered. When the mind is dozing, the soul speaks, and the soul, after all, has direct contact with the information field. For example, someone just on the off chance says, "Don't forget your scarf, you'll catch cold." If you do not take their advice, the likelihood is that you will regret it later. It might be absorbed in the thoughts about some problem, and someone makes a recommendation in passing that, at the time, does not seem very relevant. Listen to these words and phrases. Do not be too quick to discard them. You may be convinced that you are right about something, and then someone opens your eyes to see things differently without even intending to do so. Try not to be too stubborn to reconsider your point of view, and ask yourself whether you were not, in fact, just randomly splashing your hands about in the water. Feelings of inner discomfort are also a very clear sign, although, as a rule, we do not pay these feelings due attention. If you have to make a decision, no one better than your own soul knows what that decision should be. It is often very difficult to understand what exactly the soul is trying to tell you, but the principle is the same as with all other signs. You can quite unambiguously determine whether the decision is to the soul's liking or not. When you have to make a decision, stop and listen to the rustling of the morning stars. If, in your mind, you have already made the decision and remembered about the rustle too late, try to recall what type of feelings you were experiencing when you were making the decision. These feelings can be characterized either as, "I feel good about it," or "I don't feel good about it." If you made the decision reluctantly and it left you feeling cold, then this feeling would clearly fit into the "I don't feel good" category. If it is not too late to change your mind, do so. Listening to your gut feeling, assessing how comfortable you feel, is not difficult. What is difficult, however, is remembering soon enough to listen to your heart, for the mind reasons with authority, with no inclination of listening to anyone else. The loud drumming of common sense drowns out the whispering voice of the heart. The mind is always trying to substantiate and prove its position. Here, you have a choice, yes or no. The soul tries timidly to object. No. The mind is aware of the soul saying no, but pretends it does not hear, putting forward persuasive arguments based on sound judgment to support its own yes. Having listened to these words, store them away in a separate file in your memory, and the next time you make a decision, pull out the file. You will see that the process is just as I have described. I would suggest keeping in mind this simple, reliable exercise as a way of recognizing your inner no. If you have to convince yourself and talk yourself into saying yes, then your soul is really saying no. When your soul says yes, you do not have to talk yourself around. We will return to this later. Pay attention to the signs the world is giving you without going over the top and looking for signs everywhere. It can get a little absurd if you say, "Look, the birds are flying high in the sky today. I wonder what that means." Maybe it just means that birds are not afraid of heights and so are able to fly at high altitudes. It is sufficient to be aware of what you notice and keep in mind that something you have seen might be a guiding sign. As soon as you forget to be vigilant, pendulums will latch onto you and you can become the victim of circumstance. It is also worth meticulously checking out desires and actions that could dramatically change the course of your destiny. If you get a negative gut feeling about something you are thinking of doing, if it is at all possible, do not do it. because the negative feeling you are experiencing indicates that the original desire came from the mind, not the heart. Desires and actions that come from the mind are always imposed by pendulums. If you ignore a negative gut feeling, in the majority of cases, nothing awful will happen, but sometimes you may deeply regret doing so. Therefore, wherever possible, it is better to forego desires and actions that evoke feelings of guilt, doubt, or apprehension. If you can get into the habit of doing this, it will greatly simplify your life and free you from all sorts of problems. There is just one but. If a series of misplaced steps have got you all tied up in a knot, it might not be enough simply to rethink certain desires and actions, because sometimes a person is called to do something which causes them discomfort, like not telling the truth or going to work when you hate your job. However, once a knot has been untied and you are freed from a more complex situation, you can confidently try out the principle of foregoing desires or actions that evoke a feeling of inner discomfort. This is all that can be said about guiding signs within the context of the Transurfing model. Ultimately, only you can interpret the signs that are personal to you. There is no need to teach you how to interpret signs. You will instinctively understand their meaning if you are observant of yourself and the world around you. Be wary of attributing excess importance to signs that are not sufficiently clear, or that would introduce negative interpretations into your personal life script. You will not get caught up in a sandbank or fly off down the rapids if you avoid creating excess potential. After all is said and done, we can survive quite well without signs if we have to. It is not given to us to understand their meaning fully. The only sign particularly worth focusing on when you are making a decision is your gut feeling and intuition. It really is worth listening to the rustle of the morning stars. Letting go. The existence of streams in the alternatives flow can potentially free the mind of two overwhelming burdens: the need to solve problems rationally and the need to control. That is, if the mind will allow itself to be freed. The mind will require a more or less rational explanation to be comfortable enough to let go. As you may have noticed, quite a lot of what is described in this book is irrational, which is why, although it is not the purpose of Transurfing to offer a description of the structure of the universe, I try to validate the conclusions I have drawn that would otherwise be difficult for the mind to accept. Providing an explanation the mind can accept is actually essential, because the mind will not take anything on faith, and it is extremely difficult to shake the monolith of common sense. The mind demands proof and circumstantiation, which you can provide yourself if you are putting the principles of Transurfing into practice. I offer a couple of feasible explanations here to soothe the incredulous mind, or, if I did not, the listener would be unlikely to try out the Transurfing principles or listen any further. And this is just the beginning. Many exciting revelations lie ahead. The burdens of the mind are placed on us in childhood. As children, we are constantly being reprimanded. Think with your head. Do you realize what you are doing? Explain yourself. Do your homework. You won't get anywhere in life without a brain. Don't be so stupid. Will you ever learn? Teachers and circumstances sculpt a soldier from our minds, ready at any moment to produce an explanation, give an answer to a question, assess a situation, make a decision, and control those around us. The mind is trained to act in a practical manner based on common sense. I am not presumptuous enough to advocate getting rid of common sense altogether. Quite the opposite. Common sense provides us with a minimal set of rules on how to behave in life in order to survive. The mistake of the mind is that it follows the behavioral code too literally. An obsession with common sense prevents the mind from opening up, looking around, and noticing all the things that do not fit the rules. There are many things in the world that are inconsistent with common sense. The rational mind is incapable of explaining all the phenomena we witness in the world. Neither is it very good at protecting a person from experiencing problems and disappointment. However, relying on the streams in the alternatives flow, can compensate for the limitations of the mind. The justification for doing so is very simple. There is purposefulness to the streams in the alternatives flow, and this is a quality the mind seeks. As we have said before, the streams take the route of least resistance. The mind strives to reason sensibly and logically, relying on the principles of cause and effect. But the imperfections of the mind prevent it from navigating correctly in the external world and finding the one prime solution to any given problem. Nature is, in essence, perfect, and so the streams of the alternatives flow have more purposefulness and logic than the wisest reasoning mind. However convinced the mind is that it reasons clearly, it will still be prone to making mistakes. The mind would make fewer mistakes if it did not try so hard to get involved and allowed problems to resolve themselves. When you let go of the situation and relax your controlling grip, you allow the world around you more freedom, and the flow can take its own course. You already know that it is futile and even dangerous to try to pressure the world, and yet, when the mind loses a sense of harmonious flow, it creates excess potential, which, in turn, creates obstacles. Transurfing demonstrates a different way of being. Firstly, if you reduce the importance you attribute to an obstacle, it will fade of its own accord. Secondly, if the obstacle does not respond to your efforts to overcome it, move around it, and guiding signs will appear to assist you. The problem with the mind is that it tends to interpret any event that fails to fit its script as an obstacle. The mind likes to plan everything beforehand, make calculations, and when something unexpected happens, it fights against it, trying to make it fit the script. Unfortunately, this only makes the situation worse. Obviously, the mind is not capable of planning events ideally. This is where more freedom should be given to the flow. The flow has no interest in ruining your life, as such an action would lack purposefulness. Lives can, however, be ruined by ill-designed actions. The mind would have it that purposefulness is what happens when everything is going according to the script, and unwanted problems are what happens when something does not go along with the script. Problems have to be solved, and so the mind sets about doing so with great gusto, generating new problems and cluttering the path with endless obstacles. Think about it. When people are happy, fulfilled, and pleased with themselves, if not when everything is going according to plan. Self-importance prevents the mind from allowing any possibility of deviation from the original script, which is automatically interpreted as a failure. The mind thinks that I planned it all and worked it all out beforehand. I know what is right for me and what is not. I'm rational. Life often delivers people gifts which they accept reluctantly because they were not planned. I wanted a different toy. Life rarely gives us the toys we planned on getting, and so we walk around dissatisfied and sad. Imagine how joyful life would be if the mind could forego some of its importance and accept the fact that deviations from the script also have their place. We can all regulate how happy we are. Most people set their minimum happiness bar far too high, and so do not consider themselves happy. I am not saying that you should always be satisfied with what you have in the spirit of the dubious slogan, "If you want to be happy, just be happy." This is not what transurfing is about. You can have the toy you want most, but we will return to that later. For now, we are concentrating on how to avoid disappointment and experience fewer problems. It is the mind's unwillingness to accept deviations from its script that prevents it from making use of ready solutions present in the alternatives flow. The mind's compulsive desire to control everything turns life into an endless battle with the flow. If only the mind could allow the flow to go its own course rather than trying to force its will upon it. The mind's greatest error is that it strives to control the flow itself rather than its own movement within the flow. This is one of the main causes of the majority of problems and disappointments that people face. The purposeful stream that takes the path of least resistance is incapable of generating problems and obstacles. These are created by the madness of the mind. Activate your inner witness and observe, at least for one day, how the mind tries to control the flow. Perhaps you are offered something, but you refuse it. Maybe someone tries to tell you something, but you fob them off. Somebody tells you their opinion, and you argue. Someone does something their own way, and you try to set them on the right path. You are offered a solution, but you protest it will not work. You expect one thing, but receive another, and express your dissatisfaction. Someone bothers you, and it makes you angry. Something contradicts your script, and you go for the jugular to force the flow into the right channel. Maybe things are different for you, but there is undoubtedly a grain of truth in these words. Now, try releasing your grip and giving the flow more freedom. I am not suggesting that you must agree with everyone and accept anything that is happening, but you could consider making a tactical adjustment. Move the center of gravity away from control towards observation. Do not be in a hurry to fob someone off, object, argue, prove yourself, get involved, manage, or criticize. Give situations a chance to resolve themselves of their own accord, without active involvement or resistance. If not dumbfounded, you will at least be surprised by the result, for something quite paradoxical will happen. By being willing to release control, you will acquire more control over a situation than you had before. The objective observer always has the advantage over a direct participant. This is why I so often repeat the words, exercise detachment. In retrospect, you will see that the control you were exerting before was making you go against the flow. The suggestions other people were making did, in fact, make sense, and it was not worth arguing about. Your intervention was not actually necessary. What you thought were obstacles were actually nothing of the kind. When you let go, problems resolve themselves quite satisfactorily without you having to know how. The things that happen that do not fit with your plan turn out not to be so bad after all. Chance phrases can actually have quite powerful meaning. Your gut feeling and instincts are there to warn you. You do not waste the same amount of energy as you did before and find that you are quite happy. This is the sumptuous gift of the flow I mentioned earlier. Of course, in addition to all that has been said above, we could not forget our old pendulum friends. When people go with the flow, it vexes the pendulums, and so they try to provoke us at every step into beating our hands wildly on the water. Pendulums abhor streams in the flow for the simple reason that the stream moves in the direction of minimal energy expenditure. When a person goes with the flow of the stream, they do not put energy into battling against the current, creating excess potential and fodder for the pendulums. The only form of control worth your attention is control over the intensity of projected inner and outer importance. Remember that projected importance prevents the mind from letting go. In many cases, letting go of a situation is much more effective and productive than insisting on getting one's own way. Even from childhood, our striving for self-assertion generates the habit of trying to prove one's personal significance. From this stems the harmful tendency to prove that one is right, whatever the cost. This striving creates excess potential and a conflict of interests. People will go to great lengths to prove that they are right, even when the verdict either way will not directly affect their interests. In some people, the feeling of inner importance is so exaggerated that they insist on their own way even in matters of very little relevance. Self-importance can develop into a mania that produces a compulsive need to control everything. I'll prove I am right, whatever it takes. It is a grave habit that makes life much more complicated, especially for the ones so intent on defending their truth. As long as you do not risk seriously compromising your interests, let go of the situation and let others exercise their right to beat their hands on the water. If you practice letting go consciously, the feeling of relief will be greater than when you succeeded in proving your point. You will experience a sense of fulfillment knowing that you moved on. Instead of insisting on your own self-importance, you manage to act like a wise parent dealing with difficult children. Here is another example. Excessive commitment to work is just as detrimental as neglecting one's responsibilities. Imagine that you have just taken on a new, prestigious position that you have been dreaming of getting for a long while. You demand a lot of yourself because you want to prove your potential. There is nothing wrong with that in principle, but if you throw yourself into the job too zealously, you may find that you cannot take the pressure over time, particularly if the work tasks are very difficult. In any case, you will become less efficient, and, at worst, you could earn yourself a nervous breakdown, deciding wrongly that you are incapable of handling the position. Another possible scenario is that you generate vigorous activity without observing the established order of things. You may see all sorts of things that could be improved on and initiate the necessary changes, confident that you are behaving appropriately. However, if your innovations change the usual running of daily life for your colleagues, no good will come of it. This is the kind of scenario in which using your initiative can become a punishable crime. You entered an environment with a slow, peaceful, even flow, and, with your actions, started wildly slapping the water with your hands, trying to swim faster. Does this mean that you should keep your mouth closed and your head down? That would be a little extreme. The question should be approached with a sober mind. You should only consider getting annoyed and telling someone off if they are bothering you directly, and then only if your criticism will change the situation for the better. Never criticize anything that happened in the past and cannot be changed. In everything else, go with the flow, not in a literal sense by agreeing with everything and everybody, but by moving the center of gravity from control to observation. Observe more and do not be in a hurry to control things. There is no need to be concerned about getting the right balance. A healthy sense of moderation will come with practice. Summary. The mind interprets information using a set of established designations. The heart does not think or speak. It feels and knows. The mind is only capable of building a relatively new version of a house from old bricks. Fundamentally new discoveries originate in unrealized sectors of the alternatives space. The heart serves as a medium between new information and the mind. The heart perceives unrealized information as knowledge beyond interpretation. A discovery is made and the mind is able to interpret information accessed by the heart. The mind is capable of perfectly assessing one's level of inner comfort. Learn to pay attention to your inner state. By foregoing the projection of importance, you are free to choose your destiny. Freedom of choice means being free not to ask, demand, or fight for what you want, but simply go out and get it. The information structure is organized in chains of cause and effect. Chains of cause and effect generate the alternatives flow. Paths of least resistance are organized into separate streams. Streams in the alternatives flow contain the solutions to all our problems. Inner and outer importance jolts the mind out of the optimal stream. In the alternatives flow, it is not the streams, but your mind that brings you to the edge of the waterfall. Everything works a lot more simply than you think. Yield to this simplicity. What works is not the omen itself, but your attitude to the omen. Guiding signs indicate a possible bend in the flow of alternatives. Lifelines differ from each other in quality. Signs put us on our guard because they appear during a shift to a different lifeline. Signs are characterized by their tendency to evoke the feeling that something is not right. Spontaneous phrases can be perceived as instructions. The level of inner peace one feels represents a clear sign. If you have to talk yourself into something, it means that the heart is saying no. If it is possible to change a decision that causes you to feel uncomfortable in your gut, do so. Soften your grip on things and allow unforeseen events into the script. Projected importance hinders the mind from accepting a deviation from the script. The mind strives to control the flow itself rather than its own manner of moving with the flow. Shift the center of gravity from control to observation. Having let go of attachment to control, you will find you have genuine control of a situation. If you move harmoniously with the flow of alternatives, the world will meet you halfway.
Thank you so much for listening. We truly appreciate you spending your time with us here on Better You Audio. If you found value in this audiobook, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your support helps us continue bringing powerful and inspiring books to you. And this is just the beginning. We've got more audiobooks coming your way in the days ahead. So be sure to check back soon and keep growing with us. Until next time, take care and stay focused on becoming the best version of yourself.